I plan to leave today. Xavier replied seriously to Yang. Yang was dumbstruck. Today? Are you serious? As it turned out, Xavier was serious. However, before heading off to his retreat, he went to visit the Ice Emperor. Since the old man used to make maps for a living, Xavier was hoping he would have a map of the mountain range. Luckily for Xavier, the Ice Emperor pulled one out from his storage ring and gave it to Xavier without any hesitation. Xavier thanked him, then collected Lily, said goodbye to his brothers, and left for the mountain range of monsters on the same day. Before they took to the sky, Lily laughed and pointed behind Xavier. "Look, it's Medusa!" Xavier was startled and twirled around. Lily was right. Medusa had suddenly appeared and stood there with crossed arms, staring at Xavier. Xavier could not hide his annoyance. "Why are you here? Is there something wrong?" asked Xavier. Medusa ignored him and replied with a question. "Where are you going?" "We're going to the mountain range of monsters on a retreat," replied Lily before Xavier could answer. Xavier turned red and laughed awkwardly before rubbing the back of his head. I know how this sounds without context, but it's not bad. I want to level up and have some peace and quiet to refine the pills that I've promised the people who helped me in the big battle." "Not bad? Really? The mountain range of monsters? I don't think it's wise for you to bring Lily with you on a retreat. I'm worried about her safety while you're in your training state." Medusa walked over and lifted Lily up while ignoring the surprised look on Xavier's face. "You do know that Lily is a monster as well, right? Although she's in human form, I'm sure she'll be fine. Besides, I'm only bringing her along so that she can also focus on advancing. The mountain range of monsters will be perfect for her. You can follow us if you're so worried about her." Xavier then shook his shoulders, and his green Q energy wings appeared. He ascended into the sky and flew off in the direction of the mountain range of monsters. After considering her options for a moment, Medusa also jumped high into the air and followed Xavier closely. She made sure to keep a close eye on Lily. Right now, she cared more about Lily's safety than Xavier's. If she were completely honest, she also could not tell why exactly this was the case. For some reason, a warm feeling spread through her heart whenever she looked at the little girl, and it urged her to keep Lily protected. And so, the trio rushed to the mountain range of monsters. Years ago, when Xavier was a young master, he had discovered the little valley deep in the mountain range. Back then, it had taken him 4 or 5 days to make the journey. Now, with his increased strength and power, it would be less than a day. And just as predicted, by evening on the same day, they had arrived. As Xavier landed on the first mountain peak of the range, he gazed over the beautiful scenery. The trees beneath the mountains swayed in the soft wind like an ocean. Birds were singing, and not a cloud was in the sky. It was long ago, but I remember being here, being chased by the wolfheads deep into the mountains. This is where I first met Junie, or should I say Luna. That's the name she used back then. I think I liked her as Luna much more than as Junie. So much has changed." Xavier scanned the mountain ridge, and then further down the mountainside. He saw a little town. He smiled and chuckled. "Speaking of change, I wonder how much has changed in the town of beasts. I wonder if she is still here, after all of this time." Xavier remembered the kind girl that had befriended him long ago. She was referred to as the doctor. Some of the mercenaries called her the fairy doctor. He met her while she healed the mercenaries in the medicinal shop. I just now realized that I never asked her for her true name. Maybe I should if I run into her again. Anyway, I wonder if she still has to drink poison every day to stay alive. Hopefully, she's doing better by now. Xavier was torn out of his daydreams as Medusa and Lily landed beside him. "Everything all right, Xavier?" Xavier turned. He forced a smile and said, "Sure, let's continue. But first, we'll head to that little town." Xavier dropped off the mountain's edge and fell like an autumn leaf in the breeze. Medusa and Lily followed close behind. They landed on the ground just in front of the town wall and gates, which protected it from attacks. Above the entrance to the town, ancient words were carved about the village gates announcing its name, Town of Beasts. This is where I trained for the very first time when I was a young master, just a few years ago. The sign above the entrance still looks the same as I remember it, smiled Xavier. As they walked through the gate, it opened up into a busy square and marketplace, which was lined with tradesmen's workshops, as well as a bakery and other shops. People crowded the streets as they went about their business. "Is the city just as you remember as well?" asked Lily. Xavier smiled and patted Lily's head. "It's much larger, and there are many more people. It looks like things are going well for them, at least I hope so. I used to have a friend who lived here. I wonder if she's still around." At that point, a group of mercenaries passed them. They were obviously preparing to enter the mountain range of monsters to go on a hunt. They had their weapons ready and were checking their kits. These men were quickly distracted by the beautiful and alluring Medusa as she passed. The men couldn't help but stare. They wondered how Xavier was lucky enough to be walking with such a beautiful woman. Medusa's coldness also attracted the attention of these men, as they could sense her frightening power. Medusa didn't like having so many eyes on her. Xavier saw her rainbow-colored energy flare under her sleeves. "Medusa, calm down. They're not worth your time," Xavier said, shaking his head when he sensed Medusa's energy fluctuating. Medusa hesitated for a moment, and then nodded, reducing her energy again. Xavier walked until he came to an enormous medicinal shop. He remembered meeting the doctor for the first time here. The medicinal shop had expanded, but he could not see the young woman through the glass windows as he had hoped. Xavier quietly sighed and felt a little melancholy. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Never mind, the person I'm looking for is probably not there anymore. She did mention that she would like to leave for the Empire of the Sun. It looks like she actually went for it. I guess we should leave and go to the mountain range of monsters today." Medusa and Lily nodded, and they headed back the other way into the square, when all of a sudden, a chaotic scene broke out, sending the crowd into a panic. The trio was pushed as people tried to escape the mayhem. Suddenly, loud laughter roared over the place. "You can't escape. The bloodbath mercenaries can't run away like cowards this time." It was a large, bulky man crying out. A deep scar cut across his face as he motioned to his gang of thugs to block the escape of a frightened man, who was followed by a very young woman. The man was called Zin. He was of the bloodbath mercenaries. The woman behind him was his young niece, Ling. "You should hurry and leave. I will stop Han Rui and the others," whispered Zin to Ling, whom he was protecting. Then he turned and yelled, "Han Rui, our bloodbath mercenaries have already given up most of the territory in the Town of Beasts to you. Why must you and your snake nest mercenaries exterminate us? The He clan may support you, but that does not excuse this level of arrogance." "So? You think we're arrogant? The chief has said that we're to kill every member of the bloodbath mercenaries. If you're wise, you'll hand over that little girl. The chief has commanded that we bring her to him," sneered Han Rui. "Dream on," Zin yelled out. He then turned and slammed his palm into Ling, which sent her flying a good 12 feet. "Ling, run! Go to the mountain range of monsters." The young woman immediately ran as fast as she could. Han Rui wasn't about to let this prized young woman go, especially as his chief ordered him to bring her back alive. He waved his hands at Zin and yelled, "Kill him!" Some of the thugs with weapons in their hands attacked Zin as Han Rui charged after Ling. Xavier had moved through the rush of people to watch this scene unfold. Ling from the bloodbath mercenaries from so long ago? Man, it's been years. I wonder if she is still as cocky as she used to be when I met her. A pained cry broke through the air. Many people stopped talking and turned to the source of the noise. The thugs pummeled Zin. He was tossed around and beaten by the group, who showed no mercy. A final palm strike left Zin crumpled over, spitting out blood. "Uncle Zin!" Ling couldn't control herself as she cried out with tears when she saw Zin collapse. She instinctively ran back. Before she could reach her uncle, she was taken by Han Rui. Zin looked up to see his niece being taken by Han Rui, who snared at him from afar. It was clear that the townspeople were scared of Han Rui and the Snake Nest mercenaries, as absolutely no one tried to interfere with their attack. "There's no use in screaming, Miss Ling. Now come along with me. The chief is waiting for you." Han Rui grabbed Ling and pulled her close so she could not escape. Fear filled Ling's eyes. Han Rui smiled with evil intent as he looked at Zin, and then pulled Ling closer. However, before he could torture the young woman, Han Rui's body strangely froze. A powerful force rushed over and violently smashed into his chest. The sudden heavy blow caused Han Rui to turn pale. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as his body was sent flying through the air before crashing into a building. One could hear his bones breaking. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone watching, as people struggled to comprehend what had just happened to the very powerful leader of the Snake Nest mercenaries. Ling gasped with relief. As others were focused on Han Rui, Ling turned to see a young man standing behind her in a black robe. He felt familiar, but Ling did not recognize him immediately. "Mister, thank you very much for rescuing us. I thought that it was over for a minute." Zin picked himself up and joined Ling. He bowed deeply to Xavier because he helped him and spoke with gratitude. "Han Rui is a level 3 true master of the Snake Nest mercenaries. Their goal is to kill all of my people, all of the Bloodbath mercenaries. They're supported by the He clan from the Obsidian City. No one within the mountain range of monsters would dare to offend the Snake Nest Mercenary Company. They also have a very powerful battle spirit," explained Zin. The rest of the Snake Nest mercenaries that were hiding in the background ran to help Han Rui, who was badly injured after Xavier's attack. Han Rui stood with great difficulty and spat blood. He yelled at Xavier, "You bold bastard! How dare you offend the Snake Nest mercenaries in the town of beasts? Don't you know that our leader is related to the He clan?" Xavier simply shrugged. Zin whispered in his ear, "Sir, I am extremely grateful for your protection today. However, you should leave as soon as possible. Once the experts from the Snake Nest mercenaries arrive, it will be hard to escape." Zin looked and saw the murderous intent in Han Rui's eyes. He took Ling's hand and put it in Xavier's hand as he whispered once again, "Please, take my niece Ling and leave the town of beasts. If that is too much to ask, please just take her beyond the town gates. I will stay and fight." Ling immediately pulled her hand away. She leaned into her Uncle Zin and cried, "I won't go. I won't leave you. If you're going to die, let us die together. In any case, they said they're going to kill all of us. The entire Bloodbath mercenaries will be killed today, and I will have nothing to live for. So I'm staying here, with you." "You must go," ordered Zin. But when he saw the tragic face of Ling, he hugged her close. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. You must hide your dagger under your sleeves properly. If you're captured, you know what to do." She nodded, knowing very well that it would have been better to commit suicide than be captured by these ruthless, bloodthirsty mercenaries. Xavier appeared to be unbothered. "Zin, rest assured, I will protect the two of you today. No one in the Empire will dare touch you. I can handle some true masters and Q masters without much effort." Zin was startled by Xavier's comment. Silently, he wondered if this young man in front of him was insane. "I appreciate your good intentions, young man. However, you won't be able to deal with the Snake Nest mercenaries. They're too powerful. Ling and I will delay them. You should leave now, quickly." "Leave? Do you want to leave after hurting me? Now that wouldn't be a very good idea," growled Han Rui as he pulled out a fire cylinder, which he then used to send a signal flying into the sky, where it exploded. "All the exits in the town of beasts have been sealed by my Snake Nest mercenaries. There is no escape." Han Rui grinned and scoured the faces of his men, who pulled out their weapons and covered them with Q energy, ready to attack. With a wave of his hand, Han Rui cried out, "Kill everyone, except the girl." Xavier was calm as the thugs charged towards him. "Anyone who takes another step forward will die." The thugs laughed, but kept charging. Xavier lowered his eyes, and a fierce glow flashed across them. An invisible flame flared from the tip of his finger. As the thugs ran full force into the invisible flame, their bodies were incinerated into ash. People on the street couldn't believe their eyes, as a large pile of ashes appeared on the ground where once men had been. Henri's mouth fell open in horror. He instinctively stepped back, and then in his haste stumbled and fell backward to the ground. "You! How did you do that?" he cried. Zin and Ling looked at the black-robed young man in shock, which then turned to wild joy. "How can he be this strong?" asked Zin. "It doesn't matter. He saved us," declared Ling, who was overwhelmed with happiness. Xavier eyed Henri on the ground. He lifted his hand and pointed it at Henri. The invisible flame suddenly flashed and appeared in his palm. With a simple wave of his hand, Xavier threw the invisible flame at Henri. The invisible flame hit him squarely, and within seconds, Henri was incinerated to ashes, just like the other thugs. People on the street could not believe their eyes. In a matter of minutes, this stranger had destroyed Henri and the Snake Nest mercenaries. Xavier gently clasped his hands together and turned and looked at Zin and Ling as if nothing had happened. He laughed softly and said, "Zin, it has been so many years since we last saw each other. I'm surprised to see you are still in the town of beasts. How are things going?" Upon hearing these words, Zin walked up to Xavier and took the young man's face in his hands. He looked closely, but did not recognize the young man. Ling examined Xavier's face, and finally, she recognized him and recalled, "Wait, I know him. Uncle Zin, is this not Xavier who destroyed the wolf heads a few years ago?" Zin's body suddenly trembled with disbelief. Slowly, he remembered the boy, and then recognized the man that Xavier had become. "Xavier, is it really you? The last time I saw you, you were a mere young master. Look at you now. You just turned these men into ashes simply by raising your hand. Xavier, thank you for your help today. You see, the Bloodbath mercenaries and I met with a great disaster. Could you help us by lending a hand here as well? I'm willing to do anything you ask if you can help." Ling's heart churned with deep emotions. She could never have imagined that the young man, whom she teased in her youth, was now so powerful. She realized that Xavier could help them save the Bloodbath mercenaries. She then recalled the news from across the Empire. There was news about a young man named Xavier, who established an alliance called the Shao Alliance. The news caused an uproar across the Empire. Everyone talked about the chief of the alliance, who could defeat a powerful warlord. For a moment, Ling wondered if this was indeed the same Xavier. After a moment, she shook these thoughts out of her head. She thought that maybe they had a similar name, but nothing else. She could not have imagined that it really was him, who killed a warlord and now stood in front of her. Xavier took a quick guess. "Is it the Snake Nest mercenaries who are troubling you?" Zin nodded. He quickly replied, "Their company's leader is a level 6 expert battle spirit with great strength. No one can match him in the entire town of beasts. Do you think you have a chance?" "Level 6 battle spirit, huh? Zin, I still have to go to the mountain range of monsters to do a few things, but I won't be there forever." Zin's expression immediately became gloomy when he heard Xavier's words. His body appeared to have all of its energy sucked out of it. Xavier saw this and comforted the older man. "Really, I promise it won't be another few years before you see me again. I have some important training I must complete, and I have others I'm traveling with." As Zin sighed, Xavier saw that Ling was also anxious. She clenched her hands tightly. "It's all right, Xavier. We can't expect you to drop all of your plans and simply stay and fight, especially an expert battle spirit. That is just asking far too much. I am sorry for our behavior. The Snake Nest mercenaries are a fierce enemy, as you can see." Ling tried to comfort herself. Even though Xavier had been her friend, it was a long time ago. Xavier flicked his finger. 5 small bottles and a jade plate appeared. Ling gasped in surprise. "What are these?" Xavier made the bottles and plate fly toward Uncle Zin, who saw that each of the jade bottles possessed an extremely tiny flame inside. "If the people from the Snake Nest Mercenary Company cause you more trouble, you can throw these at them. The explosion they cause should deal with everything. Be careful though. Their strength is not like the one of an ordinary flame." Ling was gazing at the beautiful jade plate. "And this plate?" "It's a special jade plate. I got it after defeating a powerful alchemist and taking his storage ring. The plate can help you to make contact with me, but only once. If something horrible happens here, and I mean if it's a matter of life and death, then you can break the plate. Once it shatters, I will appear and help you. Now I still have other matters to complete today, so I will have to say goodbye. I'm sure we will meet again in the future." Xavier smiled and didn't wait for Zin to wish him goodbye, but instead suddenly disappeared in front of the old man, Ling, and the many bystanders who had gathered in the street to gaze at the powerful young man, who had just turned Han Rui into ashes. Within the blink of an eye, Xavier had vanished. Zin, Ling, and the other mercenaries gasped in shock. Zin looked at the bottles that Xavier handed him with the fire inside, and suddenly, he fell to his knees. He did his best to bow 3 times toward the spot where Xavier had disappeared. Then he stood up and took Ling's arm, and together, they rushed to the house of the Bloodbath mercenaries. "Ling, this is a miracle. Xavier has appeared and disappeared in our moment of need. My instincts tell me that if we do exactly as Xavier instructs, the danger we face will be resolved." Meanwhile, Xavier rushed to the sky, flying to the mountain range of monsters. With him were Medusa and Lily. A wind blew over the vast sea of trees, causing a wave to sweep through and the sound of a whistle to spread over the entire mountain range. Xavier hovered above the trees, trying to find the valley he had once discovered. Medusa and Lily scanned the landscape below, looking for Xavier's valley. It took some time to identify the location of the valley, as much had changed since he was last in the area. Xavier's eyes brightened. The Q-energy wings on his back flapped, and he suddenly flew toward an area in the distance that was located between 2 mountains. Medusa and Lily quickly followed. A few moments later, Xavier reached the spot above the mountain peak. His gaze swept the landscape below, and he sighed in relief upon recognizing the valley. It was special because there wasn't a route to or from the valley. It was surrounded by mountain peaks that were covered in a dense forest. This made it very difficult to navigate and travel through the ground. Xavier's body slowly drifted down. He inhaled deeply. There it was, the serene fragrance he remembered. "The scent of medicine is even stronger than I remember. Looks like it is indeed still as much of a treasure trove for alchemists as I remember it," said Xavier joyfully. He turned and waved to Medusa and Lily, after which he descended and landed on one of the walls that protected the valley from outsiders, when suddenly, a dark shadow with a sharp scent flew over. Xavier frowned. What was that? The dark shadow passed overhead again. Xavier flicked his finger, and a powerful green Q-energy rushed out. Xavier threw the energy at the dark shadow and hit it squarely. The black shadow let out a cry and quickly flew backwards. Xavier looked over and saw that it was a jet-black monster with 2 wings. Although he forced the beast back, it was unwilling to withdraw. Instead, it paced back and forth in the sky and emitted waves of sharp hissing noises. It threatened Xavier with its screeches and hisses. A level 4 monster? I'm surprised that a level 4 monster is here in the valley. I hope it hasn't been attracted by all of these rare ingredients. Xavier looked up at the hovering beast. He decided not to bother with it and flew deeper into the mountain valley. The monster watched Xavier move across the sky as a shadowy figure. It was angry, and its eyes turned completely red. Immediately, it charged after Xavier in the sky. Xavier was annoyed as he saw the monster pursuing him, Get lost! He descended to the ground, and the monster followed. Xavier frowned and waved his hand. A powerful force erupted, and he smashed against the head of the beast. The beast groaned with the blow, and fur flew in all directions. The beast was enraged, but shocked by the blow. It panicked and flapped its wings to fly high. However, it still did not leave. Instead, it stayed suspended, high in the sky, while repeatedly flying in a circle around Xavier below. Xavier saw the monster above. It probably won't bother me from that high above. As long as it keeps its distance, I'll keep ignoring it. A roaring startled Xavier. He slowly scanned the valley when he heard the first low roar. It was followed by a second low roar. Then suddenly, the air was filled with roaring from across the mountain valley. Suddenly, many green, leopard-like monsters surrounded by violent energy rushed out from the forest and surrounded Xavier. Even more level 4 monsters. I think they're wind leopard monsters. That's odd. They can't fly, so they shouldn't be able to enter the mountain valley. Maybe they climbed over the wall. Either way, this is bad news. Why are there so many of them? Xavier frowned as he braced himself for the worst. Medusa and Lily rushed down from the sky and joined Xavier. Lily was entranced by the valley. I love this place, Xavier. It has so many natural treasures. I can feel how dense the energy is here. So much better than elsewhere. No wonder you wanted me to come along. Lily was in awe. Due to her special senses as a monster, she could sense the energy of the ingredients even better than Xavier could. Medusa's gaze swept indifferently around her. When her eyes stopped at the snarling wind leopards, she yelled, "Get lost!" The violent Q energy that Medusa released spread amongst the wind leopards, and they paused for a moment, almost ready to fight her, and then turned to run away. These rank 4 monsters are able to endure for a moment after sensing my energy. That's unusual and strange. Medusa spoke in a somewhat doubtful voice as she watched the wind leopards depart. This valley did not even have any monsters in the past. I didn't expect it to get so dangerous. How did these monsters get here? Mused Xavier. He lifted his feet and headed deeper into the mountain valley. If his memory served him, there was a small cottage hidden away here. Medusa and Lily followed close behind. Medusa scoured the forest around her as they followed Xavier. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. Soon, they entered the deep part of the valley, and there they found the little straw cottage. Xavier straightened up. The cottage. I remember how I lived there for a while with the doctor. I wonder if she… No, it has been years. It would be very surprising if she was here. She did say she wanted to leave the Empire. She probably hasn't been here in years, just like me. Xavier calmed the emotion in his heart by taking a deep breath. He walked forward, but stopped when another slew of wind leopard monsters rushed out of the forest and blocked his path to the cottage. They roared and stalked around the cottage as if they were guarding it. Xavier, like Medusa, now felt that something wasn't quite right. That's odd. These monsters act as if they own the place, as if they were born and raised here. Has this place been discovered by someone who raised them here? I don't trust this. These weird cat monsters are really irritating. Leave them to me. Lily snorted coldly. She stepped forward, and the purple glow in her eyes brightened as she unleashed her unusual energy. Lily's energy was different from the energy that Medusa or Xavier released. Instead of coming from a Q cyclone, it seemed to have surged out from her blood and spirit. The monsters turned silent. Suddenly, they turned around and rushed away. They acted like mice who had seen a cat, as they fled in all directions. Lily proudly smiled at Xavier when she saw the wind leopards run off. Xavier walked up to the cottage. On his way there, he threw a grateful smile at Lily and patted her head. He then summoned his green heavenly flame and kept it hidden beneath the sleeves of his robe. Be careful, Medusa murmured softly. Xavier nodded. He was about to open the door to the cottage when Medusa suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Xavier's arm. Xavier was startled. There is a lethal poison on the door. Due to my nature, I can sense poisons much better than humans," Medusa explained as she saw Xavier's confused expression. Xavier quickly took a step back and took a closer look at the environment. "Thank you, Medusa. Much more has changed than I expected. I'll be more on guard." Xavier pulled Lily to his side. He looked at the small cottage and moved his hands. A gust of wind came from his palm and forced the door open. A cloud of dust was blown into the air as the door opened. Sparse light entered it. The small cottage was empty. "Don't enter the cottage. The person here seems to specialize in using poison. Moreover, the poison is extremely potent. Even with your strength, it would be extremely troublesome if you came into contact with it," Medusa said as she inspected the empty cottage from the outside. Xavier nodded. His gaze swept all over the place. Suddenly, a weird feeling overcame him. A feeling as if he was being watched. Xavier laughed coldly and called out, "If you do not reveal yourself, I will destroy this mountain valley." The only reply Xavier got was the echo of his own laughter. Once the echo ceased, there was no sound but the rustling of leaves and the chirping of the wind. Xavier's expression was dark and solemn. He clenched his fist, surging the green flame that he kept hidden within his sleeve. Moments later, a hoarse voice replied, "If you destroy this place, the three of you will never have the chance to leave again." One of the walls of the mountain that enclosed the valley fell apart. Xavier and Medusa turned around and watched as the mountain wall fell away. There, a figure covered in a black cloak appeared. Neither Xavier, Medusa, nor Lily could tell if the figure was male or female because they were completely hidden in a billowing black cloak. The dark figure gazed at them coldly, and Xavier was filled with tension. Many questions rose within him. How could a stranger have come to his mountain valley? He had never seen a stranger in the valley before. Xavier tried to spread out his spiritual energy to scan this stranger, but he couldn't reach more than a few feet. He hadn't had such difficulty before. He knew the dark figure must be very powerful. Medusa swiftly regained her senses. "Trapped here forever? Do you dare to threaten a queen with such a fate? I will make you regret those words." Murderous intent burned in her eyes. In an instant, her finger flicked, and a rainbow-colored energy pillar shot out from it. It aimed a devastating attack at the dark figure. The indifferent eyes gleaming from under the cloak stared at the Q energy pillar, unimpressed. The robes twitched, and a dense gray fog surged out from the dark figure's hands. The wild grass around the dark figure suddenly began to wither and die. Xavier's pupils dilated. "It's a poison attack. We need to be careful. Don't let the poison touch you." The gray fog spread out and lingered in front of the dark figure. The energy pillar rushed into it and was instantly shattered into nothing. "Get out of the mountain valley now. Otherwise, I will kill all of you." The strange voice boomed and echoed off the surrounding peaks. Medusa gaped in shock as her attack dissolved uselessly into the gray fog, but she did not allow anyone to threaten her or her friends. A majestic energy slowly surged out from her body. "You threaten us, and I will take your life." Medusa let out a cold cry. Then she turned her head to Xavier and Lily. "Both of you should stand back. This person's body is filled with lethal poison. It could be troublesome if you came into contact with it." Xavier frowned. Troublesome was an understatement, he was sure. Who was this mysterious dark figure? How did they possess so much power? And what were they doing in the mountain valley? While Xavier was deep in thought, the figure waved its billowing sleeves, and a dense gray fog surged out in all directions, surrounding them. The fog stank of dead, rotting flesh. Xavier's stomach turned. It moved across the mountain valley, corroding and withering everything as it passed by. Rocks crumbled, Trees tipped over like saplings in a flood, and the wildflowers that decorated the valley floor turned black. "You want to fight? I'll give you one." Medusa's eyes flashed. She leaped into the air, clenched her fist, and a Q-energy serpent appeared. She shot through the air at the dark figure. The mysterious dark figure had already sensed Medusa's strength, but did not show any intention of withdrawing. It shook a pair of pale hands out of its sleeves. Gray fog poured from the center of each spidery palm. The dark figure flicked its spindly fingers, and the fog shot silently towards Medusa. When the fog reached Medusa, her face changed. The rainbow-colored energy swiftly converged in front of her, protecting her from the foul-smelling fog. With her other hand, she summoned another Q-energy serpent. The huge serpent opened its mouth and swallowed the enormous cloud of poisonous fog. Not even a second afterward, the Q-energy python exploded into fire in the sky above their heads. Medusa regarded the figure grimly. She had battled many poison masters, but never had she encountered one as strong as this. Medusa cloaked herself in rainbow-colored lights and scaled the mountain wall. She waved her hands, and a snake-shaped Q-energy sword appeared in her hands. With a menacing laugh, she shot the snake sword toward the dark figure's throat. The dark figure dodged Medusa's flashing sword, tightened its hand, and gray-colored fog filled its palm, transforming into a gray longsword. The same decaying scent emanated from the longsword. Both swords crossed each other. The mountain wall quaked, and shards of rock flew everywhere. Medusa never showed any weakness, but in her heart, she wasn't sure she could defeat this poison master. "Who the hell is this person? They're actually a match for Medusa?" Xavier murmured out loud. He was unsure if joining the fight would do much good. Part of him wanted to leap forward and attack as well. Part of him remembered Medusa's warning to stay back. He took one glance at Lily and knew Medusa was right. There was no point for them to join. If even Medusa struggled, their chances would not be any better. Lily helplessly shrugged. Her big eyes were wide with fear. Medusa's strength rivaled even Shan Yun. They hadn't expected to meet a foe who could match her, especially here in his mountain valley. "I feel bad. The wretched smell of that fog is making me dizzy." Lily frowned slightly. She held her forehead with her hand and swayed slightly. Suddenly, she sat down hard on the grass, unable to stand any longer. Xavier looked around in horror. He hadn't noticed the scent had reached them. He inhaled with all his strength and tasted the poison in the air. He was strong enough to withstand it, but Lily certainly wasn't. "Hold your breath," Xavier ordered. He swiftly withdrew a medicinal pill from his storage ring and put it up to Lily's lips. She swallowed it gratefully. Then, he handed her a cloth from his bag, and she wrapped it around her mouth like a protective mask. "I know Medusa told us to stay back, but I can't watch and do nothing for any longer. I have to stop this person before they poison the entire mountain valley." Xavier waved his sleeve, and a jade-green flame leapt from his palm. He threw the fire towards the roiling, dense cloud of smoke, hoping to burn it off before it took any more life. It worked. The cloud turned into light fog and was blown high into the air. With it, the deathly scent dissipated. "Lily, stay here." Xavier raised his head to look at the battle in the sky. A cold glint flicked in his eyes, and fiery Q-energy wings emerged from his back. He catapulted himself into the air, rushing over to the fight near the mountain wall. Rainbow Q-energy and gray fog spread in all directions. Two swords struck each other once again, and sparks flew in all directions. Medusa and the dark figure had just retreated when Xavier suddenly rushed up, throwing a fist of fiery Q-energy toward the cloaked figure. This attack didn't even faze the figure. The wind rushed past without moving them. Xavier appeared beside Medusa. He stared at the dark figure and slowly asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The dark figure regarded him coldly. "I should be the one asking this, but it does not matter. Leave this place." Xavier shook his head. "I won't. My name is Xavier. I found this place with a good friend a long time ago. You have no claim over this mountain valley." The figure seemed to consider his words for a moment. "Xavier?" The figure whispered. The poisonous fog swirling around it began to slowly dissipate. Xavier thought he recognized something, or rather someone, from the hoarse voice, but it couldn't be. His eyes widened. Medusa snorted. "Why are you trying to reason with this poison slinger? These people are scum. They have no sense of reasoning, and no dignity either." Medusa coldly spoke. The murderous intent gleamed in her eyes, but Xavier recognized the fear in her voice. She knew she might be outmatched, and she didn't even know the consequences this battle was having on the valley below. Xavier ignored her and focused on the dark figure. "Please tell me your name. I told you mine after all, so it's only fair. Have we met before? You seem familiar." The cloaked figure watched him for another moment without answering, and then slowly withdrew. They paused for a moment, reached into the billowing cloak, and pulled out a small object, which they tossed in Xavier's direction. Xavier reached out with his Q energy to grab the item mid-air, without having to touch it. He examined it, as it was floating within his green Q energy, and saw that it was actually a jade bottle. "Although the two of you are very powerful, and might not fear the poison fog, the little girl below is unable to withstand it. This is the antidote that can remove the poison from her body. Please use it. I do not want her blood on my hands." The hoarse voice emanated from the retreating black cloak. Xavier was startled when he heard this. He exchanged glances with Medusa. He swept the jade bottle over with his sleeve, afraid to touch it. "Since this place is one that you and your friend found, I shall return it to you." The dark figure turned around. Xavier swallowed audibly. He felt a tight knot in his throat as he suddenly realized that his suspicion was right. He knew who this person was. "Doctor, what happened to you?" Xavier's cry reverberated like thunder over the mountain range. The dark, cloaked figure paused for a moment. The dark figure's hesitation confirmed Xavier's guess that she was indeed the doctor who he'd met all these years ago, and his heart broke for her. Xavier shook his head. "Please, talk to me. Why are you in this state? Did something happen? Don't tell me this is one of the side effects of the woeful poisonous body. Do you need help? I'm a powerful alchemist now. Maybe I can help you." Xavier flew cautiously toward the dark figure, hoping to convince her to stay and talk to him. The dark figure did not turn around. A dense gray fog surged out from her body. The figure suddenly disappeared into nothingness. Xavier raced across the sky, but by the time he reached her, the dark figure had already vanished. He muttered to himself, "Why won't she face me? We used to be friends. Something bad must be going on, I can tell." Medusa followed Xavier. Her gaze warily swept over the sky. "You know that person?" "If I'm not wrong, she's a friend of mine from many years ago." He did not mention the matter of the doctor possibly being cursed with the woeful poisonous body. "This person's poison skill is strange and unpredictable. However, I sensed great turmoil in her when I exchanged blows with her earlier. She did not seem to be entirely in control of her actions. Perhaps that is why she is unwilling to talk with you." Medusa did not press Xavier over the matter. Xavier scanned the horizon for her, but it was futile. She was gone. From the looks of things, it seemed that the worst outcome she had feared when they last spoke had already befallen her. "Whoever she is, she's gone now. Let's go back. Lily is still in the valley. We need to help her before the poison kills her. We should not give her that antidote, though. That crazy person would clearly poison an innocent little girl without a second thought. Even if you used to be friends, this person has clearly lost it, and we can't trust her." Medusa spoke matter-of-factly. Xavier could only nod his head when he heard this. He knew Medusa was right. The doctor's behavior seemed irrational. It would be bad to trust her blindly while she was in this state. Xavier turned around and hesitated for a moment before turning back once again. He addressed the vast sea of dark trees. "Doctor, I don't know exactly what you've endured all these years, but I said back then, no matter how much you change, you'll always be my friend, and I will stay to my word. You are still my friend." Xavier's voice rolled over the mountain range, his promise carried by Q energy. It gradually disappeared, and no answer returned. Xavier could only turn around and fly back toward the valley with Medusa. The dark figure watched Xavier from the top of a distant mountain. Her pale hand gripped tightly onto an enormous rock as she struggled to regain control of her emotions. The enormous rock began to bubble like lava around her hands and finally crumbled under the figure's grip. Her eyes followed Xavier until he returned to the valley. An expression of terrible grief crossed her face. Numerous scenes that had been buried deep within her memories rose to the surface. "Xavier," she whispered to herself softly, "I had hoped to see you again, but not like this. I came here to wait for you every year at this time. I should not come back." The pale white hand slowly lowered the hood from her head, revealing snow-white hair and a gaunt, ashen face. She looked like the Grim Reaper, and she carried a similar burden. She brought death wherever she went. Xavier still might have recognized her face. However, she had lost the gentle smile and her heartwarming demeanor. Her eyes had darkened. "Xavier, don't blame me for not talking to you. I only want to forever remain that kind doctor in your heart. I don't want you to know me as I am now, with all this blood on my hands. Now that everyone knows me as the poison demon, I want you to remember me as the fairy doctor. I didn't expect things to go so wrong. Hopefully, we won't meet again in the future. My fate is sealed. I was born from disaster, and I will die amid disaster." Those dark eyes studied the little mountain valley from a distance. Memories from back then churned in her mind, causing a warm smile to slowly lift her features. She remembered having friendships and being human. She had not smiled in years. When she smiled, she almost resembled the fairy doctor she had been. By the time Xavier and Medusa had returned to the small valley, they saw that Lily's little face had become a horrible dark red, and her throat had thickened, so she could barely get air into her lungs. They flew to her, terror stabbing both their hearts. "Lily!" Medusa cried out, her voice trembling. Xavier was stunned to see this terrifying, powerful warlord, overwhelmed with such fear. Medusa, with tears in her eyes, rushed to Lily. "Lily, can you hear me?" Medusa immediately checked for Lily's pulse. As she felt it, her body relaxed. Instantly, the fear and worry on her face were replaced with anger. Medusa gnashed her teeth. "We shouldn't have let that woman go. Friend or not, she put Lily in terrible danger." Medusa snarled at Xavier. "I didn't think the fairy doctor's poison could be this lethal. Lily only inhaled a tiny amount." Xavier knelt by Lily. "Lily, can you hear us?" Although Lily's face was dark red, her mind was still conscious. She opened her mouth to answer him, but no words came out. Her breathing became more ragged. Her skin was burning under Xavier's hand. Xavier grabbed Lily's arm and plunged a thread of Q energy into her body. He searched her ailing body, but was unable to find even a trace of the poison. His heart sank. "How is she?" Medusa demanded. "I am unable to find where things are amiss. Looks like the poison is stronger than I expected. It's more difficult for me to create an antidote, because I don't know what kind of poison it is." Xavier's voice shook as he replied. Medusa's face turned ugly. "Even I am afraid of that poison. Lily didn't stand a chance against it. What do you propose we do now?" Xavier hesitated for a moment. He flipped his hand, and the jade bottle that the doctor had tossed to him appeared in his palm. Medusa frowned down at it. "You want to use the thing that this crazy person gave you. Who knows whether it's really an antidote? For all we know, you could be giving Lily more poison." Xavier helplessly shook his head. "Although I don't know what happened to the doctor, I believe that she wouldn't lie to me. Besides, Do you have any other ideas? The situation seems pretty urgent to me." Medusa hesitated. Since she had no other ideas, she could only nod her head. They were out of options. "Very well, Xavier, but if this does not work, I will kill that vicious poisoner. No matter who she is, I will gut her." Medusa snarled as she watched Xavier pour out a bright red pill from the jade bottle. Xavier, who was surprised to see how attached Medusa had gotten to Lily, nodded without argument. He stuffed that pill into Lily's mouth, praying that it was medicinal instead of toxic. Lily obediently swallowed it, flinching at its bitter taste. Although the pill tasted awful, its effects were indeed beneficial. The dark red color on Lily's face began to fade. In a moment, she went back to her normal state. Xavier and Medusa sighed with relief. Xavier wiped cold sweat off his forehead. He hadn't expected to be rendered helpless by the doctor's poisons, given his alchemy skills. "Lily, are you all right?" Lily caught her breath. "Yes, I'm all right. What happened? Who was that? How did they find your secret mountain valley?" "I think she was once a friend of mine. Back then, she was called the Doctor. I discovered this valley with her a long time ago. I don't know what could have happened to my friend. She wanted to increase her strength, but not like this. She wouldn't have wanted to become poisonous herself. She was a very sweet, kind person. Of all the people I have met on my adventures, I never thought I would one day have to fight her," Xavier said with a heavy heart, and helped Lily on her feet. However, almost more terrifying than the doctor's poison was the coldness with which she looked at him. Was anything left of his friend, or had she been completely overcome by the evil poisons? Xavier slowly walked toward the small cottage. He needed to focus on the task at hand. He knew he should first gather his strength to break through to the high-level Q-Master class. Xavier had a premonition within his heart that he might still see the fairy doctor again in the future. However, he did not know if, when they next met, she would be a friend or foe. The lethal poison that had been scattered all over the valley only moments before withdrew. Xavier sighed in relief. He would be able to finish his retreat without having to deal with the poison. He worried, in the back of his mind, about meeting up with the doctor again. Although he wanted to believe in his heart that she would not really kill him, he feared that she was too far gone in her transformation. Xavier decided to shake these thoughts out of his head. He knew sulking about the past would only be wasted time. Right now, he had other things to worry about. He dispatched a messenger bird to the capital after he had a moment to get settled in the mountain valley. He wrote that he, Medusa, and Lily had reached their destination and left directions for Yang to be able to send someone to look for them if Yang didn't hear back from him in the expected time. Next, Xavier scoured the small valley for ingredients that could become useful. For such a small valley, there was a wide array of rare medicinal ingredients that grew within it. This was the major reason why Xavier had kept the valley a secret. If news were to spread to the outside world, every alchemist striving to increase his level would try to come and strip the valley bare. After all, there was nothing an alchemist valued more than rare ingredients, even more than ancient recipes and magic cauldrons. While Xavier worked, Lily played with the monsters that roamed the valley. Xavier had originally intended to chase all those monsters away, but Lily stopped him. "I don't want to be all alone while you and Medusa are busy training. I want someone to play with," she argued. Xavier had his misgivings, but allowed it since Lily liked the monsters so much. After he had settled down in the valley, Xavier went to a small cave deep inside one of the mountains. He gathered medicinal ingredients for nearly 3 days before tucking himself away in the cave. The quantity of pills that he currently needed was enormous. Not only did he promise to give the old Yin Gu and the others high-level Q-Master pills as a reward, but he also needed to help Shi, Yan, and the others to refine Q-Spirit pills. All of these were not simple pills to create, as the process took an enormous amount of time and energy. Before he entered the cave, he found Medusa and Lily coaxing one of the monsters with some berries she'd found. All right, everyone, I'm going into the cave, and I won't be back for a while. Please stay in the valley until I'm done. You should focus on training, Lily. The energy within the valley is much more powerful than in the outside world, and you will be able to achieve double the effect with half the effort by training here. Moreover, there were many ingredients in this place. You might be able to reach the next level. Lily and Medusa might have agreed to Xavier's instructions, but they did not tell Xavier what they were actually planning. Don't worry, Xavier. I will protect Lily. All we have to worry about now are the monsters, and I am not scared of them. Xavier knew neither Lily nor Medusa were the kind to take orders or stay in one place, but he was reassured nonetheless, and he entered the mountain cave with peace of mind, after which he began refining the first batch of pills. Xavier settled himself next to a smooth stone platform. He arranged the rare plants and many ingredients he had collected, each stored within small jade boxes that he found in Han Fang's storage ring. A rich magical fragrance seeped out from them. Xavier then summoned his crimson cauldron. It thudded heavily on the ground next to him. Xavier then considered his strategy. Between the different pills he needed, the Q-Spirit pill was a little easier for him to create, and he had a higher chance of success. The high-level Q-Master pill, on the other hand, was a genuine level 6 pill. Even with Xavier's current strength, he was not sure he could successfully create one. Xavier chose to first refine the Q-Spirit pills after some consideration. It'll be for the better to start refining the easy ones. I don't want to waste any of the ingredients I've gathered here after all. Xavier focused his mind. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of jade-green flame leapt into the medicinal cauldron before bursting into a crackling fire. The flame within the cauldron grew stronger, and the temperature within the mountain cave became hotter. Xavier stared intently into the cauldron. He threw one of the ingredients into it. The flame burned hotter and turned blue. Xavier knew he was on the right track. Meanwhile, Lily grew bored in the mountain valley. She knew she couldn't disturb Xavier because his task was too important, but she was sick of playing with monsters all day long. "Auntie Medusa, can we go and do some exploring? I'm bored." Medusa sighed and thought for a moment. "If I'm being honest, I am bored too, but I'm not sure if we should sneak out of the valley. Xavier did have a good point. As he said, it was rich with energy and ingredients. It would be good to train here for a while." Lily huffed. "But I'm done training. I've trained for hours today. I want to do something else." "All right, fine. You win. Let us take a look at the area around the valley. We should not wander off too far, though." Medusa eventually caved and left the valley alongside Lily. Once outside the valley, Lily ran to a large hole that was dug in the ground within a vast forest behind the mountains that enclosed the valley. Gigantic footsteps were leading into it. Lily took a sniff. Her eyes lit up, and she turned to Medusa. "There is a giant lizard inside, but it is guarding a treasure." "What kind of treasure?" Medusa raised a questioning eyebrow. Lily took another sniff before she replied. "I don't know, but it smells like cherry and is full of energy. Like a lot of energy, much more than any of the fruits I found in the valley. We should go for it." Without waiting for Medusa's reply, Lily crawled into the hole. Medusa's eyes widened in shock. "Lily, you can't get in there. Come back out again, this instant." Medusa's pleading was useless. Without any sign of fear, Lily crawled inside the hole. As a roar came from the hole, Medusa's heart skipped a beat. She soared her Q energy and was just about to rush inside the hole to fight whatever monster was lurking there, as Lily came crawling out again. In her hands was a red, peach-like fruit. "Look what I found! Can you smell it?" Medusa was not sure if she wanted to laugh or to cry. "Never do this again. You are a powerful monster, but you are still a little child. Not to mention that your human body is a lot weaker than a monster's body, and—" Medusa could not finish lecturing Lily. Heavy footsteps could be heard, and they seemed to be coming from the hole. Medusa surged her Q energy, but Lily would not have any of it. Instead, she reached for Medusa's arm and pulled her away, running through the forest. "Lily, why would you do that? I'm sure I could fight whatever monster is hiding there." Lily shook her head. I don't want you to kill them. They didn't do anything wrong. Please try to let them live when you can. Medusa sighed, but nodded as she and Lily shot to the sky to escape the lizard monster. Without any hesitation, they went to search for another treasure. Thanks to Lily's extraordinary senses, they successfully gathered many priceless ingredients in no time. Each time they stole one of these treasures, numerous monsters chased after the two of them. The mountains echoed with their frustrated roars, but they were unable to catch Lily or Medusa. Over the time they spent in the mountains, Lily gathered more and more ingredients, and she swallowed each one. After almost 2 weeks, most of the powerful monsters in this magical beast mountain range had been visited and plundered by Lily and Medusa. Many of the monsters were equal in intelligence and power to humans, and they did not take kindly to Lily and Medusa stealing their treasures. Several of the most powerful monsters teamed up and agreed they needed to stop Lily and Medusa once and for all. They found them climbing on a nearby peak and formed a line around them. Foolish humans, do you think you can just come here and take whatever you want? Leave now, or we will deal harshly with you. Lily and Medusa looked at the enormous gathering of monsters. Despite her strength, Medusa did not relish the thought of taking them all on, so she grabbed Lily by the hand and flew her back to the mountain valley. Medusa told Lily to stay on the valley floor while she flew up to the mountaintop to make sure none of the angry monsters had followed them. Thankfully, it didn't take too long until the monsters had gone back to guarding their remaining treasures. We are staying in the valley until Xavier returns, Medusa declared when she returned to Lily. We cannot risk a fight with the monsters disturbing Xavier. His task is too important. Lily made a face, but she knew it was true. She settled in and began teaching tricks to the small, weaker monsters that she had tamed. Medusa was relieved to see her settle down. She didn't fear much, but if something happened to Lily, she could never forgive herself. After a couple more days, something did start to happen to Lily though. At first, she became feverish and quiet and lost her appetite and her desire to play with the monsters. Medusa worried something was seriously wrong with her. Lily, did you eat something bad? Lily flushed very red, and her teeth chattered with chills. She weakly shook her head. Medusa considered going to the cave to get Xavier, even though interrupting an alchemist at his cauldron is always a bad idea. However, just when she was sure she would have to call Xavier, Lily descended into a peaceful slumber. Medusa watched her sleep, relief coursing through her. She finally allowed herself to get some rest as well. During the night, a deep purple glow surged out from Lily's body as she slept. Just before dawn, it transformed into a 10-foot wide purple cocoon that wrapped around her entire body. Medusa was startled when she awoke and saw Lily wrapped up in an enormous cocoon that was radiating with Q energy. It took her a moment to make sense of it. I see. All of the ingredients that Lily ate must have helped her to reach the peak of her level. It looks like she is about to advance. The purple glow of the light cocoon flashed brightly, then faded back to darkness. It pulsed, flashing over and over again, like the rhythm of a beating heart. If a keen observer were there, they might be able to sense that the natural energy of the valley would change with each beat. That tremendous energy was absorbed into the cocoon, which flashed more and more brightly with each passing pulse. Queen Medusa sat cross-legged on a large rock near the light cocoon. She stared intently at the light cocoon, carefully monitoring its activity. It took quite some time for her to relax, even a little. She turned her attention from the light cocoon to the cave under the mountain wall. The scent of pills blew out of the cave, strong enough to reach her where she was. It has been a month since Xavier entered that cave to refine pills and train, and judging from the continuous scent coming from it, he has no intention of stopping anytime soon. Meanwhile, Lily was still unresponsive in the light cocoon, 3 days after entering it. Despite the large amount of energy she was constantly absorbing, there was an outward sign of improvement. It seemed to Medusa that Lily would be in there for quite some time. With Xavier making pills in the mountain cave, and Lily in the cocoon gaining the energy to advance her rank, it seemed to Medusa that she was the only one guarding the mountain valley. She was getting bored all by herself, but Xavier and Lily could not be bothered. Should she, or anything that got past her, disturb them, the results could be disastrous. This was why, for better or worse, she was stuck guarding this valley all day. On the rare occasion that she left, she had to do her level best to get back as quickly as possible. With only this dull menial task to occupy her, she felt helpless and bored. This trend of dull calm continued until the 5th day. Medusa was training with her eyes closed. She couldn't help but occasionally divert some of her attention to Lily in the light cocoon. Suddenly, a giant explosion from the cave shook the entire valley. The shockwave of the explosion made Medusa open her eyes. She saw that the cave was billowing smoke. Then she saw a miserably hunched figure stagger out from the smoky cave, coughing severely. It was Xavier. The sunlight broke through the smoke, and having not seen it in so long, he had to shield his eyes. He took a moment to adjust to it before opening his eyes and lowering his hand from his face. He looked at his tattered clothes and could not help but laugh bitterly. The effect of the so-called high-level Q-Master pill was too much even for him to bear. The pill was particularly unpredictable and dangerous. If an alchemist were even a little careless during the process, they would cause the pill to explode. This explosion had an impact, not unlike an expert Q-Master striking a target with all their might. Earlier on in the refinement process, Xavier would quickly douse the flame when it became clear that the medicinal pill's chemistry was destabilizing. Although this would destroy the ingredients in the cauldron, it was better to be safe than sorry, and an explosion of that magnitude would make him very sorry. A few days prior, Xavier had successfully refined the 3 high-level Q-Master pills he needed. To do this, Xavier had almost entirely depleted the supply of medicinal ingredients he had brought with him into the cave. Luckily, he accomplished what he had set out to do. He sighed with relief. Then, he saw the remaining ingredients and thought of refining another high-level Q-Master pill to help him in the future. Since this was the last pill, Xavier ended up getting careless. Due to this, the pill exploded and shook the valley. Xavier knew how lucky he was. If not for the legendary Crimson Cauldron, blocking most of the immediate impact from the explosion, it seemed likely to Xavier that it would not just be his clothes that were torn to shreds. If he had been hit by the blast full force, he would likely have received severe injuries. Xavier wiped the ash off of his face with his sleeve before taking a clearer look over the valley. He immediately noticed the light cocoon, brightly lit in its purple glow. It caught him by surprise. He found Medusa on her rock near the cocoon and asked her, "What is this?" Medusa, not expecting to see Xavier for quite a while longer, never mind in such miserable disrepair, was also caught by surprise, but she smiled faintly. "This is Lily's transformation." Xavier rejoiced. "She's about to advance her rank?" Medusa nodded. "That appears to be the case, but it's been a few days since she went into the cocoon, and there is no sign of advancement. I guess it is going to take a while." Medusa smiled faintly. Xavier returned the smile. He was not surprised. Monsters like Lily usually required a significant amount of time to advance, so it was naturally more difficult for her to advance. Medusa briefly looked away from the light cocoon to Xavier. "Did you successfully refine the pills that you needed?" "Yes," Xavier nodded, shaking off some dust. He laughed bitterly before continuing. "But I got a little greedy, and now here I am, in this state." As Medusa took in the sight of Xavier's body more, she sensed a shift of energy in him. "Your Q energy is really unstable. It's going from really strong to really weak. I can also feel some of it seeping out of your body. Looks like you should be advancing beyond the Q-Master class any day now." Xavier grinned. "You're right. The pill refinement really did help me quite a lot this time. If my estimations are correct, it should take 10 days at most." Medusa lowered her eyes, shifting her attention to Lily.
One must gain a lot of energy to go from Q-Master to high-level Q-Master. Generally speaking, even if one had the strength to advance, one would need at least half a year, probably a full year, in order to be truly ready and able to undergo the transformation. Looks like you will need to undertake another deep retreat soon.
Xavier gave a slight, grim nod. I know that the leap will take quite some time. Anyway, there's something I need to do first. Yang sent me a letter. He said that he would send someone to meet me so I could let them know that I was fine, and also give them the pills I had refined. I'll come back here to undertake a longer, deep retreat once I meet up with that person. Medusa noticed the tension in Xavier's body and the darkness that overtook his eyes. She said,
You can relax. I will help protect you and Lily.
Xavier, relieved, smiled widely. Thanks, I owe you. I'll deliver the pills, then I'll come back here, rest a bit, and get back to training so I can become a high-level Q-Master as quickly as possible.
Of course,
Medusa said comfortingly, as her eyes returned to Lily's light cocoon. She sniffed slightly. Xavier noticed this, but did not comment on it. He walked around the light cocoon, assessing it. Seeing nothing wrong with it, he felt like he could safely depart, and so he leapt into the sky and flew out of the valley. Having left, he paused a moment to look in all directions and orient himself. The Q-energy wings on his back spread out, and he flew to a mountain with lightning speed. He looked at it and sensed the energy of humans moving about on the peak. Xavier landed gracefully on the peak. Show yourselves, he commanded. There was suddenly a commotion, and dozens of people who were hiding behind the trees and bushes appeared. An old man, who seemed to be leading them, saw Xavier in the sky and was instantly overjoyed. He fell to his knees and bowed. The others followed suit. Xavier looked at them, paused on their chests, and noticed that they wore green badges with fiery flowers exquisitely carved into them. Are you the people my brother sent? The old man bowed again and stepped forward to answer him. He took a scroll out from his storage ring and presented it to Xavier with all due deference. Chief Xavier, I am Btth Sheng, Deacon of the Shao Alliance. We were indeed sent here by the young master Yang. Xavier slowly scanned the scroll, then nodded with a smile. Thanks. Now I'm sorry to trouble you, but I still have some matters to attend to and can't go to the capital just yet. This means that you and your group will be responsible for escorting these items back. However, I left a spiritual imprint on them, so I will be able to find them should someone rob you on your journey. Btth Sheng laughed slightly. You can rest assured, there is no one within the Empire of the Heavens who would dare to touch the items that belong to the Shao Alliance. That's great, thank you. Now you should get going. Tell my brothers that I'll be undertaking a retreat for 6 months. Though perhaps it will take up to a year, I'm not sure yet. Of course, Chief. Without wasting any time, the group of people hurried back to the capital. Xavier observed and assessed the group as they went. Btth Sheng must be the strongest of them. If I'm not wrong, then he should be a peak battle spirit. Their overall strength is not too bad either. I imagine many more people have joined since I left the Shao Alliance. And now that I have already refined all of the pills that I promised, well, save for Medusa's, all I have to do is return to the mountain valley and get back to training. Xavier catapulted himself into the air to head back to the valley, when suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy was transmitted to him. He froze. It took him a second to realize where the wave of spiritual energy was coming from. The Bloodbath Mercenaries were the largest and most well-known mercenary company within 50 miles of the town of Beasts. Having the strength to maintain that position and the reputation that came with it was quite an accomplishment, considering how near they were to the mountain range of monsters. However, this all changed when the so-called Snake Nest Mercenary Company came into the town of Beasts the year prior. The Snake Nest Mercenary Company and the Bloodbath Mercenary Company could easily be considered equivalents. In any other circumstance, neither company would be able to do anything to or about the other. However,
The Bloodbath Mercenary Company was at a disadvantage since they lacked a strong background to support them. On the other hand, everyone knew about the background of the Snake Nest Mercenary Company and where they had come from. They had the backing of the He clan from Obsidian City. They were a powerful and well-known clan, even in the hostile northwestern region of the Empire. Although their reputation could not compare to that of the 3 large clans of the Empire, they still were extremely powerful and not to be underestimated. After all, the He clan had a 4-star elite Q-master. That alone was enough to make most people regard them in awe. During the many conflicts between the 2 mercenary companies over the course of this year, the Snake Nest Mercenary Company consistently gained the upper hand in most of them. This was because they were able to pull as many people from the He clan as they needed to for their fights. The company leader of the Snake Nest Mercenary Company was the son-in-law of the leader of the He clan. Hence, the chief would close his eyes and not ask questions when the company needed to borrow experts for fights. The last time that Xavier had met Ling and her uncle Xin, who were both Bloodbath mercenaries, was at a moment when the company was facing a life-or-death situation. For this fight, the company leader from the Snake Nest Mercenary Company brought in 2 experts from the He clan, who were level 6 battle spirits. The Bloodbath mercenaries were overwhelmed by their expertise. Seeing their leadership fail and falter in defeat, the Bloodbath mercenaries' morale had understandably taken a hit as well. They had great difficulty stopping their enemy's attack. Had Xavier not appeared midway through it, the Bloodbath mercenaries would almost certainly have been destroyed. To help them out, Xavier also gave them a few special bottles that contained sparks of the heavenly flames. If there was an emergency, they could throw them, causing a powerful explosion. Just as Xavier expected, Xin had thrown 3 of the bottles at some of the men of the Snake Nest Mercenary Company, injuring quite a number of them and killing 2 experts from the He clan. This victory revived their reputation and brought them back from the brink of collapse to a new height of popularity. Many people wanted to join them. Before a month had passed, they had managed to remove every member of the Snake Nest Mercenary Company from the town of beasts. They knew, however, that this would greatly disturb the He clan. The word might even make it to their clan leader, since 2 of their experts had been killed, and his very own son-in-law had suffered bad injuries. He probably could not ignore such a loss. Some within the Bloodbath mercenaries questioned whether they should stay in the town of beasts, where the He clan would have access to them, or if they should flee to another town to avoid them. Others were unwilling to give up everything they had gotten from their years of blood, sweat, and tears. Their faces went pale as they realized this debate was all for nothing. Word got to them that the experts from the He clan had already arrived in town. Worse yet, the clan head of the He clan had joined them, and he was a Q-master. The Q-master easily destroyed any Bloodbath mercenary who crossed his path, one right after another. Everyone was despairing, and at that moment, Xin quietly broke the jade plate that Xavier had given him when they first met. He was uncertain if Xavier could match up to the clan leader, but Xavier was still their best and only hope. But the He clan experts found them and chased them, almost herded them toward their training grounds. The Bloodbath mercenaries, under the dark, cold, and watchful eyes of the He clan guards, were too scared to do or say anything. Even the children were quiet out of fear. On the ground beside them were dozens of corpses. Their heads had been removed from their bodies. The grounds were drenched in blood. A large, soft, and regal chair was placed by the stairs to the training ground, and in it sat an old man. His hand tightly gripped a bottle. "You have used this to injure my beloved son-in-law and kill 2 of our highest-ranked experts." He played with the jade bottle, spinning it in the light to see it reflect and refract. He looked at the fire inside the bottle. Xin, finding his courage, moved forward to speak in a voice that was still hoarse and quavering. "I am the one who got a hold of those bottles. You can do whatever you want with me, but I hope that you will be merciful and set our women and children free. They had nothing to do with this. This is all my fault, and my fault alone." Behind him was a well-dressed, middle-aged man. Given his clothing, one could tell he was highly positioned and regarded in the company. But at this moment, he was too injured from previous battles to be of any use against the clan head of the He clan. Ling approached him with concern. "Are you all right?" She helped him up, even as her body was racked with grief and her eyes were red from crying. "I'm fine, for now. But if things continue this way without getting any support, I don't think any of us will escape alive," he responded bitterly. Ling tried her best to be hopeful in spite of everything. "That won't happen. As long as Xavier can come, we will be fine." Realizing she may have said too much if anyone might have heard her, she bit her lip and ruefully shook her head. The old man was dubious. "Xavier, that mysterious person who gave you these fire bottles? That man appears to have the same name as the leader of the Shao Alliance. You know, this new alliance that was established in the capital. Could you imagine if it were actually him? We would never have to fear anyone ever again." He shook his head and laughed. Ling went to speak with the man some more, but found she was too scared of the clan leader to produce any further words. After all, the person seated there was a Q master. He could destroy everyone here with a raise of his hand. The clan head clenched his fist around the fire bottle. It was covered with cracks. His eyes narrowed with thought and contemplation, and then he suddenly threw the bottle. A bright, explosive sound reverberated through the place as a large, deep hole appeared in the open ground. The clan leader of the He clan looked upon this hole, and his eyes brightened a little at the sight. He did not expect that such a small bottle could have such destructive potential. If he could get a hold of even just a few more of these bottles and throw several, or even dozens of them together all at once, even another Q Master class expert would need to beat a hasty retreat or risk destruction. He turned his attention to Xin and asked, "Where did you get a hold of this thing?" Xin's eyes quivered tearfully, but he answered immediately. "I found it while hunting monsters in the mountains." He lied. Xin did not want to confess who had given it to him, because he did not want to get Xavier in trouble with such powerful people. Although Xin's response had been quick, the look in his eyes told the clan head that he was not telling the truth. With a cold laugh, he swung his hand, and the force of it smashed against Xin. Xin cried out in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body dragged against the ground for more than 20 feet before coming to a stop. The two closest guards waited for his body to stop before grabbing him and throwing him back to the clan leader. The clan leader of the He clan rubbed his hands. "Do you think I'm an idiot? No one would leave bottles like these just lying around without anyone guarding them. You either stole them, or someone gave them to you. I will give you one more chance. I will let you go if you tell me where you got these bottles from." Xin lay on the ground. He did his best to raise his head and speak. His face was pale, and a track of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. "I told you already. I got it in the mountains." The clan leader stopped rubbing his hands. He stood up, descended the stairs, and came right up to Xin. Xin was at death's door, but he looked at the clan leader without fear. The clan leader responded with a savage smile, before raising his foot to stomp on his fallen foe's head. Given his strength and energy, and how weakened Xin was, it seemed likely that such a stomp would crack Xin's skull open. The tense silence was broken by horrified screams. Just as he was about to strike the final blow, a voice sounded throughout the air, and the clan leader's foot stopped in the air before he could deliver the deadly blow. All of the mercenaries turned their heads as the voice ran through the air. The leader of the He clan let out a cold snort. He straightened his body up as he spoke in a deep voice. "Is someone there? This is a matter of the He clan. If you know what's good for you, you will not meddle with our business. Now get lost before you end up like this old fool beneath my foot." While speaking, the man looked all around. He did not want to be careless and overlook a potential threat.
What? Are you looking for me?
A thunderous roar suddenly resounded over the sky. The leader of the He clan whirled around. A black figure slowly appeared on the ground. On his face was a cold smile. The leader of the He clan had not gotten to be the leader of the He clan because he had no instinct for survival. He knew it was a bad sign that the man who was challenging him was smiling. Looking closer, he also realized that the man was very young. This was another bad sign, as far as the leader of the He clan was concerned. The young man was entirely too confident. Zin's eyes filled with wild joy upon seeing the black-robed young man appear. He struggled to get up, but could not because his injuries were too severe. Zin's struggle immediately stirred up a commotion. The many people from the Bloodbath mercenaries turned joyfully to look at the black-robed figure. Most of them knew that the reason the Bloodbath mercenaries had avoided the disaster of being eliminated was because of help from this mysterious young man. Is that this mysterious young man that helped you and Zin before? A pale, middle-aged man's gaze swept over the black-robed figure as he asked Ling who was next to him.
I.
Ling nodded her head in relief. Suddenly, she felt hope fill her heart. The middle-aged man next to her was still a bit worried. However, he seems to be a little too young.
He may be young, but he is very strong,
Ling assured him.
Age doesn't always equal strength, you know.
The middle-aged person laughed bitterly at her response. He naturally hoped that this black-robed young man would be as strong as possible. However, he felt one must be realistic. The leader of the He clan was able to reach his current strength after having trained for many, many years. From the looks of this black-robed young man, he was likely only around 20-something years old. The leader of the He clan was having his own internal debate about how worried he should be. Given his strength and experience with Q energy, he was naturally unable to see the depth of the young man's power. Otherwise, it was likely that he would have instantly attacked and killed Xavier. Xavier reached Zin, pulled him up from the ground, and frowned a little upon seeing his pale face. He stuffed a pill into Zin's mouth. Zin grabbed Xavier's sleeve, but he was unable to even speak a complete sentence. Instead, he stuttered around. Xavier waved his hand and smiled at Zin. Relax, Zin. There will be no deaths among the Bloodbath mercenaries today. Xavier made sure to say these calming words loudly enough that his enemy would overhear them as well. The leader of the He clan coldly laughed as he heard this. And who exactly do you think you are, you arrogant brat? Do you really think it will be wise to meddle in other people's businesses? The surrounding guards from the He clan pointed their sharp swords towards Xavier. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust. The hearts of the people from the Bloodbath mercenaries were immediately filled with fear. They all knew that the leader of the He clan was cruel and violent. Seeing him angry filled them with terror. At this point, they could only pray in their hearts that this mysterious young man truly possessed the strength to contend with the leader of the He clan. Otherwise, not only would Xavier be killed, but none of the members of the Bloodbath mercenaries would survive. You seem to be very interested in those fire bottles that I have created. Don't tell me you want some as well. Xavier ignored those desperate gazes from around him and glanced at the deep hole not far away. The expression of the leader of the He clan changed. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. You created these bottles? Xavier nodded slightly to confirm this. The leader of the He clan flashed Xavier a menacing grin. He pointed at the many Bloodbath mercenaries members, and his eyes darkened. And I imagine that you want to rescue them. Xavier smiled. He once again nodded, watched intently by the many members of the Bloodbath mercenaries. The corner of the leader's mouth twisted into a dark smile as he spoke. Very well. I don't want to be unreasonable, so I'll make you a generous offer. You will give me one of these fire bottles, and I will hand you over one of those damned Bloodbath mercenaries. If you give me 2 bottles, I will hand you over 2 of them, and so on. What do you say? Nothing, Xavier spat out. The face of the He clan's leader darkened. The bloodbath mercenaries watched quietly, despairingly, as the hope in their heart was slowly destroyed.
That's unfortunate. I really would have liked some of those bottles. They really would help us out a lot. But if you really don't want to, then I won't force you. It would be for the best if you leave now. I can tell that you're not one of those arrogant idiots who would pick fights with someone much stronger than them for no reason. You're not some ordinary guy, are you? In any case, there's probably not much in it for you if you would pick a fight with us, just so you know.
If the He clan's leader had not been afraid of Xavier's strength, it was likely that he would have long since been attacked. Clearly, if he could, he would imprison Xavier and force him to create the powerful fire bottles every day. Xavier did not move.
I won't leave.
You won't leave? Look, there's no need to make this difficult.
The leader of the He clan snorted. Xavier shook his head.
I won't be the one who leaves. You'll leave. Leave the town of beasts in 10 minutes, and I can act as if nothing has happened.
Every member of the He clan and every person who associated with them burst into thundering laughter.
You are the first person who dares to talk with me like that in many, many years. You have some guts, I'll give you that.
The tone of the He clan leader grew more menacing as he spoke. A fierce glint flashed through his eyes. Xavier sighed and slowly shook his head. He raised his hand and aimed it at the head of the He clan. Xavier narrowed his eyes, and his clothes began to flutter, even in the absence of wind. The surging Q energy suddenly erupted out from his body. A tornado seemed to have risen from the training ground. Numerous cracks began to spread out like a spider web, with Xavier at the center. Xavier was already breaking through the peak of the Q Master class. The powerful Q energy within his body was already comparable to a high-level Q Master. The faces of everyone present, including the leader of the He clan, gave away how shocked they were as they felt Xavier's powerful Q energy surge. The leader of the He clan was shaken by the powerful Q energy and thrown back. His face paled in fear. His mocking smile had completely disappeared. He had never imagined that this young man in front of him, who did not look much older than 20 years, was actually an expert Q Master. Xin, Ling, and the others were also staring at Xavier. Despite being some distance apart, the Q energy within their bodies reacted to this, and they felt his extreme power. They understood that this black-robed young man had merely been a young master, not even a Q Master, just a couple of years ago. However, now he leveled up so much that he could contend with the top experts of the Empire. This kind of training speed was unheard of. The middle-aged men from the bloodbath mercenaries also looked at the black-robed young man. A wild joy surged within their hearts. They realized that they were saved. The Q energy within the body of the leader of the He clan was flailing wildly and trying its best to resist the pressure that was coming from Xavier. His gaze repeatedly swept over that calm young face.
Where do you come from? I don't remember hearing of such a young man with so much power.
Just as he finished this sentence, he remembered something. He recalled an enormous battle within the Empire not so long ago that had changed everything. The main character of that big battle was a young man in his 20s. As it dawned on the leader of the He clan, he turned pale as a sheet of paper. The middle-aged leader of the He clan was overcome with fear and shock.
It is you, isn't it? You are that young man who established the Shao Alliance. The young man who managed to force all the factions within the Empire of the Heavens to comply with his wishes and create an alliance. You are Xavier of the Shao clan.
Xavier raised his brows. Yes, that would be me. The Q energy surged through him, pushing the leader of the He clan back a few more steps. The leader of the He clan felt a stab of cold fear. He suddenly wished he had followed in his cousin's footsteps and become a fisherman, rather than face down the most frightening person in the entire Empire of the Heavens. The Shao Alliance was likely to become the next faction of the Misty Clouds. The entire He clan couldn't intimidate the person who formed the Shao Alliance.
I was unaware that Chief Xavier was going to honor us with his presence. I hope that Chief Xavier will be merciful. I apologize for my offenses earlier. Naturally, he must understand that I need to defend my clan against intruders. Now that I know who I am talking to, I am happy to listen to whatever it is that you have to say.
It takes a lot out of a clan leader to switch from menacing to humble groveling, but the leader of the He clan hoped he had pulled it off successfully, so that Xavier had no reason to turn him into a bloody pulp and take over his clan. All of the mercenaries from the Bloodbath Mercenary Company and those guards from the He clan gaped at him in utter shock. They had been victims of the clan leader's cruelty and demonstrations of power, and could hardly imagine him pleading for mercy, even as they watched him do so. The leader of the He clan had bigger problems at the moment than the opinions of his minions. He lowered his head and glanced surreptitiously toward Xavier, hoping to gauge his reaction. Cold perspiration rolled down his forehead. The clan leader had heard all about the earth-shaking battle against the misty clouds, and now the young man who had defeated that powerful faction stared down at him. If Xavier wanted to fight him, the clan leader knew he didn't stand a chance. Moreover, he had his clan to think of. The large He clan still required his protection. Although the He clan had a reputation of strength and ruthlessness in this northwestern area, it would mean nothing if Xavier wanted to take them on. Chief Xavier could easily wipe them off the map if he chose to do so. Sometimes, being submissive is the safest strategy. The leader of the He clan reasoned. He was not stupid, and he knew he needed to throw himself, with as much dignity as he could maintain, on Chief Xavier's mercy to protect himself and his clan. Meanwhile, his guards did not know what to make of seeing their leader, who only moments before had been ready to fight, bowing and scraping toward this young man. They had also heard of the Shao Alliance, and they had no desire to take any initiative. They enjoyed being able to swagger around in front of these lowly mercenary companies, but they had no desire to risk their lives by challenging the young man before them.
So he is actually the chief of the Shao Alliance who defeated Shan Yun? Xavier from the Shao clan? I thought it was just a coincidence that they had a similar-sounding name.
Ling asked her Uncle Zin. Zin snorted. A coincidence? You are really naive if you believe that. No, that is indeed him. Zin felt hope fill his heart. Xavier was powerful enough to rescue them from the leader of the He clan. Then again, Zin was also surprised. The smiling young man was not what he had expected when he pictured the founder of the Shao Alliance. He had expected someone older, someone more mysterious, someone who looked like a high-level Q master. People spoke so worshipfully of him, and now here he was before them, a young man of barely 20-something years of age, who completely changed the hierarchy within the Empire of the Heavens. Ling's Uncle Zin gulped nervously. Who would have imagined that this little mercenary company of theirs would actually be able to befriend such a legendary person? If they were able to stay on his good side, their Bloodbath Mercenary Company would be renowned throughout the entire empire and would be protected from people like the leader of the He clan from now on. Xavier was privately startled by the change in the leader of the He clan. Was the old man really such a spineless coward that he was willing to beg for mercy from someone he had just threatened to murder? The old man isn't stupid, I guess. He wants to protect his clan. I suppose he's the most qualified leader they have, and I shouldn't interfere with his position. The He clan might have no one else to protect them, Xavier thought to himself. Xavier would rather spare the old man than waste his energy fighting him, but he also knew that the old man was devious and his loyalty fickle. He was only trying to save his own skin at this moment, and it was possible that Xavier soon would have to come back and deal with him more permanently. The powerful Q energy that surged out of Xavier's body slowly withdrew. Xavier smiled innocently and asked, "What about the fire bottles? Don't you want them?" The leader of the He clan laughed dryly and said, "Chief Xavier is very witty. I was mistaken earlier. Now that I know of your identity, I would not dare to offend you by demanding anything from you." "What is your name?" Xavier smiled faintly as he inquired. "He Gan." The clan leader of the He clan hurriedly replied. Xavier nodded slightly. His gaze landed on the members of the Bloodbath Mercenary Company nearby. He spoke calmly. I have an old relationship with the Bloodbath Mercenary Company. Let the matter rest today. I would not want to have to come to discuss this situation again, however. Next time, you will not find me so friendly.
Oh, thank you so much, Chief Xavier. If I had known earlier that the Bloodbath Mercenary Company was acquainted with Chief Xavier, I would never have bothered them. Consider today's matter completely settled. I apologize to the Bloodbath Mercenary Company for any offense.
He-Gan hurriedly nodded and took a grateful bow. His gaze immediately turned and swept over everyone present, while smiling friendly. For any offense? Ling echoed in a whisper to her uncle. The man has the spine of a jellyfish. Uncle Zin, however, stepped forward and shook the clan leader's hand. He knew that with He-Gan's strength, killing the Bloodbath Mercenary Company was no difficult task. If it weren't for Xavier, they would have been killed already. He would rather have peace with the He clan. After all, Xavier couldn't watch the clan leader at all times. Who knew what the vicious old man might decide to do if he thought he could get away with it? Xavier nodded slightly, watching the handshake. At least He-Gan seemed willing to make peace. Though he could easily kill the clan leader, Xavier didn't want to take responsibility for the He clan, and he didn't want to create more chaos. He-Gan laughed awkwardly.
Chief Xavier, my He clan has also received an invitation from your Shao Alliance. I have thought it over and will be delighted to join the alliance. I will be your loyal ally in the future.
He-Gan sighed in relief upon seeing Xavier nod his head. Silently, Xavier chuckled to himself. This old man sure is interesting. He went from a blustering asshole to a lapdog, pledging his loyalty to me. I can't wait for Yang to hear about this. I know he's still eager to expand the Shao Alliance. Although Xavier was thinking about this, what he said out loud was, I'm grateful, of course, as long as you are loyal to the Alliance. If you join us and remain loyal, I will help you reach the peak of the Q-Master class. Surprise flashed across He-Gan's eyes upon hearing this promise. At his age, the difficulty of attempting to raise his strength by even one level was quite great. He had never even dreamed of getting close to the high-level Q-Master class. Being able to reach the peak of the Q-Master class was the limit he dared to dream about. He thanked Xavier profusely.
I promise to remain loyal. I would be honored to reach such a level. In my life, I gave up dreaming about achieving such levels. However, with the Shao Alliance's generous support, I'm sure I can reach this level after all. Thank you, Chief Xavier.
Xavier waved it off. Let the matter end here today. I still have some tasks that require me to enter the mountain range of monsters. I trust that you will be able to settle the issues here properly.
I will definitely not let you down, Chief.
He-Gan respectfully replied. Xavier nodded slightly. He turned around and looked at the pale-faced Uncle Zin. He smiled slightly and tossed a pill toward him. This medicinal pill is able to let you completely recover from your injuries in no time. I trust you will let me know if things do not go well with the He clan from here.
You flatter me. You flatter me.
Uncle Zin clutched the pill tightly in his hand.
I am grateful for your trust in me.
The strongest person this mercenary had seen in his life was the leader of the He clan. Xavier scared him, even though he had saved them. He had not expected that the young man he had met back then, by coincidence in the mountain forest, would actually become the leader of the strongest alliance within the Empire of the Heavens. Xavier smiled. He cupped his hands towards Uncle Zin and said, Don't worry. Now, I really should leave. I imagine you understand how busy I am. Xavier smiled at Ling, whose bright eyes had been staring at him beside Uncle Zin. He nodded, then pulled the hood of his cloak over his head and shot into the sky on his Q-Energy wings. Ling's awe-filled eyes followed him as he disappeared into the sky.
Xavier, thank you so much. I hope we will meet again in the future. I owe you so much.
Xavier flew over the vast mountain forests, rustling the trees below with the speed of his passing. He was not exactly worried that He-Gan would secretly use any underhanded tactics. He knew that all tactics were ultimately useless when there was such a difference in strength. The small He clan might possess some power within the northwestern part of the Empire of the Heavens, but from the point of view of the Shao Alliance, it was merely a small faction. His big brother hadn't even mentioned them specifically when he talked about uniting the smaller factions. If things ultimately came down to a battle, it would not require too much effort to eliminate the He clan. Xavier was happy to have been able to repay Zin's kindness in providing him shelter back when he was young. Twice now, Xavier had rescued him and Ling. Xavier flapped his fiery Q-energy wings and rose high over a ridge. He was almost to his mountain valley, and hopefully, this time, he would not find any strangers or old friends lurking there. Xavier sensed an ice-cold gaze sweeping over him the moment his body entered the valley. The gaze only became a little warmer after sweeping over his face. It was Medusa, who was on the lookout. "Have you settled your unfinished business?" Medusa called to him as he landed on the valley floor. Somehow, she sounded jealous, as if she had wanted to go and leave the valley. Next to Medusa, the purple cocoon in which Lily slept glimmered and pulsed softly in the early evening light. Lily had eaten so many rare ingredients that Xavier had a feeling she would be cocooned like this for some time. "Lily, I will also be undertaking a retreat, and I have asked Medusa to look after you. I hope that you will have completed your evolution by the time I am done with my retreat. Medusa will protect you, but remember, she gets restless easily, so don't make her wait too long. I really hope you're doing fine inside there. Medusa told me that you ate a lot of ingredients. Hopefully, it wasn't too much for you," Xavier said, laying a gentle hand on the cocoon as he spoke with Lily. Xavier patted the light cocoon once more. He turned to Medusa with a slight smile. "I'm afraid that we have a long wait ahead of us. There's no telling how long it'll take Lily to make use of all the energy she got from eating those treasures. I'm also not sure how long I'll need for my retreat. It could take half a year." Medusa glared at him, but said nothing. She would not abandon them here, but she would not be happy about being stuck babysitting in this valley. Xavier patted the glimmering cocoon one more time. He turned back to Medusa and told her everything that had happened on his short trip. Medusa sniffed dismissively. "What can you expect from a low-level Q-master trying to bully a mediocre mercenary company? Of course he backed down. He knew he had no chance of winning against you, and hopefully, this means he's smart enough not to try to cross you in the future. Either way, you really need to get back to your cave, Xavier. The fluctuation of your Q-energy is getting more intense. The Q-energy is seeping out of you. From the looks of it, you need to hurry back to your retreat." Medusa frowned as she spoke. She could feel the Q-energy radiating from him, and, although she did not want to admit it, it worried her. Xavier glanced around the peaceful valley, then turned to her and nodded. "The Q-energy that I unleashed on the clan leader caused the Q-energy within my body to become increasingly more out of control. I need to finish my retreat now, or things are going to get even more unpredictable. Medusa, I know you hate sitting around, but please stay here and protect Lily. During my retreat, I will seal off the mountain cave. I will leave Lily to you. Please watch over her, and come get me if anything happens." "I will. It is only half a year. As a queen of the snake people, half a year is nothing to me. As long as you didn't lead any trouble back here when you went to fight the clan leader, I'm sure everything will be fine." She hesitated for a moment and then added, "I have yet to return to the snake people during this trip back to the Empire of the Heavens. I might have to return to the tribe once you exit your retreat. I have an uneasy feeling lately." "Why?" Xavier raised a questioning eyebrow. Medusa shrugged. "I'm not entirely sure. I just feel like some trouble is brewing." Xavier didn't know what to make of Medusa's vague sense of unease. He hesitated for a moment before probing. "Do you need me to return with you?" "There is no need to. Humans aren't welcomed by our snake people. I'm afraid bringing you along would do more harm than good." A hint of fear spread over Medusa's usually cold face. Xavier rubbed his forehead. "In that case, let's forget about it. I'll head to the mountain cave and begin the retreat now." Medusa nodded slowly. Xavier did not delay any longer. The chaotic Q energy within his body caused him great discomfort. He took off flying to the mountain caves. Medusa watched Xavier fly to the mountain caves, alone with her misgivings. She let out a helpless sigh. She didn't want to be away from her snake people a moment longer, but she couldn't abandon Xavier and Lily. Lily was totally helpless in her purple cocoon, and Xavier could not be easily reached while he completed his retreat. Xavier walked through the mouth of his mountain cave. Immediately after he entered it, he aimed a blast of Q energy above the entrance, and a pile of huge rocks rolled and fell, firmly blocking the entrance to the cave and sealing him safely inside. Medusa was silent for a moment before sighing quietly. She softly muttered, "Hopefully, you will be able to break through successfully and quickly, because I do not know how long peace can last." Inside the mountain cave, Xavier tried to settle himself. The mountain cave was not as dark as one might imagine. A couple of moonlight stones glowed on the cave walls, scattering a faint, gentle light throughout the cave. Xavier sat cross-legged on a green rock. The green in the rock was jade, and it helped him focus his mind on his task. "It's a shame the green fire lotus leaf got destroyed while I was under the Q training tower. Training on it was really helpful. I will miss it." Xavier let out a long sigh before his hands clasped to form a seal. With that one breath, he had entered his training state. Xavier felt the Q energy surging through his body. He tried to rein the Q energy in with his mind, breathing steadily as he sat atop the green rock. Xavier slowly rid his mind of distractions. With all of his spiritual strength, he forced the Q energy back into the Q pathways. The Q energy followed the route of the flame mantra, circulating through him. A strange feeling filled his heart. Outside the cave, the natural energy of the valley changed, surging wildly, forming a small tornado. The root of the tornado dipped down and plunged into the mountain, meeting the corner of Xavier's right temple, funneling enormous, wild, and violent energy into his body. Xavier frowned. "I did not expect the Q energy within the valley to have gotten so much stronger. That's really incredible." Xavier inhaled deeply. A green flame suddenly appeared, completely wrapping around his body. It began to dance slowly under Xavier's command. Finally, the flame gradually turned translucent. It was the Fallen Heart Flame. The Fallen Heart Flame completely wrapped around Xavier's body, protecting him from the natural energy that had just funneled into his body. Under the protection of the Fallen Heart Flame, the chaotic natural energy could be refined. Xavier sat still as stone, at the center of the whirling vortex. Advancement from a Q Master to a high-level Q Master was not an ordinary matter. It required a great amount of energy, just like Lily's transformation did. It was difficult to summon so much energy so quickly. Usually, one accumulates it slowly over many years. Xavier already had the skills to become a high-level Q Master. He only needed enough energy to complete his transformation. Once he had completed the gathering of Q energy, he would be able to finish his transformation, and while he was able to gather the energy much more quickly in the mountain valley, the process was still going to take some time. Still, it was what he had to do. He knew he needed to control the Q energy that already spread throughout his body. Time passes differently in the mountain range of monsters, and even more so within the quiet mountain valley. And while Medusa was already a generally impatient woman, being in the valley really tested the little patience she did have. After all, she was not a babysitter, and she disliked biding her time, waiting for trouble to come to her. 1 month had already passed since Xavier had begun his retreat in the hidden cave. During that long month, there had not been a moment of excitement in the mountain valley. The weather was mild. Medusa gathered fruit from the nearby trees and fished in the nearby stream. It was almost an idyllic life. Medusa hated it. She was hoping that by staying with Xavier, she would finally have that adventurous life she had always craved. Unfortunately, she knew it couldn't be helped. Luckily, Medusa had thus far kept her promise to Xavier, and stayed close to the enormous purple cocoon, which cradled Lily as she underwent her transformation. The cocoon glimmered softly on the lush green grass, while Medusa trained on a small rock nearby. Every so often, one of the monsters Lily had tamed would come around to see if she was there and if she might give them a treat. At first, Medusa chased them away, but after a while, she welcomed their company. She grew especially fond of the small green ferret-like creature who visited in the evenings, asking for scraps from her dinner, with its long twitching nose. Medusa fed it and petted it, and then watched it scramble back into the underbrush to go about the rest of its day. She sighed. I wish I could just sneak away like that little monster. Things must be so easy for them. They don't have any schedule they need to stick to. They don't need to waste any time waiting. It must be wonderful to do whatever you want, whenever you want. Medusa looked over to the cocoon. It doesn't look as if Lily is in a hurry. I wonder how long this will take. I really underestimated the amount of energy Lily has absorbed by eating all of these ingredients. There is not the slightest sign of her breaking out of this cocoon anytime soon. In the meantime, Xavier's unstable Q energy had become mostly invisible to her since he began his retreat. Even with Medusa's strength, she could barely tell he was still in the valley. The moment his Q energy fully withdrew, she would know he had successfully advanced to an elite high-level Q master. Medusa awaited this development anxiously. I cannot stay holed up in this valley forever, she muttered to herself several times a day. If it weren't for Lily, I wouldn't bother staying here. Hopefully, Xavier knows this. Then again, I wouldn't be surprised if he does know about this and takes advantage of it. Medusa angrily kicked a small rock. Instantly, it broke apart. She trained to pass the time, while she continued the dull task of waiting and protecting. With every passing day, she cursed Xavier more and more. How long can he stay in that damned cave? He said it might take 6 months, but hopefully, he will be faster than that. Are all humans so pathetic that they take so long? Shouldn't they be able to train faster than that with their short lifespans? Medusa periodically ranted to herself. Unfortunately, it did not help, and it did not make the time go by any faster. Thus, the long days passed peacefully in the mountain valley. After a long while, the Q energy in the valley began to change. At first, wisps of natural energy made their way over the mountaintops, but soon, it became a trickle and then a flood. Medusa could sense all this powerful natural energy converging on the valley, flowing directly into the mountain that sheltered Xavier. Why is it that the amount of energy he requires to advance is so large? She looked at Lily's glowing violet cocoon. She wasn't sure either of them had considered the danger of gathering this much energy into themselves. Medusa shook her head with a helpless sigh. I know it takes a large amount to become a high-level Q-master. However, it should be different for Xavier. He should have the help of the heavenly flames that course through his body. This should speed things up. However, Medusa raised her head. A vibrant, colorful energy swirl slowly spun in the sky. Even the energy from the surrounding mountain range and beyond began to converge on the small valley. Medusa sensed this powerful convergence. Her pretty face twisted with worry. Gathering so much Q energy at one spot will get us into trouble, I can tell. The mountain range of monsters did not earn its name for nothing. I can imagine many powerful monsters are currently wondering why all of this powerful Q energy is gathering here and will come swarming to us to take a look. Medusa took a look at the purple cocoon. It seemed to be affected by the intense ripple of the natural energy as well. It began to glow even brighter, more vividly purple. Some of the natural energy diverged from its journey to Xavier's mountain and plunged into the cocoon instead. In a moment, the sound of energy whistling within the valley appeared repeatedly. 2 wild suction forces swept over the sky and forcefully pulled over all the energy that they could absorb before swallowing it all. The magnetic strength of the valley grew and grew, pulling more and more natural energy toward the valley. Ugh, these two are far too careless with all this natural energy. Who knows what kind of dangerous monsters this will lure to us? Maybe a terrifying dragon will join us in the valley soon. That's the last thing I need." Medusa looked up at the swirling vortex of natural energy filling the sky. She drew in her breath with all her strength. "Space seal." Medusa threw her hands up towards the sky, creating a powerful barrier that might protect them. The seal spread out in a blinding flash across the sky above the energy convergence. Hopefully, this seal is powerful enough to hide some of this Q energy from man and monster. Medusa brushed the perspiration from her smooth forehead. Despite her great strength, it still took a great deal of her energy to hide this mountain valley. However, she had to try. Exhausted from sealing off the energy convergence, Medusa settled down on the grass next to Lily's cocoon and fell into a restless sleep. Many more days continued to pass, and Medusa struggled to keep track of how much time she had spent guarding the mountain valley. She counted almost 3 months, and still, Xavier and Lily showed no signs of emerging. Medusa began to feel helpless. She still had the nagging sense that something was going on outside the mountain valley, something that needed her attention. She dreamt often of her snake people and some looming danger. With every passing day, her nightmares got worse. One morning, almost 4 months after they arrived at the valley, Medusa awoke from one of these dreams with a terrible chill. A rainbow-colored snake scale suddenly appeared on her forehead. It burned slightly and emitted a faint, radiating glow. Medusa's delicate hand gently rubbed the scale on her forehead. Her heart skipped a beat. Is this? Oh no. It can't be. This is much worse than I thought. This scale was created by the shaman of our tribe. By burning it, the shaman could reach out to me if the tribe was met with danger. I have been the queen of the snake people throughout my entire life, and yet the shaman never reached out to me by this means. Something awful must be going on. I need to leave. I need to protect my people. Medusa paused and looked at the cocoon. Medusa didn't want to break her promise to protect her, but her first loyalty was to her snake people. She was torn. In distress, she walked up and down, shaking her head and rubbing her temples. I need to know what is going on. I have to. They would not reach out to me if there wouldn't be an emergency. But I can't break my promise. What if a monster attacks Lily when I leave? I promised Xavier to protect her. I can't break my word. If something happened to Lily, I would never forgive myself. However, I am still the queen of the snake people. Even though they don't know whether I'm dead or alive, they must be truly desperate to reach out in this way when they don't even know if I am still alive. Could there be war? Are they under attack? Who would attack them? Maybe a different tribe of snake people. Ugh, this is awful. What am I supposed to do? Medusa raised her head to the sky while murmuring to herself, hoping for any sign that could help her to make a decision. Medusa took a deep breath. She knew she had a tough decision to make. Either way, she was bound to fail her duties as a queen to the snake people, or to break the promise she had given Xavier. After a long time, she made up her mind and sighed deeply. I am sorry. I have no choice. I am the queen of the snake people, first and foremost. And so far, everything has been going fine. It has been months, and nothing has happened to either of them. No one bothered to attack this secluded valley either. I am sure it will be fine if I take a quick look at my tribe. I will be back in no time. Medusa leapt into the sky and used all her strength to place an extremely secure space lock over the entire valley. It was the strongest protection she could think of. Once this was done, Medusa took a scroll from her storage ring and wrote a message for Xavier on it in case he would finish his retreat before she would return. I have done what I can to defend you both, but I must go to my people. This space lock should hold until I return. It won't be long. It should be sufficient to protect both of you as you advance. I'm sorry to break my promise, Xavier. I really am, but the snake people have met with a great disaster. I must return to them. Once I settle my problem, I will return here. Medusa left Xavier the message on the stone where she had trained next to Lily's cocoon. She rubbed the hot rainbow-colored snake scale on her forehead. A terrible fear spread through her heart. I hope the situation within my tribe is not too bad. The shaman never tried to contact me this way before. It must be serious. I have no other choice but to check on them. Xavier, I am deeply sorry. You must think I am awful for breaking my promise, but I hope you understand. Medusa leapt into the air and soared through the space lock, leaving Xavier and Lily to their transformations, protected only by her space seal. The mountain valley fell completely silent in the wake of Medusa's sudden absence. The light cocoon continued its gentle purple pulsing. The mountain valley would seem like an entirely quiet and desolate place, if not for the colorful energy swirl hovering in the middle of the air above it. Time passed by quickly in the unwatched mountain valley. One day passed, followed by another and another. This gave way to weeks, which gave way to months. Soon, half a year had passed since Medusa's departure. Xavier and Lily's retreats had reached nearly a year in total. More and more time passed until one day, there was a slight, unusual movement from within the valley. The energy swirl gradually halted its slow rotation in the sky. Suddenly, majestic Q energy poured down like heavy rain, and then it transformed into two pillars of Q energy, looming over the mountains around the valley. One pillar shot through the valley and entered the cave, while the other found its way to the light cocoon. The energy swirl that had been hovering in the air and slowly swirling disappeared entirely, and the energy of the valley returned to its usual levels. The purple glow of the light cocoon grew deeper and darker after it absorbed the energy pillar. Some unusual symbols appeared on its surface, and they too came to glow. It took a while for the situation to calm down again and the energy to stop flowing. After all of this, another 2 weeks passed without incident. Within the cave, however, the eyelids that had been shut for more than a year quivered before slowly opening. Lightning flashed across Xavier's eyes, one bolt after another. The very air around him crackled. He slowly raised his head and let out a tremendous roar that shook the mountain cave. Xavier sat with legs crossed on a green rock at the center of the cave. Many thick cracks spread out from there, through to every corner of the cave. The cracks on the green rock where Xavier sat split out like a spider web. Soon, it covered the entire rock, and it shattered into fragments of shards, pebbles, and dust underneath him. In spite of this, Xavier did not budge. He held perfectly still and hovered where he had sat. This took no additional energy or effort on his part. Finally, I'm finally a high-level Q-Master! Xavier laughed loudly. He moved his hand, sensing the incredible spiritual strength that shot out of him like lightning and spread out. The powerful spiritual energy swiftly shot out of the cave and took the entire mountain valley within itself. Xavier used this to scan everything and found the light cocoon glowing purple where it had been the last time he saw it. The spiritual energy also allowed him to detect the powerful life of the being within the cocoon. The spiritual energy continued on to the rest of the mountain range of monsters and overtook that as well. As it spread out for about 50 miles, Xavier sensed many scenes of the beings living in the mountain range. Having accomplished that, he let out a long exhale. He thought he would see what would happen if he turned his spiritual energy inward instead of out, but then he remembered something else. He brought his hand to his forehead and gently and carefully touched the fire seal there. His spirit began to tremble. Xavier took a deep breath. His mind suddenly moved, and the spiritual strength shot out once again. This time, rather than spreading out and around, it immediately rushed into the fire seal that Master Lao had left on his forehead. His eyes went black, and a path of dense white flames formed in front of him. There was a deep, seemingly bottomless darkness on either side of the path, which appeared to be endless. Without hesitation, he sent his spirit rushing down the path. The spiritual energy made him faster than lightning, so it was only a few minutes before he came to the end of the flaming path. The dense white flames disappeared and were replaced by darkness. In the darkness, he could vaguely make out an enormous hall. As his eyes adjusted, he noticed stone pillars that were well over 1,000 feet high, reaching into the sky. He also saw that the hall was lined with countless clusters of lights that had a green glow. That is odd. There appears to be a spirit in each of those clusters of light. What is this place? Xavier quickly scanned the place and found one light in particular that caused an odd feeling in him. Within it was a familiar old man, with his eyes tightly shut. It only took a moment for him to realize this was Master Lao. Xavier was startled. Master Lao? But how can this be? Master Lao has been captured by the Hall of Souls. Unless… Wait, is this the Hall of Souls? The space in front of him fluctuated wildly before blasting apart like a shattered mirror. He had encountered another spiritual energy. An overwhelming terror shot through Xavier's spirit at this foreign spiritual energy. Xavier's skin crawled. He tried to figure out where this spiritual energy came from, but he could not find anything. Suddenly, and without any sign of warning, Xavier's spirit shattered. Xavier's eyes snapped open. He was drenched in cold sweat. He found himself in the cave again. The cave echoed Xavier's heavy breathing and stopped when he caught his breath a while later. He wiped the sweat off of his forehead. He was still processing what had just happened, but since he had seen Master Lao in that hall, and since Master Lao had been kidnapped and taken to the Hall of Souls, that was enough evidence for Xavier to confirm that his spirit had wandered off to that infamous place. But how can that be possible? Can any spirit just enter the Hall of Souls? Don't they have any security measures in place to prevent anyone from wandering close to them? Did anyone see me? Where is this hall anyway? I imagine that it should be much further away from here, but my spirit reached it in, I don't even know, like 10 minutes or so? This is so confusing. Xavier wiped more sweat from his forehead, being careful not to touch the fire seal that had sent his spirit on this journey in the first place. Wait, maybe it's the seal that caused this. That seal had been given to me by Master Lao. He must have put some sort of special energy into the seal to take me to the Hall of Souls. That terrifying spirit that had appeared to my spirit and shattered it must have been a guardian of the Hall of Souls, if not its leader. The power that came from this spirit was really unlike anything else. From the little I could learn by interacting with that terrifying spirit, it seems like not even the Black Protector would be able to put up a fight against him. Xavier rubbed his forehead again while his mind was racing, and the seal reminded him of Master Lao, who he was relieved to remember was indeed still alive. There could still be a fighting chance as long as Master Lao was still alive. Xavier was filled with determination. He stood up and inhaled a deep breath of air, concentrating a torrent of Q energy within himself. It swept through his body, expelling the chill that had been troubling him since he woke up. At least I'm finally a high-level Q master, and I'm still young. With enough time and training, I can do it. I know I can. I can fight whatever terrifying demons lurk in the Hall of Souls, and I can free Master Lao, as well as my father. And then I can also face Sunny's clan. But all I can do for now is to keep training, no matter what. Xavier walked toward the entrance of the cave, which was still blocked off by a large pile of rocks. He assessed the pile, slowly opened his hand, and placed his palm on a particular rock. He channeled his Q energy into his palm and said, "Break." The rock shattered into fragments and shot out of the cave in all directions. Xavier cleared out the entrance to the cave perfectly. He stood there, amid the dust of the rocks that had been there, satisfied with himself. Xavier slowly walked out of the cave, narrowing his eyes at the glaring sunlight. He stood at the entrance, raised his arms aloft, and spread his fingers open to allow the warm and comforting sunlight to shine on his body. The warmth spread through his body. He was finally able to relax. Xavier stayed there at that moment, basking in the sunlight for a long while. Once he was done, he looked over to the rest of the valley. The purple glow of Lily's cocoon was the first thing to catch his attention. Although he was already well aware that Lily's evolution had yet to be completed when his spiritual strength had spread, he still could not help but shake his head at the whole thing. Man, Lily is really taking her time. I wonder how much time has passed. It must have been a few months. I hope Yang, she, and the others are not too worried. And where is Medusa? Shouldn't she be around Lily to keep her safe? Xavier wondered to himself. He furrowed his brow as his eyes left the cocoon and looked for her in all directions. His gaze settled on a scroll that had been left on a large rock not too far from the light cocoon. Xavier gestured toward the scroll to beckon it with his hand, and the scroll propelled itself into his empty palm. He carefully unrolled it and started reading it. He took a moment to process it and frowned. So something has happened to the snake people that she had to deal with, but she said she would return as soon as she settled the matter. Surely someone like Medusa should have been able to settle it quickly, but I can sense that this scroll has been lying here for a while. If Medusa was unable to deal with the situation, even with her strength, then whatever trouble the snake people have met with this time around must be very serious. Xavier put the scroll into his storage ring. He looked over to Lily in the light cocoon and shook his head helplessly. Oh well, it looks like I'll have to protect you for a while. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving you now anyway, and since I still need some time to train the Q energy in my body, I'll take the opportunity to do that while I keep an eye on you and make sure you don't get into any trouble. With that, he sat on Medusa's large rock and slowly closed his eyes. Time progressed in the mountain valley as it always did. Xavier had gotten so focused on training his Q energy that another half of a month had passed without him even realizing it. The light cocoon, which was still consistently glowing and pulsating purple, finally changed in a way that Xavier noticed. He was delighted. The symbols on the cocoon are glowing brighter and brighter. I can also see some small cracks. It looks like she's finally about to break out of her shell. I wonder what she'll be like. Will she have changed much? Man, I just now realized that I hardly know anything about monsters evolving. The only being I ever saw evolve was Medusa, and that looked, well, let's just say painful at least. Though that might have been the effect of the heavenly flame. Once she was done, the rainbow-devouring python also appeared. I wonder if Lily's form will turn back into her monster form. While he waited, he decided to practice the divine seals. He hovered in the air above the mountain valley and swiftly performed the complex gestures. He was forming the seals faster and faster as he looped through each one. He was doing them so quickly now that some afterimages were starting to appear. Xavier felt accomplished as he looked at the seals he had formed in his hand. His face flushed red, and his brow was sweaty. Now that I am a high-level Q-master, the seals are a lot stronger, but they also cost me a lot more Q energy. At least if I want to perform them properly. I shouldn't be careless with them. Using them will drain me quickly of all my energy. I should try to practice the divine ocean seal too. It's worth a try. Xavier aimed his hands at the sky and cried out, "Divine ocean seal!" Majestic Q energy flowed out and surged to swiftly cover Xavier's hand in a layer of green. Then, another layer formed above it, followed by another one. Then, an instant later, an imprint of the hand shot out. It looked like it was made of green crystal. There was so much energy in it that it distorted the air around it. The Q energy hand flew across the sky, ultimately colliding with Medusa's spaceline. There was a loud crash that shook the mountain valley. A wind blew in from where the contact was made, and one could see wave-like ripples forming and spreading there, too. Xavier had punched a 10-foot hole into the space lock, which Medusa had used all of her strength to make. He was stunned as he looked at the distorted space and laughed bitterly. That is unbelievable. I didn't think my first attempt would be so strong. This divine ocean seal is even more powerful than the divine mountain seal. It's really worthy of its status as a powerful diamond-level D technique. Even Master Lao seemed to hold it in high regard, and I guess I can't blame him for it. I can't even imagine how powerful this divine ocean seal is once I've mastered it. Xavier kept practicing, all while keeping a close eye on Lily's cocoon. Xavier had enough difficulty with the 5 divine seals of the ancient god when he began practicing the divine mountain seal, so he was already mentally prepared. He was barely at the point where he could use the Divine Mountain Seal as he liked, and he had not yet gotten much control over the Divine Ocean Seal. He practiced until it was getting late when he decided to take a break. He was just about to lay down when suddenly, the entire mountain valley shook violently as if an earthquake hit it. Xavier looked over to the light cocoon, which was emitting the strongest, brightest light it ever had. Xavier's eyes brightened up. Is she finally advancing? Took her long enough. I was already getting worried. Following the intense light, the tiny cracks all over the light cocoon cracked more widely apart. Rays of bright purple shone more brightly through the cracks. Fortunately, most of the space lock was still there to block the Q energy that radiated from it. If not for Medusa's efforts, all of this strong energy would have undoubtedly attracted plenty of attention and all the wrong kind of it. More and more cracks appeared until a layer of the large cocoon was shed entirely. This shedding set off a chain reaction in the light cocoon, which quickly cracked apart, like an egg that was dropped onto the ground. Suddenly, a purple pillar of light shot into the sky. It collided with the space lock, which rippled from the force. Xavier instinctively turned away, shielding his eyes from the bright light. He was tearing up at the intensity of it. It took him a moment to get used to it, and gradually, he turned back to the light to take a look at it. His eyes kept burning as he looked at the bright source of light. You could vaguely see the blurry silhouette of a human figure within it. Somehow, Xavier was disappointed by that. So she is still in a human form? Then I guess I will have to refine her pill to change back into her true monster form after all. The light maintained its brightness and its sharp purple hue for a few moments before turning pale and dimming, and then it finally disappeared. Xavier's eyes stopped burning. Now, the human figure who was inside the cocoon appeared in front of Xavier. A faint purple glow remained and wrapped around her like a magical cloak. As Xavier saw her, his eyes widened in disbelief. Lily? Is it really you? Lily twirled in the pillar of light, stretching and reveling in her new form, completely unaware for the moment that she was naked. She sleepily opened her eyes and looked up at Xavier, who was hovering in the sky, stunned. Xavier tore his eyes away as he took out a robe from his storage ring and handed it to Lily, trying not to embarrass her and to hide his own embarrassment. She took the robe and wrapped herself in it. Thank you, Xavier. You can look again, Lily said with a grin. Xavier looked her over. He was relieved. Lily, it is so good to see you. I was terrified that all of this energy would be too much for you, but you look healthy and a lot stronger. You've also grown. You look like you've grown a head in height. You also look much more mature. Xavier couldn't believe how much stronger she seemed. Additionally, Lily no longer looked like a child. She looked like a beautiful young woman. Suddenly, a strange green glow erupted from her body. Under this green glow, Lily's body began to shrink. In a few seconds, she had turned back into the little girl who had come with him and Medusa to the mountain valley. What just happened? Lily asked Xavier. Xavier could not help but laugh out loud. It seems that advancing does not completely resolve the medicinal effects of the body-transforming ingredients that you accidentally ate after all. Lily looked down at her childlike body in dismay. The robe Xavier handed her now looked comically large on her. She realized Xavier was laughing at her and pounced forward angrily to smack him. Xavier swept her up in a hug, partially to prevent her from smacking him, and partially because he was so relieved she had gotten through her transformation unscathed. I'm sorry for laughing at you. I'm just so glad you came through your transformation safely, Xavier said truthfully, letting her go. He got a smaller robe from his storage ring and handed it to her. Auntie Medusa told me I should smack you if you do something dumb. I'm pretty sure that includes laughing at me. Lily looked at Xavier with disdainful eyes. Hey, where is she anyway? She had to leave. She got an urgent message from her snake people. They're in some kind of danger, though she didn't say exactly what kind in the scroll she left for me. She said that it must be really terrible for them to contact her the way they did. Xavier tried to ignore the flicker of anger in his chest, that she had left Lily alone, stuck helplessly in her glowing purple light cocoon. He tried to calm himself. After all, he knew that Medusa had good reason for doing what she had to do, and that she wouldn't have left if she didn't absolutely have to. More importantly, he knew she cared about Lily. Lily was furious.
We should go find her then, and help.
Xavier sighed. I'm not sure we can. She told me humans aren't welcome among the snake people, and that we would only make any trouble worse. Lily pouted and crossed her arms in front of her.
She might need help, though. We can't leave her after all she's done to help us.
Xavier huffed.
Helped us? She left us without another word.
Lily shook her head.
She did protect us, though, didn't she? We are both fine. Also, it must be urgent if she got worried enough to leave. And she is the queen of the snake people after all. She has all sorts of important things to do as a queen, and she knows you can take care of yourself by now.
Xavier sighed and rolled his eyes.
All right, fine. I guess we can make a trip there and lend a hand if needed. I hope she was just exaggerating as she said that humans are not welcome in the snake tribe. Maybe she can say something so that we won't be attacked. After all, I do have an agreement with her, so it's not like I'm just any human wandering into her kingdom. And you're not even human to begin with, so I imagine it will be much easier for you. Let's go then.
Xavier activated his Q energy wings and flew up towards the mountain peaks. Lily followed without hesitation.
This is a spatial seal, right? Only someone that is a powerful warlord can use it if I remember correctly.
Xavier nodded.
Yes. Apparently Medusa needed to leave in a hurry, and was afraid that others would find us while we were vulnerable. Therefore, she placed this space lock over the entire mountain valley.
Xavier looked at the distorted space and spoke without turning his head.
Move aside. I'll break it.
Q energy surged from Xavier's body. This space lock was created from all of Medusa's strength, and was therefore very strong. If he had not advanced to the high-level Q-Master class, he would not have been able to break it at all. But he had already blown a hole in it with his hand seal, so that should have weakened the structural integrity enough to shatter it completely.
All you know is how to use brute force. Wait for a minute, and I will deal with it.
Lily teased and grinned at him. Her body immediately moved, and a strange purple glow seeped out from her body. Just when she was about to make contact with the distorted space, her body cut through the distorted space as easily as a fish leaping through the surface of a still pond. Just like that, Lily had slipped through the seal. Xavier watched in stunned silence. I did not expect her abilities to increase so much after advancing. Now she can even slip through space locks. That is unbelievable. I guess I shouldn't be so surprised. I remember her eating all sorts of ingredients in the warehouse of the Inner Circle, and none of them seemed to harm her. Still, Medusa is a warlord. Seeing Lily slip through her space lock so easily is really unsettling. Lily poked her head back through the space lock. She extended a hand toward Xavier and laughed.
What? Are you going to stay there and stare at the space lock all day? Follow me. I'll bring you out.
Xavier did not reject her offer. This small valley still possessed quite a lot of rare medicinal ingredients. Having the spatial seal here would help prevent people from accidentally stumbling upon the place. Besides, he was protective of the place that had given him so much. Xavier grabbed Lily, and a faint purple glow immediately spread over him. He easily slipped through the distorted space. Xavier looked out over the lush green mountain range. A wild wind blew around them, carrying the scent of the surrounding woods. He could not help but laugh in relief as he looked at the vast mountain range. So much time in the cave has passed. I almost forgot how good the sun and the wind feel. Lily looked around carefully, then sighed in relief when she did not see any monsters climbing up the mountains. She still remembered the frightening amount of monsters that she and Medusa had stirred up before she went into the cocoon. She was worried they would still want to discuss the treasure she'd stolen from them to facilitate her transformation. She did not want to face them.
Let's go before someone sees us.
Lily tugged Xavier's arm impatiently. Xavier nodded. He pointed out the direction he thought Medusa must have gone and flapped his Q energy wings. Lily looked around once more to make sure no monsters were tailing them and followed Xavier. They followed the sun across the sky for a while, rustling the trees beneath them as they flew. Suddenly, Xavier stopped short.
Lily slammed into Xavier's back with a loud thud. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lily rubbed her forehead and grumbled. Xavier raised a finger, urging her to be silent. "It seems a little too quiet, and I sense something, don't you?" Xavier narrowed his eyes. He looked over the mountain ranges surrounding them. He had yet to hear a single beast roar since they had come out of the valley. "So, we shouldn't complain about this, should we?" Lily did not see any problem. Xavier, on the other hand, was very worried. A bad feeling spread through his guts. "I haven't seen nor heard a single monster since we left the mountain valley. This is not normal. We're in the mountain range of monsters after all, and it earned this name for a reason. Why are there no monsters?" Lily knew where Xavier was coming from. She closed her eyes and sensed her surroundings for a moment. She nodded as she opened her eyes again. Her nose twitched. "Yes, the surroundings do not have any monster's energy. There's something else I noticed. There seems to be a weird smell in the air." Xavier was immediately on guard. It wasn't so long ago that Lily was poisoned by the fairy doctor in these very mountains. "A weird smell is bad news. It could be poison or something. Hold your breath a moment. Maybe the air is mixed with poisonous gas, but it is very faint." He took one deep breath, and this suspicion was confirmed. Xavier took 2 pieces of cloth from his storage ring and handed one to Lily. They both tied them around their noses and mouths. What has happened here? The thought churned within his heart. "Let's go. We'll head to the town of beasts. Maybe someone there can tell us what is poisoning the mountain range." Lily nodded in agreement. "Do you think this is the same poison gas that the doctor threw at us?" "I don't think so. This poison gas is not as strong. I don't think she would bother with such a weak poison, or at least I imagine this to be the case. In any case, it's bad news, and I have no idea how poison got here." Xavier shook his head. He thought back to their encounter with the doctor. She had too much skill to release a weak poison, and too much sense to release it without provocation. He hoped she wasn't involved. Maybe that was just wishful thinking. "Do you think it has anything to do with what's happening to the snake people?" "Lily, stop throwing random guesses at me. I don't know what's going on, okay? I don't think it has anything to do with the snake people, though. They're so far away that I can't imagine this being connected to them. Let's get more information before jumping to conclusions." And without wasting more time, Xavier shot toward the town of beasts. Something was definitely wrong. Not a soul could be seen on the normally bustling streets of the town of beasts. It was very quiet, disturbingly quiet. All of the town gates were shut tight. Up above on the defensive towering walls, human figures were partially visible as they whispered conversation. "Damn it, how did these poison fighters reach us here, in the middle of the Empire? What happened to the defensive line of the Shao Alliance and the Imperial family?" One of them cursed. The woman next to him answered. "It is said that 3 of the other large empires have joined to attack the Empire of the Heavens. Regardless of how strong the Shao Alliance is, there's a limit to their manpower. These poisonous bastards are everywhere, all at once. 10 of those gray-robed bastards slipped right through." The man continued to curse. "What do we do now? Looking at the badges on the gray-robed bastards, they have a level 4 poison master. Other than a master of the Q-master level, who can deal with a poison master of this level?" The woman sighed. She had no idea either. We only have Chang, who is a level 8 battle spirit. The others are mostly at the peak of the She-master class. If that level 4 poison master casts a poisonous fog, we will all fall unconscious." The man huffed with anger. "Damn it, if this wasn't the case, we could all go out and fight them. We have many fighters, so why would we be afraid of just 10 of them?" The woman tried to think of something. "They want us to open the gates. They think we don't know about their poison master, but we do. We need to get help. We need to find someone who can kill the poison master." Meanwhile, the leaders of the Bloodbath mercenaries stood on top of the wall and peered down at the gray-robed fighters. They were discussing the situation. They knew they would have to protect the town from the poison master and his warriors. The leader of the Bloodbath mercenaries, Chang, stood with Xin and his niece, Ling, discussing the situation. Ling's bright eyes stared viciously at the 10 gray-robed fighters below the walls as she spoke in an anxious tone.
Uncle Zin, what should we do? We can't keep this up forever. It's rumored that a number of poison masters have snuck into the Magical Beast mountain range. There are reports of small towns being washed with blood. These people are ruthless and merciless.
What else can we do? We have to defend the town, at least until we die. Don't you see? They have a level 4 poison master amongst them. A poison master of this tier is someone whom even I can't fight against. We are lucky that these walls are almost impenetrable. These towering walls were built to defend against the attacks of monsters that surrounded us. If not for these walls, these warriors would have charged, and the massacre would be underway as we speak. Chang explained this to Ling. Now we must wait. If we can hold out long enough, then maybe some backup will come from the Shao Alliance to rescue us, said Uncle Zin solemnly.
Ling laughed bitterly and said, Most of the experts from the Shao Alliance were attacked. Rumor has it that these gray-robed men are from the 3 largest empires that have joined forces to attack the Empire of the Heavens. Where are we going to find protection now? Who will save us?
While everyone was strategizing below, the 10 gray-robed fighters decided it was time to act. An old man, who wore a badge with a centipede and 4 colorful lines on his chest, slowly walked forward. His dark and cold eyes stared up to the top of the defensive walls, and he let out an ear-piercing wail that rang in the ears of those on the wall. The old man in the gray robe then called up, I will give all of you 10 minutes to decide whether you'll open the gates, or if you want me to unleash a poisonous fog. If you decide to keep your gate closed, then the poisonous fog will kill everyone in this town. The choice is yours to make. If you, foolishly, decide to keep the gate closed, the blood of everyone dying today will be on your hands, not on mine. The old man closed his eyes and waited. Time passed slowly. Chang shook his head. He would not open the gates knowing from reports that a bloodbath awaited. I will wait and stall this old poison master as long as I can. After exactly 10 minutes, the old poison master slowly opened his eyes. He smiled cruelly upon seeing that the gates remained closed. His voice was dark and cold as he said, Do you really think that the town wall is able to protect all of you? An unusual green glow surfaced on the old man's face. He waved his sleeves, and a large, dense, green, poisonous fog appeared. The 10 gray-robed fighters behind the old man immediately cried out and waved both hands, creating a wild wind. The wild wind blew the green-colored poisonous fog up and over the town walls. Use Q energy to cover your bodies. Don't breathe the green fog in, ordered Chang. The bloodbath mercenaries on the wall quickly maneuvered their Q energy and wrapped themselves in protection from the poisonous green fog. You actually think you can block my poison with your weak Q energy? Laughed the old poison master. He waved his sleeves, and the 10 gray-robed fighters behind him did their best to stimulate the Q energy within their bodies. After this, they created wave after wave of the wild wind that blew up the green-colored poisonous fog, faster and stronger. A thick, poisonous green fog rose high, and it eventually reached the height of the walls and then enwrapped the mercenaries. Many of the weak mercenaries felt giddy as soon as the fog reached them. Moments later, they collapsed unconsciously to the ground. When Chang saw this, he realized they had to act quickly. He commanded, Damn it! Go all out and fight these gray-robed bastards! Brothers, follow me and charge!
What are you doing?
Cried Ling. We have to fight. This poison master is extremely strong, but we don't have any choice. If we stand here, the poisonous green fog will make us weak, and then kill us all. We must attack now before it's too late. The fighters of the bloodbath mercenaries prepared for battle. They raised their swords, ready to attack. The old poison master looked up at the commotion on the wall. He saw the fighters prepare to attack, and he steadied himself. Other than the expert battle spirit, he knew he could kill every other fighter with ease. The old poison master let out a savage laugh and flourished his sleeves. Another wave of green poisonous fog was spat out.
As the new wave of green poisonous fog hit them high up on the wall, the mercenaries who were still conscious knew this was their moment to fight for their lives. If they were to die in hand-to-hand combat with the fighters, or by this thick green fog, they would die fighting to protect their town. The fighters descended from the towering walls to the town gates, preparing for the attack. Suddenly, the temperature of the sky rose quickly, so that the thick green poisonous fog began to make a sizzling sound. The thick green poisonous fog evaporated and dispersed from the air, startling the mercenaries and the attackers in the gray robes. Two human figures suddenly flashed from over the mountain range of monsters and were hovering about the town of beasts in seconds. Each had a pair of Q-energy wings on their back. One person was wrapped in a green fire, while the other, who was a little girl, emitted a purple glow. She was staring at the Poison Master with great curiosity. "Where do those powerful people come from? And how is this little girl so strong?" asked the old Poison Master as he tried to assess these new experts. On the wall, Ling saw the fire diminish, and the young black-robed man she knew as Xavier appeared in the sky. "It's actually him!" she cried out. Chang turned his head, and his jaw dropped as he saw Xavier. "Chief Xavier! It's Chief Xavier!" The mercenaries looked up to see Xavier and Lily hovering about the town walls, and they cheered. When the mercenaries cheered, the gray-robed old Poison Master understood that the person who had arrived was an expert from the Empire of the Heavens. "Quick, we must flee," commanded the old Poison Master, and in a flash, he turned into a green fog that rushed towards the forest. The 10 gray-robed fighters saw this, and they immediately ran after the green fog to hide in the dense forest. None of them bothered to put up a fight. Xavier watched the gray-robed fighters retreat. "You guys are not getting off so easily." He waved his hand, and an invisible flame appeared on the tip of his fingers. The moment the flame appeared, the 10 gray-robed fighters trembled and turned to black ashes. It happened so quickly that the fighters didn't have time to cry out in pain. Xavier flew to the towering wall of the town of beasts. He frowned slightly as he looked at the unconscious mercenaries. He waved his hand over his storage ring, and a couple of pills appeared. He tossed these into the air and then flicked his fingers. A wisp of dark green heavenly flame wrapped around the pills, and a sweet fragrance came from them that drifted through the air. When the unconscious fighters inhaled this sweet fragrance, they slowly began to wake up, one by one, and coughed. They were all confused by what had just occurred. Xavier then landed on a spot near Chang and the others. What happened here?
Chang was stunned when he heard Xavier ask what had happened. "Chief Xavier, you haven't heard? How is this possible? Everyone within the Empire is talking about it. People are not talking about anything else." "I was in a training retreat for quite some time," Xavier tried to explain. "I'm surprised that you were on a retreat for a year. Given that this year was chaotic, it must have been the most eventful year in the history of the Empire of the Heavens." Chang could not help but laugh bitterly and shake his head as he saw Xavier's clueless face. "So I've been away for a year, huh?" Xavier sighed before he immediately changed the topic. "What happened in the Empire? Those gray-robed people, are they poison masters? It's very rare to find a poison master in the Empire of the Heavens. They're usually in the Empire of the Sun. Why did so many of them appear at once?" "You were right, they're not from the Empire of the Heavens," interrupted Ling. Chang nodded. "They're indeed poison masters from the Empire of the Sun. Not long after you rescued us, there was news that the Empire of the Sun was about to attack our Empire of the Heavens. Then, we saw a rise in border skirmishes. It was okay initially, just a few fights here and there along the borders. Each side had victories and losses, but not much happened really. No big wins. This went on for a month or so until a large number of poison masters suddenly arrived to fight for the Empire of the Sun. It was horrible. We came under attack, and we lost a number of border fortresses, important fortresses. The imperial family was furious to see our Empire of the Heavens under attack and losing ground. The news came, terrible news. The poison sect wanted to join the Empire of the Sun and fight.
Fear flashed across Chang's face when he mentioned the poison sect.
The poison sect.
Xavier rolled the name around in his mouth and frowned. Chang continued to brief Xavier. The poison sect has just recently joined the Empire of the Sun. Its strength is unusually terrifying. Within a few years, it has completely destroyed all the factions within the Empire of the Sun. The poison sect is now the sole overlord of the Empire of the Sun. It is rumored that even the imperial family of the Empire of the Sun is quietly controlled by the poison sect. Now, it's more effective to speak to the leader of the poison sect than to consult with the emperor of the imperial family and the Empire of the Sun. Xavier's expression grew grave.
How strong is the leader of the poison sect?
It's rumored that he is, at least, on the level of a warlord, but I can't say for sure. As you know, Xavier, the Shao Alliance is the strongest faction in the Empire of the Heavens, so they could not watch as the poison sect attacked across our empire. So about 6 months ago, there was a massive battle between the poison sect and Shao Alliance. During that battle, the mysterious leader of the poison sect appeared. Unfortunately, the leader of the poison sect defeated the Shao Alliance. That is, despite the fact that Ice Emperor Hai, Master Haru of the Imperial family, and an enormous monster with the strength of a high-level Q Master all joined hands. Chang shook his head in dismay, as fear flashed across his eyes. Xavier's heart sank upon hearing this news.
I'm surprised that the old Hai, Master Haru, and such a powerful monster were no match for this leader of the poison sect. He must be phenomenally strong. Please continue. I am listening, Chang.
Just as the Ice Emperor and the other two were about to die, Queen Medusa from the Snake People of the Tag Desert suddenly appeared. She fought the leader of the poison sect, but it was hard to determine a victor. Queen Medusa was fierce. She did not give up, but fought on. And finally, the leader from the poison sect withdrew. It was due to Queen Medusa that the Shao Alliance avoided total destruction. Xavier was silent as he took it all in, but he nodded his head, acknowledging Medusa's efforts. Chang continued. With Queen Medusa's help, the Shao Alliance weathered the storm and survived. Then, the Shao Alliance did something unexpected. They formed an alliance with Queen Medusa's Snake People. Now, they have begun to retaliate against the poison sect.
An alliance with the Snake People? We've joined together to attack the poison sect? How can this be when the Snake People dislike the Empire of the Heavens? They would never want to help us. They despise humans.
Xavier was startled by this news. Chang nodded in agreement. I know how this sounds, Xavier, and if you had told me 5 years ago that we would join the Snake People, I would have laughed at you and called you insane. However, it is true. They're supporting us because the Empire of the Sun originally targeted the Snake People. There was a big battle where the poison sect killed countless of their people. If Queen Medusa had not appeared in time and fought back, it's likely that the entire Snake People tribe would have been eliminated. Now Xavier understood why Medusa had to leave so suddenly. He swallowed heavily. The bad feeling in his guts grew. Chang continued to talk. Since the Shao Alliance and the Snake People share the same enemy, it was easy for them to form this alliance. It worked out very well, so much so that Master Haru of the Imperial family promised to give the Snake People a plot of land where they can, if and when they were victorious in the big battle. Xavier smiled. I understand. This alliance with Medusa and the Snake People would definitely be a threat to the Empire of the Sun and its poison sect. They would have to withdraw. If things had developed in a normal manner, this would indeed have been the case. However, not long after the Snake People announced their alliance with us, the Empire of the Sun made a move that we never could have predicted. The Empire of the Sun had been in talks with 2 other large empires. The 3 empires joined hands, which caused their power to soar. Their strength was immense. Xavier frowned.
2 other large empires? Which ones?
The Mulan Empire and the Golden Empire. These 2 empires are equal in strength to the Empire of the Heavens. Some would say they are a little stronger than the Empire of the Heavens. These empires have 2 large factions that are almost as strong as the Poison Sect. These 2 sects are called the Golden Swan Sect and the Mulan Valley.
Golden Swan Sect, Mulan Valley,
repeated Xavier. Chang nodded. The Golden Swan Sect is a powerful faction within the Golden Empire. Their leader, Master Tian, is also a genuine elite warlord, although he's only at the initial stage of the warlord level. Mulan Valley belongs to the Mulan Empire, as you probably already guessed, given the name. Although it does not have a warlord, it has an extremely unique combined Q method. The people from Mulan call it the skill of the three beasts. Skill of the three beasts? What sort of skill is this? Xavier raised a questioning eyebrow. There are 3 elders who practice this Q energy method in the Mulan Valley. Although they're at the peak of the high-level Q Master class, when all 3 activate the skill of the 3 beasts, they'll be able to fight a warlord. Basically, they would be as powerful as Master Tian of the Golden Swan sect. Xavier was gloomy upon hearing Chang's explanation. If I understand this correctly, the Empire of the Heavens and the Xiao Alliance are in some real danger. With 3 people that are equivalent to warlords, and even Medusa would find it hard to block them. 1 year and all of this has happened. If I had known all of this would happen, I would have never bothered going on my retreat, Xavier said, and cursed himself loudly. An incredible feeling of guilt overcame him. Strangely enough, Xavier, we have been lucky. It seems that the alliance of these 3 empires is fractured, or maybe scared is a better word. No one wants to fight Medusa. Anyone who takes her on will die. Everyone knows this, with only a few rare exceptions, namely Master Tian of the Golden Swan sect, the leader of the Poison sect, and the 3 elders of Mulan Valley. They are the only ones who would not run away when facing Queen Medusa. Moreover, these sects do not trust one another. They all worry that they will be backstabbed by each other, or by their allies. They fear if one faction is seriously injured by Medusa, then their allies will turn on them and kill them. So the result is that these empires have sent out their experts to simply harass the Xiao Alliance and the Snake People. They're not fighting. Their strategy is to slowly tire our forces, so it won't come to any big battle. And those poison masters that we saw earlier must be members of the poison sect. Somehow, they snuck past our defenses. I don't know how, as we have many strong people from the Xiao Alliance patrolling the border. I can understand 1 fighter, but I don't know how 10 fighters made it in. Chang felt uncertain when he spoke about all of this. He thought about it for a moment and then continued with a heavy heart. With the current situation, we can only hope that the Xiao Alliance and the Snake People will be able to block them completely. Otherwise, we'll lose everything. Our homes, our families, our country. We're born in the Empire of the Heavens and have grown up in the Empire of the Heavens. We don't want to leave our homeland. Xavier's heart sank as he looked at the depressed mercenaries. He patted Chang's back and forced a reassuring smile. Relax. The Xiao Alliance will not fall. Anyone who wants to let it collapse will have to step over my dead body first. Nothing can keep me from a fight. This seemed to work. Chang smiled in reply. We've been waiting for your return. You'll be the savior of us all, Xavier. If you want to fight on the front line, you can go to the Eastern Fortress. The battle is raging there, and you'll find most of the strong people from the Xiao Alliance and the Snake People fighting hard. Thank you, Chen. I won't waste any more time. I've been away for too long already. Xavier looked toward the distant eastern sky. His fiery Q-energy wings slowly extended out from his back. Immediately, his body rose into the sky in front of the many respectful gazes. Xavier transformed into a ray of light and rushed away. Xavier rushed like lightning towards the fortress that Chang told him about upon leaving the town of beasts. Lily followed close behind. After he broke through to the high-level Q-Master class, Xavier's flying speed was clearly much faster than it was in the past. His body was like a falling star as it flew through the sky. Within a couple of blinks, he had disappeared into the horizon. As Xavier flew at his maximum speed, he was somber. I can't believe that everyone in the Xiao Alliance and my Xiao clan would have been murdered if Medusa had not intervened. We're lucky she did. And she brought the Snake People race into an alliance with us. Otherwise, the Empire of the Sun would have destroyed us all. The Hall of Souls would have nothing to do with it, but I do wonder where this dangerous poison sect originates from. I do have a suspicion, but I really hope that I am wrong. Ugh,
I really owe Medusa for this one, don't I? Lily did not dare to tease him now. She increased her speed and followed close behind without question. There was something else he had noticed. The poison in my body completely incinerated as I made the jump to the high-level Q-Master. That is really incredible. What poison? Lily was worried as she overheard Xavier muttering to himself while flying. Xavier brushed her concerns off. Don't worry about it. I helped some old guy get rid of poison in his body and accidentally absorbed some of it. I struggled to get rid of it, but now that I'm a high-level Q-Master, the heavenly flame in my body got stronger and it was able to get rid of the poison. I feel much better now. Xavier flapped his Q-energy wings a few times. There was not the slightest blockage in his Q pathways anymore, leaving his Q energy more pure and potent than ever before. After 2 hours of flying, Xavier and Lily had covered a lot of ground. They had left the mountain range and now flew over an enormous yellow desert. Xavier sighed in relief when the yellow desert appeared. The Tag Desert. I haven't been here in ages. I remember how I met the Ice Emperor here. I never thought that by walking into a random shop to get a map, I would end up with one of my most important allies and friends. It feels surreal to be in this desert again. I can't believe how much time has passed. Anyway, Medusa's tribe of snake people should not be far away now. As they continued forward, Xavier saw below a flow of people leaving the mountain range. They were clearly fleeing from the battle. Some would call them refugees of the war between the Empire of the Heavens and its 3 new enemies. Xavier saw the panic on their faces as they fled the Empire. A dark, chilly glint flashed across Xavier's eyes. He clenched his fist tightly. I will make these empires pay for what they have done. After some time, Xavier sensed the presence of 3 other beings in the distance, and he suddenly stopped flying. What is it? Why did we stop? I thought we were in a rush. Lily stopped as well and was confused. Xavier pointed in the far distance. I can sense 3 living beings over there to the north. Lily narrowed her eyes and took a look and nodded. I can sense them too, but why should we care? We've run into more people on the way. Xavier raised a finger, signaling Lily to be silent. There are 3 people, and the person in front is clearly fleeing. I can sense that the 2 that are following are clearly chasing the first person. As Xavier explained, his eyes looked in the northern direction. Then, his spiritual perception spread out like floodwater from between his eyebrows. So someone is being chased. Big deal. Why should we care? Lily rolled her eyes as she repeated her question. We should care because I believe the one being pursued is of the snake people race. I think that snake person is from Medusa's tribe. I can sense that the snake person must be a powerful Q-Master. The 2 people who are chasing the snake person seem to come from somewhere else. Their energy feels very foreign. They might be from one of the other empires. And why are you so interested in that? Asked Lily. It's not that I'm interested in them. It's just that the snake people are now allies of the Shao Alliance, so we should help this person if we can, explained Xavier. Okay, but who is the snake person running from? Asked Lily. I'm not sure. I can't tell from here, but I really think they don't belong to the Empire of the Heavens. Xavier froze. There was something that caught him off guard. What's wrong, Xavier? Asked Lily, who got concerned as she watched his face closely. A strange expression flashed across Xavier's face, and he shot explosively toward the northern area. That snake person. I think I know them. Come on, let's go. Xavier did not wait for Lily's reply before shooting forward. Meanwhile, it was obvious that the snake person that was being chased was having a very bad day. Cold sweat was running down her forehead as she cursed herself. This is the worst day of my life. Okay, maybe not my entire life, but definitely of the last year. She thought to herself. Who are these 2 blue bastards? Don't they know that blue is so out of style? Once my injuries heal, I'll definitely tear all the flesh from their bones and feed it to my little beloved. The snake person was Lady Yu, one of the higher-ranking members of Queen Medusa's tribe, whom Xavier encountered briefly many years ago. Lady Yu's snake tail pressed to the ground in a strange manner. Each time it moved, she shot forward. A cloud of dust was twirled up behind her. While she fled,
she would turn and curse at those pursuing her. Ugh, now that Ling City has fallen, many enemies from the outside empires will enter the Empire of the Heavens. If I will even live to see the day when this will happen. This is horrible. Yup, it is definitely the worst day of my life. Lady Yu was originally a guardian of Ling City. In the past, she used her level 7 Q-Master powers to force back the enemies who tried to besiege the city. This time, she wasn't so lucky. No one expected that the alliance from the outside empires would actually dispatch 3 Q-Masters. Lady Yu had hurt a Q-Master before being seriously wounded by their level 8 Q-Master. All she could do then was abandon the city and flee. I put up a good fight, and this bought time for people to evacuate, flee, run away from the city. They will live. I hope they will live. Most of the citizens had left by the time this army entered Ling City. Their Q-Masters were furious. I know the other is guarding Ling City. Will these two chase me? The 2 middle-aged men in pursuit wore blue clothes with a golden swan motif embroidered onto them. Everyone could see that they belonged to the Golden Swan sect. She's very fast, noted the first man. It's the Q energy of the snake people race. This energy causes them to be much more agile than humans. Either way, we can't give up. It's an order from the top, exclaimed the second man. Damn it. Once I capture that woman, I will torture her by breaking every scale from her tail, one by one. She needs to pay for insulting us, yelled the first man. The other man laughed coldly. I'd like to help with that. I've also heard those snake people fetch a nice price on the market. Some people prefer to have snake people as servants, I've heard. The men grinned at each other. In that case, it's even more important that she does not escape. Come on, let's pick it up. Don't go too far into the Empire of the Heavens. We don't want to stir too much trouble here. I've heard they got some powerful people in the capital. We should steer clear of that. The other man agreed, and they sped up their pace. Suddenly, a bright golden glow erupted from their bodies, as a pair of golden swan wings extended from their backs. They flapped their golden wings and soared to the sky. Lady Yu saw the golden wings appear on the man, and she clenched her teeth to surge her Q energy. However, her injuries were too much, and her Q energy grew sluggish from the exhaustion. Oh, hello there, Snake Lady. Are you too tired to run? The men from the Golden Swan sect surrounded Lady Yu as she lay collapsed on the ground. Some darkness surfaced within Lady Yu's eyes. A bewitching smile, however, appeared on her face while she spoke to the two of them. Did you chase me this far just to ask if I was tired? My, aren't you funny? Won't you be a fun one to torture? Teased the first man. No, I don't think so. Torture isn't really my thing, retorted Lady Yu sarcastically. Oh, I get it. She's a jokester. Haha. Well, you won't be laughing very much once we tear all your scales from your tail and destroy all of your Q energy. The second man huffed. Don't dilly-dally with her. We can just torture her here. Attack! Yelled the first man. The second man smiled and nodded when he heard this. Both of them moved their hands simultaneously, and a golden glow soared. It transformed into 2 5-foot-tall golden swans, which they immediately pointed at Lady Yu. The 2 large golden swans emitted a sharp cry to the sky. Their wings flapped, and they shot toward Lady Yu. The force of the golden swans was extremely sharp. 2 deep gullies were evenly formed when they shot over the sand-covered ground. Lady Yu gritted her teeth when she looked at the sharp golden glow that was swiftly approaching. She maneuvered the little remaining Q energy in her body before waving her delicate hand. Her Q energy transformed into a Q energy pillar that shot out to meet the 2 golden swans. A muffled explosion sounded when the 2 came into contact. The Q energy pillar of Lady Yu disappeared. The 2 golden swans shot towards her without slowing down after the attack. Lady Yu's Q energy was slowly slipping away, despite her best efforts. She knew that the last line of defense was the poison she held in her snake tongue. She was prepared to use this poison in any way necessary to protect herself. In despair, Lady Yu slowly shut her eyes, not wanting to see her imminent doom. She was just about to bite her tongue to inject herself a dose of lethal snake poison to avoid being tortured, as suddenly, a roll of thunder resonated across the sky.
A black-robed figure appeared in front of Lady Yu like a ghost, and within seconds, the attacking men from the Golden Swan sect disappeared. Lady Yu did not notice any of this happening. Her eyes were closed in fear. She braced herself for the pain. Once she had felt the pain of the Q energy attacks, she would have bitten down on her tongue and injected herself with a lethal dose of snake poison from her teeth. However, the pain did not arrive. Instead, she heard a warm voice ask, "Are you all right?" Lady Yu was startled when she heard the voice. She opened her eyes. Lady Yu stared in shock at the young face above her. Somehow, he looked so familiar. She was sure she'd seen him somewhere before, but in her weakened state, she couldn't pinpoint where exactly she had seen him. It must have been a few years.
"Have we met? You were from the Empire of the Heavens, right?"
Her snake pupil swept over his face again. She struggled, but could not sit up yet. "Relax, you're safe now. And yes, I'm from the Empire of the Heavens. As a matter of fact, we're allies. Though I guess I have changed quite a bit since we met the last time. Also, the last time, I was kinda terrified of you. You did try to kill me after all." Xavier smiled down at her, wondering if she would recognize him. Lady Yu struggled again, trying to stand. She managed to get onto her knees when her strength gave out, and she fell back into Xavier's arms. Her vision swam, and the world spun and began to darken at the edges of her vision. A round pill that emanated a sweet floral fragrance touched her lips. She opened her mouth weakly, hardly aware of what was happening anymore, and let Xavier place the pill on her tongue. "I promise it's not poison. It will help you recover from your injuries." Lady Yu swallowed the pill, though she wasn't sure she could trust that it wasn't poison. Either way, she had no will left to resist. Dying by poison was not the worst option anymore. Almost immediately, warmth spread through her limbs, and her head began to clear. The world stopped spinning, and she found that she could sit up on her own, though she was still too weak to stand. She sat up tentatively and looked at the young man who had just saved her.
"Thank you very much for your help, human. I am Lady Yu of the Snake People, but I do have a feeling you knew that already, though I am unsure why or how."
Xavier smiled but said nothing. Apparently, she still didn't remember him. He studied her face. She hadn't changed that much. The main difference was that now she was looking at him with gratitude instead of clenching her teeth in rage. Someone clearing his throat made Xavier and Lady Yu turn around. "We don't want to interrupt anything, but we were not done yet." Xavier glanced towards the two middle-aged men, one of whom seemed to want his attention. Lady Yu grabbed Xavier's sleeve.
"Be careful. These two rogues are Q Masters from the Golden Swan sect of the Golden Empire. Their strengths are each at the Q Master level and should not be underestimated, especially when they work together." Lady Yu staggered to her feet and faced the two men. She tried to summon her strength back, squaring her shoulders and glaring at them, but in her heart, she knew if she fought them now, she would be easily defeated. "Golden Swan sect?" Xavier raised his brows slightly as he heard the name that Chang warned him about. "Be about your own business, friend. Otherwise, you might find you've thrown your life away." The rakish middle-aged man stared intently at Xavier as he spoke. He was clearly itching for a fight. These two men had no way of guessing Xavier's strength. They assumed he had some power since he was willing to jump into a fight, but they were too foolish to realize that this meant he was much stronger than they were. Xavier laughed. "This, in fact, is my business. You people from the Empire of the Heavens always butting in where you don't belong. You should be more careful and listen to me, Jin Shen. If you insist on intervening, you can only blame yourself for your poor fate." The lanky man who called himself Jin Shen laughed and shook his head mockingly. Then he looked at his companion. His companion smiled darkly and nodded. Between the two of them, they were almost as strong as the high-level Q Master, and they were confident they could take on anyone who crossed them. Until that moment, throughout all their fighting with the people of the Empire of the Heavens, the two of them had seldom met anyone who was a match for them. They didn't think they had anything to fear from some young upstart who just stumbled across their path.
They faced Xavier. A bright golden glow surged out from their bodies in tandem, tearing across the ground towards Lady Yu. Lady Yu jumped behind Xavier, just avoiding the attack.
They are strong together. You need to be very careful. I will try to distract one of them later. You take the other. I hope you are strong because I will not be able to endure for long.
Lady Yu whispered to Xavier through clenched teeth. Xavier waved her back. How can you fight with your current injuries? You should rest. Leave them to me.
Don't underestimate them.
Lady Yu seemed to be worried as she warned Xavier. By all means, underestimate us. We have time to kill. One of the men laughed. He clenched his palm, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. It was shaped like a golden ring, honed to a sharp blade at the edge. The purple glint on the metal told Xavier it was dipped in poison. His companion brandished an identical weapon.
Be careful. This is a unique weapon of the Golden Swan sect. They call it a swan feather ring. It is extremely deadly, dipped in poison.
Lady Yu hissed. I see you know something of our Golden Swan sect. Jin Shen let out a sinister laugh. He nodded to his companion, and the both of them charged, one of them attacking Xavier, while the other leapt at Lady Yu. Xavier didn't even flinch. He stepped to the side and threw the man lunging at him into the trees behind him. He landed in the underbrush. Lady Yu narrowly dodged her attacker and thrust out her arm. A sharp longsword appeared in her hand. She thrust it at her attacker, but he stepped aside, and she staggered into Xavier's arms. Once again, Xavier implored her to rest. You are not back to your full strength. Let me handle these two. Lady Yu let him pull her behind him. She knew he was right that she was no match for even one of them in her current condition. She hoped he would be able to defeat them both, or else neither of them would survive this. Jin Shen and his companion sneered at Xavier. They brandished their poison-dipped sharpened rings and leapt at him. Xavier felt his Q energy rise. Fire ring explosion! Xavier screamed, summoning all his strength and throwing his hands towards his two attackers. A jade-green ring of fire spread around Xavier and Lady Yu. In the blink of an eye, it lifted and tossed Jin Shen and his companion back. Dark green flames rose over the nearby trees and up into the sky. The explosion could be seen for miles. The two men flew backwards like ragdolls and landed 50 feet away. Jin Shen spat out a mouthful of blood as his companion coughed and coughed, holding his hand to his broken ribs and struggling to get back up. They looked at Xavier in shock. They had not expected him to be a high-level Q master. How could he be so strong, they wondered. The young man was at most 20-something years old. They had expected a Q master at best, but not a high-level Q master, especially one so young. Since when did the Empire of the Heavens boast such a young high-level Q master? Why have we never heard of him? Jin Shen rasped at his companion through his bloody teeth. Lady Yu was also shocked. She hadn't expected such power from someone so young either, and though she was grateful for his help, it made her nervous. Lady Yu glanced at Jin Shen and his companion. They clambered to their feet, turned, and tried to flee.
Quick, don't let them escape,
Lady Yu cried. She glanced over and saw that Xavier had already disappeared.
Such speed.
Lady Yu's delicate hand rubbed the cold sweat from her forehead. She could not help but feel a lingering fear in her heart. It was fortunate that this person was from the Empire of the Heavens. If he would have been an enemy, things would have gone from bad to worse for her. Just then, the two men fell into the dirt in front of Lady Yu with a dull thud. The two men were no longer breathing. They gave me no choice. Xavier landed gracefully next to her, his fiery Q energy wings folding into his back.
Who are you? How did you?
She once again studied Xavier. Oh, that's right. I never properly introduced myself, and you seem to have forgotten me, Lady Yu. Xavier laughed. Remember the kid who accidentally saw you bathing in the desert? The one you thought was spying on you, who you chased for miles and threatened? Lady Yu gasped at him, remembering that scrawny kid. Not many years had passed. There was no way that terrified kid had grown this powerful in such a short time.
Xavier?
At your service. Xavier's smile widened into a grin. Has Lady Yu recalled me finally? He did not make any effort to hide his amusement. Lady Yu struggled to find words. Suddenly, she had a flashback. A flashback of chasing down a frightened young man and cornering him many years ago, and how he stammered up at her in terror. She recalled that back then, Xavier was merely a true master, and an inexperienced one at that. How was it possible for him to reach this advanced stage within a short few years? He killed those two Q masters with ease, despite their abilities and their strange poisoned weapons. Lady Yu involuntarily took 2 steps back.
Do you hold a grudge? I don't remember us parting on the best of terms.
Lady Yu's voice shook slightly, and she let out a nervous chuckle. She had chased Xavier until she had exhausted him. If he had not met Lucian's group along the way, it was likely that she would have captured him. Lady Yu wondered if Xavier was planning on taking revenge, even though he just rescued her. Xavier smiled gently at her. He waved his hand. Relax, Lady Yu. I'm not an unforgiving person. Besides, it seems like we find ourselves on the same side now. Lady Yu sighed with relief when she heard Xavier's words. Suddenly, she remembered where else she had heard the name Xavier recently.
Xavier? As in, the chief of the Shao Alliance? No, wait, that has to be a coincidence. You can't be the same person.
Lady Yu could hardly mask her astonishment. Xavier laughed. I don't believe in coincidences. I am the head of the Shao Alliance.
You'll have to forgive me. I never expected the young man I met only a few years ago would become the leader of the most powerful faction in the Empire of the Heavens.
Lady Yu let out another nervous laugh, still uncertain she was entirely safe. I wouldn't say I'm a leader, even though I am the founder and the head of the Alliance. I've simply brought some factions within the Empire together. Honestly, I haven't checked in on the faction for a while. Lady Yu smiled bitterly upon hearing this.
I did hear about this. Perhaps you are not yet ready to be a leader. After all, you disappeared, leaving the Shao Alliance vulnerable to attack from outside. If not for Her Majesty advancing to the warlord class, it is likely that the Shao Alliance would have been shattered by the 3 factions.
Xavier did not disagree. A wave of guilt overcame him. You're right. To my defense, however, I was undertaking a retreat. I had no way of knowing that trouble was brewing. I needed to advance to the next level. By the time I came out, only a short time ago, I came to learn that everything was in chaos. If I would have known that this would happen, I would have never left. Anyway, it can't be helped. Perhaps you could catch me up on what happened with the snake people. I'm not up to date when it comes to that. All I know is that you all joined the Alliance due to Medusa. Xavier's expression was serious. Lady Yu's face fell.
Things are very bad. Not long ago, Her Majesty battled the leader of the poison sect. Both were injured. The leader of the poison sect quietly went into hiding after that, and seems to be recuperating from the injuries. Her Majesty also suffered some injuries, but she did not have much time to recuperate. The people from the 3 factions saw this opportunity and began attacking. They lay siege to the Black Mountain Fortress. Master Tian from the Golden Swan sect and the 3 elders of the Mulan Valley, who practiced the skill of 3 beasts who joined together to attack. Her Majesty is injured and will almost certainly be unable to repel them this time. We will lose the Black Mountain Fortress, and who knows what will fall to them next.
Xavier's heart sank. This is much worse than Chang made it sound like. Her Majesty, Queen Medusa, she is the strongest person on our side. If she would be defeated, we would be doomed. Where is she right now?
We have a few powerful Q masters. Unfortunately, we are disadvantaged in terms of the high-level Q masters. The opposition is made up of the strongest factions from the other empires. We can barely block them. Victory comes down to a battle between the high-level Q masters on both sides. Our only elite warlord is Queen Medusa. The 3 factions, on the other hand, have 3. If Her Majesty is able to successfully block Master Tian and the 3 elders from the Mulan Valley today, we will have a fighting chance. If she cannot, we will be completely finished. The Snake People's fates are tied to the Empire of the Heavens. If the Empire of the Heavens were to be defeated, the Snake People would be unable to win against the 3-faction alliance. My people would be enslaved. Lady Yu's fists tightened. Her expression darkened as she spoke the last few words. To her, this was a fate far worse than death. Xavier slowly nodded. This is a lot worse than I thought. Bring me to the Black Mountain Fortress so I can check on it. Xavier turned back to Lady Yu. Lady Yu nodded slightly and sighed. I will take you there. However, it will make no difference. Even a high-level Q-Master like you will not be able to defeat 3 elite warlords, unless you are able to practice a combined fighting technique. Like the 3 elders from the Mulan Valley, you have no chance of winning. Xavier did not voice any retort. He did not want to argue to prove his strength. He wanted to continue his journey and deal with the 3-faction alliance. He raised his head to the sky and called, Lily, where have you gotten to? Aren't you coming down? We need to get going. Lady Yu was startled. She did not sense the aura of anyone else. Who on earth was he talking to? A little girl landed gracefully next to Xavier. Lady Yu stared at her. You traveled here with a child? You brought a child into a war zone? Are you mad? Suddenly, Lady Yu noticed the flapping pair of Q-energy wings sprouting from the little girl's back. Am I hallucinating? She is also a high-level Q-master? This child? I already struggled to believe that Xavier became a high-level Q-master at his age, but a literal child? What's next? Are children becoming warlords now? Lily flapped her wings and flew up a few feet. I just advanced a few days ago. Thank you very much. Xavier could not help but laugh and shake his head. This girl's original form is very different. She's actually a monster. Now, we should hurry. As you described it, the situation at the Black Mountain Fortress is really bad right now. Lady Yu stared at him as if he'd grown several extra heads. You are calling this cute little girl a monster? What on earth does that mean? It's a long story, best told as we travel. Xavier spoke with urgency. I must get to Medusa, he thought to himself. I can't leave her alone, injured, facing 3 elite warlords. He didn't want to waste another moment. Lady Yu could not argue with this. She turned in the direction of the Black Mountain Fortress. She had recovered some of her Q-energy from the pill that Xavier had given her earlier, enabling her to summon Q-energy wings. She leapt into the air and led the way. Xavier explained Lily's situation as best as he could as they flew. So Lily ate some of the body transformation grass, and this, alongside, I think some other ingredients she ate, caused her to transform into this body. Eventually, the first elder of the Inner Circle from Nanji Academy found her and took her under his wing. Lady Yu was stunned as Xavier retold Lily's story. But what sort of monster is she? She got no reply. Xavier only shrugged. He looked over to Lily, waiting for an answer, but she did not hear them, or maybe she just pretended to not hear them. Lady Yu was not sure if she wanted to laugh or to cry. All of this sounded very bizarre to her. Okay, never mind then. I understand, but doesn't a magical beast need to reach level 7 in order to transform into a human form? Lady Yu asked. He shrugged off her question with a roll of his eyes. What? You don't believe me? You see her yourself, flying next to us on her Q-energy wings, don't you? What more evidence do you need to believe me? Lady Yu fell silent. Xavier had a point. The child had Q-energy wings after all. She decided to not push the subject any further, but a shiver ran down her spine. They continued to fly mostly in silence. It did not take them too long to arrive. The Black Mountain Fortress loomed darkly on the northeastern border of the Empire of the Heavens. It was the grandest fortress within a 500-mile radius. It had stood for a century without falling. The Black Mountain had withstood several big battles, but they left few scars on the enormous fortress. Xavier's eyes stared into the horizon, where he could just make out the distant spires of the Black Mountain Fortress. He clenched his fists and muttered, Please, Medusa, hang on. We're on our way.
Xavier, Lily, and Lady Yu from the Snake People soared over vast, endless plains, and then two towering mountain ranges, whose peaks pierced the sky. Xavier furrowed his brows. Is this the mountain fortress? Lady Yu nodded to confirm this. Yes, this is it. This black mountain fortress guards the gap between these two mountain ranges, like a fierce prehistoric beast, protecting the main road that led into and out of the Empire of the Heavens. This fortress is one of the most important defenses of the Empire of the Heavens. If this defensive line was torn apart, the enemy's armies would march straight into the heart of the Empire of the Heavens. Xavier nodded. He was in awe. The fortress was so looming that it left one speechless. Compared to the pass out of the Empire of the Heavens that Xavier had visited once, this fortress was enormous. The walls of the Black Mountain Fortress were built from the dark volcanic rock mined from the mountains that flanked it. Such walls would likely be able to hold out for a long time, even against the attacks of a peak high-level Q master. Soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, all along the fortress walls. There were two ballistas mounted on each corner, ready to throw steel arrows as thick as tree trunks at an attacking army at any moment. Even the armies of the three factions from outside of the Empire would have to pay a hefty and bloody price to breach the walls of the Black Mountain Fortress. Several well-trained Q masters joined the soldiers atop the walls. At this moment, their gazes were fixed anxiously at a far spot on the horizon, where thousands of soldiers slowly advanced towards the Black Mountain Fortress. The advancing army would not have been much of a match for the fortress had they not been led by elite warlords. A high-level Q-master could easily defend against a 10,000-strong army. This was why they held such a high rank in the Empire of the Heavens. I've received word that Master Tian and the three elders from the Mulan Valley are leading the army, and although the troublesome leader of the Poison Sect has not joined them yet, I do not like our odds. After all, this is equivalent to 2 elite warlords. The Ice Emperor Hai's gaze lingered on the distant hordes for a moment. He let out a deep sigh. The Ice Emperor Hai had, over the last year of fighting, reached the peak of the high-level Q-Master class, where he was comparable to Master Haru in strength. Breaking through to the Warlord class was only one step away. Of course, this one step was so difficult to take that many struggled their entire lives without being able to advance further. Despite this, a high-level Q-Master was ultimately a high-level Q-Master, not an equal to an elite warlord. Unless one possessed some unusual, abnormal trump cards, it was basically impossible to leap across the class and challenge an elite warlord. Thankfully, Xavier possessed some of those unusual trump cards. He not only possessed the mysterious Flame Mantra Q method, but also unique treasures, like 3 Heavenly Flames and the God Seal skill. I have already dispatched some people to search for Xavier. He will definitely come and lend a hand if he receives the news. However, a distant water source cannot quench one's immediate thirst. I'm not sure we can hold the fortress until he gets here. I don't know what to do anymore. I've spent a lot of effort and thought into outlining a plan, but it seems hopeless. We don't have anyone within the entire Empire of the Heavens who could face 3 warlords with the slightest chance of success. All we can do is face them, end our deaths with some dignity. Xavier's oldest brother, Yang, sighed heavily. He looked much older. Yang leaned back in his wheelchair, the weight of the world firmly on his shoulders. He turned his head to Queen Medusa, who sat beside him. Your Majesty, do your injuries trouble you? Queen Medusa smiled at him. I have consumed the pill that the Shao Alliance alchemists refined, and I am feeling much better. Although my fighting strength is still greatly weakened, I'm not in any immediate danger. She paused to look out at the horizon. Well, apart from the approaching army, I mean. Yang laughed bitterly. He said, You've had a few bad weeks. Queen Medusa smiled wryly and nodded. You could say that. I am also thinking of the snake people. Now that all our fates are intertwined, losses from any single side will result in each of our defeats. She turned to look toward the distant mountain range of monsters. She reached out for the 1,000th time and tried to sense Xavier's aura, but once again, she failed. She clenched her teeth and sighed within her heart.
Have you not come out of your retreat? If you don't emerge soon, the entire empire of the heavens will be destroyed.
She was not the only one with these thoughts. I wonder how Xavier is doing. It's been about a year. I wonder that something bad has happened to him. Yang's thoughts had followed Medusa's. He rubbed his forehead and let out a bitter laugh. He might emerge finally as a high-level Q-master, only to find the destruction of the Empire of the Heavens took place while he was training. That crazy brat always runs away like this. If he does not return soon, his precious Shao alliance will be finished. Hai interjected, joining them by the window and cursing loudly. Medusa stared at him. She seemed less worried. However, a feeling of guilt was in her heart. After all, she did leave Xavier and Lily alone in the Hidden Valley.
I think he will emerge soon, as long as we are able to endure until he finishes his retreat. Maybe not all hope will be lost. Xavier possesses skills beyond those of ordinary high-level Q-masters. If he unleashes his full strength, he will be able to contend with an elite warlord. And when I recover, our side will have 2 people who are equal to elite warlords in strength. I am willing to die to defend my snake people, and I will take at least one of those bastards down with me.
Master Haru looked at her with concern. That leader of the poison sect as well as Master Tian from the Golden Swan sect and the 3 elders from the Mulan Valley are afraid that you will do just that. That is why they have not been eager to engage you in battle, each on their own. However, they are now united, and they are absolutely beyond your strength to defeat. Your Majesty, with all due respect, you must be more careful. Medusa nodded slightly. She was about to speak when a thunder-like drumbeat began in the distance. They are about to begin their attack, one of the generals shouted from the top of the south wall. The ground began to tremble. The enormous, endless sea of people in the distance began to rush toward the fortress like dark ocean waves. Tell the generals to have all the high-level Q-masters from the Shao Alliance and the Snake People spread themselves along the fortress wall. Aim your attacks at the enemy's high-level Q-masters, Yang commanded loudly. He knew he could not afford to make any mistake. Everyone, today's victory ensures the survival of our Empire of the Heavens and the Snake People. We must hold the line. Yang's gaze slowly swept over everyone as he spoke in a deep voice. Master Haru and Ice Emperor Hai rushed up to meet the generals atop the Black Mountain Fortress walls. While the armies of the Empire of the Heavens readied themselves for battle, and the 3 factions' armies drew closer, Yang and Queen Medusa made their way to the central tower. Queen Medusa looked out at the approaching hordes. I will have to fight. Yang looked at her, alarmed by the note of hopelessness in her voice. He had never heard her sound so defeated. She must know her strength hadn't returned enough to defeat the 3 elite warlords. Suddenly, a flap of large wings caught Yang's attention. Ha! Your Empire of the Heavens is so stubborn in the face of such hopeless odds. You've actually been able to endure for nearly a year in the face of our 3-faction alliance. Even though your Empire of the Heavens will soon be defeated, at least you will have put up a fight. A taunting voice came through the window of the central tower. Master Tian. Medusa's face hardened, and she spat out a name. Master Tian hovered in the sky above the fortress, his golden robes wafting in the breeze, gazing mockingly down at the soldiers atop the walls of the Black Mountain Fortress. He flapped his enormous golden swan wings. The black masses of soldiers immediately erupted into an earth-shaking cheer when they heard Master Tian. Clearly, he inspired intense loyalty in his troops. Queen Medusa, I would like the chance to challenge you formally. Master Tian addressed her with exaggerated mocking politeness. Medusa's face hardened as she looked at Master Tian. 1 minute, she was right next to Yang, and the next, she was already in the sky outside of the fortress, face to face with Master Tian. Her gaze swept over him. A mere 2-star warlord also dares to act presumptuous in front of a queen. Heh, your reputation precedes you, and I know I could not defeat you alone. However, I did not come here alone. Master Tian gestured at the hordes below.
Do me the honor, Queen Medusa, of meeting me and my friends in the field of battle." As he said this, 3 smiling elders appeared in the air. "I heard your savior hasn't resurfaced. Perhaps he couldn't handle all that power he so eagerly thought." Master Tian taunted. Medusa's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the 3 old men. Her face was icy as she spat each word at them venomously. "The 3 elders of the Mulan Valley." The 3 Mulan elders, who had appeared in the sky, were wearing green robes. One had a lion, one had a tiger, and the other had a bear embroidered onto them. But these did not appear to be added to the robes by any mere ordinary sewing. Instead, they seemed like they had been applied by some kind of mysterious energy. This energy made the animals' eyes glow red, and when anyone looked at them, if a person looked upon them who did not have significant mental strength, they would tremble with fear. Although these 3 green-robed old men were only at the peak of the high-level Q-Master level with their energy, Medusa knew she had to take them seriously. The skill of the 3 beasts that these 3 elders practiced was immensely powerful. Meanwhile, the massive infantries of the army from the 3-faction alliance, waiting outside of the fortress, erupted into thunderous applause as soon as they saw the 3 great elders from the Mulan Valley. This sharp and sudden increase in the enemy's morale naturally made the morale of Yang and his forces drop. The Ice Emperor Hai's face turned sour as his gaze affixed on the 3 Mulan elders. Looking at them and their vast army, he could not help but curse angrily. "Damn it, these absolute bastards. How are we supposed to stand a chance?" They had come back to Yang. Master Haru's expression was similarly sour and twisted. He silently nodded, clearly lost in thought. He clenched his fists and said to Hai, "We should go out there and help Medusa block them. At the very least, it would be good to buy her some more time." "Wait, don't fly off. Stay here and think for a second." Yang responded with a shake of his head. "If you were to attack, the armies of the enemies would not just sit idly by and let it happen. We would provoke a full-scale battle. That would make it rather difficult to buy Medusa some more time." The Ice Emperor frowned. "All right, so what should we do? Don't you dare tell me that we shouldn't do anything. We have to help her somehow, or they will surround her and attack her." Yang nodded. "All we can do now is hope that the great Queen Medusa will be able to block them." The Ice Emperor and Master Haru exchanged a glance before looking back at Yang. "That sounds like you're telling me we shouldn't do anything." "I am." Yang nodded to confirm their thoughts. "I told you that." Yang interrupted the Ice Emperor with a helpless laugh. "There's no other solution. I know how this sounds, Hai." The Ice Emperor Hai and Master Haru stood back and were distinctly unhappy to do so. They stamped their feet like petulant toddlers, perhaps wishing that they were instead stomping on the 3 Mulan elders. But they stood back because they knew Yang was right about the chaos that would result from their intervening. The enemy had more warlord-class experts on their side, and more than their fair share of Q-Masters and high-level Q-Masters. If it came down to one army against another, they were outmatched in rank and number. Lord Fang, who had been silent for all this time, spoke up with a sigh. "We could manage this if Xavier was here. With his strength, his special trump cards, and his combat skill, it would be much easier to block Master Tian and the 3 Mulan elders. However, if we could just give Medusa some time, then I'm sure we could defeat at least one of them." Yang and the others echoed Lord Fang's sigh. He spoke the truth. Xavier would be a tremendous help, but he was training at his retreat, and they did not have any idea of when that would end. Master Tian laughed, and his flickering golden swan wings flapped and flew him toward the steadfast and resolute Medusa. "Queen Medusa, we do know that you are not some simple weakling. We want to join hands to fight you, so we can train our skill of the 3 beasts. So please put up as much of a fight as you can. Don't hold back on us." Medusa scowled mockingly. "Whatever sad excuse you have practiced for this occasion, you don't need to bother.
If I were in your shoes, I would be afraid of failing miserably, getting beaten in battle by one single woman, and disgracing my status as the leader of the Golden Swan sect." She let out a cold laugh. Master Tian joined Medusa in laughter. Medusa's mocking didn't faze him. He clenched his fist, and a golden beam shone through his fingers before transforming into a golden longsword. The sword was covered in what looked like swan feathers, but Medusa could tell that, unlike feathers, they were sharp and had pointed tips. Elder Bear, one of the Mulan elders, giggled gleefully. "I agree that Queen Medusa is not anything near a plain old ordinary person, but I do hope that, when we join hands, she will at least put up a fair fight." Master Tian laughed with him. "Great Queen Medusa. All we are after is the empire of the heavens. That has little, if anything, to do with the Snake People race. If you were to just take your Snake People soldiers and slither them aside, then we would let you come back here and reproduce on this land. Why would you join these mere humans in their dying struggle against us when you could survive and thrive?" Medusa didn't let this mockery faze her. "Do you really want to treat a queen like me as one might a 3-year-old child? And do you really want to do so in such a childish manner?" Master Tian's smile stiffened as if he was forcing it to stay there. He gently swung the swan wing sword in his hand and let out a little laugh. "Well, in that case, I guess I have no choice but to wipe the vile snake people from the northwestern region, and then from the planet entirely. Finding any one simple slimy snake person who might have escaped, or emigrated, or what have you, and hunting them down for a new pair of boots." "Who, you?" asked Medusa before laughing even harder. Master Tian forced a harder laugh still, pretending to be unconcerned. "Yes, me. The 3 Mulan elders and me." He then turned to the elders. "You heard the girl. Oh, sorry, the queen. Let's do it." "Aye," the 3 Mulan elders cried out and nodded in unison. The 3 Mulan elders flew a few feet back to make a brilliant tactical formation that could simultaneously attack and defend. The formation made each of the Mulan elders glow a different color, with the powerful Q energies of green, red, and blue surging out from their bodies. Their Q energies intertwined and formed a perfect ring that linked all 3 of the 3 Mulan elders' Q energies together. With this new Q energy surge, the 3 animals on the 3 Mulan elders' robes let off a blindingly bright red glow that surged out until it enveloped all 3 of them. Having united, they were as powerful as Master Tian, if not potentially even stronger. This was a thrilling sight for Master Tian, and he laughed with delight. The 3 Mulan elders' skill of the 3 beasts is indeed worthy of its designation as a middle diamond class Q method. It has been passed down from generation to generation, dating back to ancient times. Such a powerful effect made by 3 powerful bodies. It really is marvelous beyond compare. Medusa saw a look flash across his face that almost seemed like envy of his own brothers in arms. A blood-red Q energy wrapped around the green-robed men. It took on form and gave each of the elders their beasts' heads atop their own. For the many soldiers looking on from a distance, it looked to them like the 3 Mulan elders had mutated into half-human, half-beast creatures. The tiger-headed elder of the 3 Mulan elders laughed and sounded much more like a tiger than an old man. He snarled for all to hear, and it shook the soldiers' souls. Medusa sighed. "I was really hoping to avoid a big battle today, but I suppose it can't be helped." She focused her mind and dropped any thought that struck her as a distraction. A majestic rainbow-colored energy surged out from her body and then turned into a rainbow with her at the center. Master Tian's eyes shrank. She is indeed powerful. If I would be on my own, I would be in trouble. However, luckily, I have mighty help. He gave a signal to the 3 Mulan elders, and the 4 of them shot out together, instantly unleashing a seismic Q energy attack that filled the people on the ground with fear. Master Tian was extremely fast, so fast that, as quickly as one could breathe, he had appeared in front of Medusa.
The swan wing sword shook in his hand and unleashed an energy that shot out like a striking serpent and distorted the air around it. Medusa's expression did not change as she observed her foe going on the attack. She clenched her hand, and a rainbow-colored snake-shaped longsword materialized out of her Q energy. She swung the snake sword, and it twisted around and engulfed the swan sword, then yanked it forward. Master Tian snorted, though the sword fight muffled it. The large swan wings on his back flapped, and feathers lunged at every part of Medusa's body. Medusa's longsword whistled, shook, and due to her fast movements, surrounded her body with afterimages. The swan feathers shot all over her, smashing into the sword again and again. Each attack was blocked. Seeing this, Master Tian formed a seal with his hands, and a bright and powerful golden light formed in front of him before shooting towards Medusa. Medusa was prepared to take the brunt of this attack head-on when she heard a roar and felt a savage energy behind her. A fist appeared behind her, tearing at the space around it. The sneak attack caused Medusa's steadfast face to change, but only a little. She clenched her hand again, forming a rainbow-colored Q-energy ball, and threw it behind her. The smoke cleared from the energy ball's explosion. It seemed that Medusa was forced to withdraw more than 10 feet from the force, but Master Tian and the 3 Mulan elders had only withdrawn 2. Medusa was clearly at a disadvantage here. Hai screamed and cursed with fury. "You damned cowards! Fighting, really 4 against 1, and yet you still have the audacity to attack her from behind?" The others on the wall with him joined in the cursing. Master Tian laughed as he sized up how his opponent was after withstanding such attacks. "It seemed that the reports I had received were correct, and that you were indeed very seriously injured in your fight with the sect leader of the poison sect. I'm curious to see just what exactly you can rely on to fight us today, with your body in the shape it is." His eyes sparkled with glee. Medusa was stone-faced. She did not bother to argue with him, focusing instead on gathering the Q energy in her body. It rushed in and around like floodwater. The natural energy outside of her body began to fluctuate wildly. Master Tian responded with a darker, grimmer laugh, before starting to gather all of the energy within his body. The onlookers on the ground watched the intense fluctuations of natural energy in the sky above them. They all knew that a tremendous battle among warlords was about to erupt. The Ice Emperor and the others in the fortress looked sour. Medusa had already been severely injured in her battle against the leader of the poison sect. Now, she still needed to fight 2, probably 4 people on her own. The situation was truly dire. As they were considering to give up, Medusa's big fight against Master Tian and the 3 Mulan elders abruptly erupted in the sky above them. Medusa and Master Tian had been gathering their Q energy, and they were just about to unleash it on each other as a thunderous roar whizzed down from the sky. A haughty laugh sounded out for all to hear. "Why are you all starting such a big battle without me?" Yang and the others in the fortress were startled by the force of the laugh at first, but then they realized it came from a familiar voice, and sheer joy surged throughout their ranks. Hai could not control his excitement, and he laughed uproariously to match the echo. "It's Xavier! The wonderful jackass has finally arrived!" Master Haru, who was beside the Ice Emperor, quietly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "This unbelievable fellow. That crazy brat always did like to appear at the last moment. It is fortunate that he made it when he did. A moment later, and it might have been the end of the Empire of the Heavens." Yang slumped slowly into the backrest of his wheelchair with a long sigh. "We will finally be able to properly and fully resolve this conflict," he added. Everyone agreed and let out a collective sigh of relief. With Xavier's incredible abilities, he had a fair chance to block Master Tian or the 3 Mulan elders if he were to unleash his full strength. Given Medusa's own incredible strength, it should be possible to defeat these foes. Alongside Xavier's backlit silhouette in the sky, there were the shapes of a little girl with long purple hair and a general purple glow about her, and an intimidating-looking snake person.
Those two were naturally Lily and Lady Yu. The fortress erupted into deafening cheers and earth-shaking applause at the sight of Xavier and his combat companions. Medusa, once she got over the startle of his loud and sudden entrance, let herself relax ever so slightly. Xavier had hurried over. She moved swiftly to Xavier. She looked him over and assessed him, then asked, "Have you broken through?" Xavier smiled and nodded. Then he asked, mockingly matching her tone, "Have you been slightly injured?" Medusa did not let the teasing bother her this time. She was too glad to see Xavier. "It is merely a small injury. It's nothing. A tiny thing. 'Tis but a scratch." She looked over to Master Tian and the three Mulan elders. They had ceased their attacks and sneak attacks because of Xavier's appearance. She asked, "Are you confident that you can stop them? Since the three Mulan elders have fused their powers and Q energy together, they are about as powerful as one warlord. Technically, they are only one person at this point." Lily piped up, "I'm not sure how that works. I love that you're out of the cocoon and back here with me, but now is not the time for your silliness." Medusa threw Lily a warning glare. Lily rolled her big eyes. "Silliness? There are 4 people there, and I doubt that Lady Yu and I can take care of all the elders. Combined or not, we can, at the very least, balance the scale a little, if not actually help with combat." "Lily, it's fine. I'll deal with them." Xavier smiled at the girl. "Fine, whatever," Lily grumbled, tugging at Lady Yu's pant leg. "Let's go, and leave the adults to their adult fight." "But I'm an adult." Lady Yu furrowed her brows. "Well, it's too late for that anyway. Onward." And with that, Lily and Lady Yu from the Snake People were gone. Medusa turned her attention back to Xavier, inquiring, "Shall we?" Xavier looked over to Master Tian's group to assess them, while he spoke to Medusa. "Yeah, I can handle either one of them, so you just relax and pick one, and I will take care of the other." Master Tian had apparently heard them speaking, and let out a laugh. "How arrogant. One high-level Q-master, and a new one at that, thinks it is a good idea to fight all of us. You are bold, I'll give you that." Lily, as she was exiting, caught the attention of one of the elders. It was the Lion Elder. He called out to her with a voice that invoked a lion's roar. "Hey, brat, who are you? You'd best listen to Medusa and not get involved. We 3 Mulan elders have encountered dozens, maybe hundreds aspiring young heroes and haughty young adventurers, and none of them survived." Elder Tiger swept his predatory gaze over Xavier's body. With his significant training and the boosts provided by this united form he was in, something instinctively told him that this young man in front of them was far from a typical fighter. Having guided Lily to land, Lady Yu flew back up to them. Xavier looked at her and immediately dismissed her. "You really should be withdrawing." "I will not retreat. Not will you insist on facing fighters who are so much stronger and higher level than you. The difference between a high-level Q-master and a warlord is immense, and you will probably need all the help you can get." Xavier smiled a tender and grateful smile to his friend and sister-in-arms, and said, "Relax." Lady Yu could only nod her head helplessly at his stubborn insistence. As she withdrew, her gaze fell upon Medusa, and she wondered to herself why Her Majesty would trust this fellow to speak for her, and trust him at his word that he could handle an elite warlord. With that out of the way, he turned back to Medusa to strategize. "Leave Master Tian for me to deal with," Medusa said. "You can block these 3 Mulan elders. Just please be careful of their combined fighting method. When they combine like this, they are comparable in strength to an elite warlord." Her attention turned back to Master Tian after she saw Lady Yu reach safe ground. Although both Master Tian and the 3 Mulan elders had the strength to fight an elite warlord, the former had genuine strength in and of himself, whereas the elders had to rely on their Q method to merge their strengths. Medusa was at a higher rank than Xavier, so she offered to take what she considered to be a stronger opponent, handing the easier one to him. Xavier grinned widely at this prospect and glanced over the 3 Mulan elders, who were ferocious and savage, and still had the glowing Q energy animal heads atop their own. Master Tian's face trembled upon seeing Medusa's eyes locking onto him. It was almost as if Medusa's gaze had turned him into stone, but he shook it off with a dry, forced laugh. "If you want this kid to die, we will take care of that for you." He turned his head to the three Mulan elders after saying this, and spoke with a sinister voice. "Oh, elders, it should not be too much of a problem for you to deal with a little high-level Q-Master brat, right?" The Tiger Elder hesitated for a moment. He had assessed Xavier earlier and didn't know how to answer, but then he nodded and said, "We should be able to finish him off in no time. 10 exchanges at most. After that, we will help you finish Medusa." Although Xavier had given them an odd feeling, he was still just a high-level Q-Master, no matter how anyone felt or spun it. In these many years, they had killed more high-level Q-Masters than they could ever hope to keep count of. This, to them, would be one more to add to the pile, regardless of how oddly he made them feel. After getting confirmation from Elder Tiger, Master Tian nodded his head with satisfaction and turned his attention back to Medusa. A majestic Q energy exploded out from his body, and his swan wings started flapping. He was determined to attack first. "Be careful." This was not to Master Tian, whom she was still facing, but to Xavier, whom she would turn her head toward before rushing on. As she passed Xavier, she felt a round object get stuffed into her palm. She looked at the item with confusion. "Eat it," he clarified, "and it will heal your injuries at a faster pace. It also makes you less worried in a fight." Medusa was stunned. A smile crept across her stern face. She quickly stuffed the pill into her mouth, and she felt the improvement start immediately. Her newly revitalized eyes had grown sharper and sterner. Her body shot out to meet with Master Tian. When the two warlords made contact, a powerful energy rippled around them. Xavier's gaze found its way to the energy ripple before he glared at the three Mulan elders. Their combined form gave him pause. "They remind me of the twin brothers, Gold and Silver. However, Gold and Silver were able to rely on their seamless Q method to battle an elite warlord because they were twins, and it was in their genes. Yet these three old men have clearly acquired that skill through training. This kind of method must have extremely harsh training requirements. Judging by the look of the three Mulan elders, it was well worth any blood, sweat, tears, and time." Elder Lion laughed like a hyena. "How unexpected that a little brat like you could actually be the chief of the Shao Alliance. No wonder the Empire of the Heavens has been doing so badly." Elder Tiger was still uneasy from his initial assessment of Xavier. "Don't waste your breath. Let's just quickly finish him off and be done with it. Master Tian will probably need our help against Queen Medusa from the looks of previous clashes." Elder Bear nodded, and then the Elder Lion, seeing he was outvoted, followed suit. A majestic Q energy immediately erupted and swept over the sky. Xavier raised his brows as he sensed this energy. "They really do have the strength of a warlord. I did not expect to meet someone so powerful after I just broke through. It makes me wish I could be a warlord. It seems like I am always a level behind where I need to be. I'm really lucky that I have the additional powers of the Heavenly Flames and the Flame Mantra Q method." The people in the fortress held their breath as they looked into the sky to see both battles. All their faces were pale. The bodies of the three Mulan elders hung eerily in the sky. Roiling Q energy filled the sky, and even the clouds trembled a little. An incomparable confidence surged within the hearts of the three elders as they sensed the enormous strength of the Q energy within their bodies, resonating with the natural energy. "Chief Xavier, today we will let you know that you are just a joke to us. We feared the faction of the Misty Clouds, but the Shao Alliance is nothing but an insult to us." A murderous intent flashed across the eyes of the Elder Lion. Xavier shook his head. His hands made seals, and he softly laughed. "And yet it was I, Xavier, who destroyed the Misty Clouds that all of you feared. Yet you continue to underestimate my strength. Skyfire!" Xavier roared.
His gesture suddenly changed, and he let out a low cry. The heavenly flames swiftly moved along his veins and circulated throughout his body. Waves of wild, violent energy spread out and filled each and every cell of his flesh. Xavier's true strength should have been that of a level 1 high-level Q Master. However, by relying on the mysterious flame mantra Q method in his body, which was many times stronger than an ordinary Q method, after devouring the heavenly flames, his fighting strength was such that even a level 3 or 4 expert high-level Q Master could not match him. Additionally, he could increase his strength through the Sky Fire secret technique. If he were to include some extraordinarily powerful D techniques and the attack of the merged heavenly flames, he would be able to match an expert at the peak of the high-level Q Master class. The 3 Mulan elders were initially surprised when they felt Xavier's energy surge. However, they shook their heads with disdain. Was this pathetic show all this arrogant young man could muster? "If this is all you can do, we 3 elders shall destroy you, chief of the Shao Alliance. Give your life fighting for the Empire of the Heavens today," Elder Tiger coldly roared. Xavier clenched his fist. The heavy broadsword ruler flashed and appeared. It cut through the wind, whistling sharply. Silver lightning appeared on Xavier's feet as the heavy ruler paused abruptly. Immediately, a slight, thunderous roar rang out. His body suddenly explosively rushed forward. The 3 Mulan elders were somewhat surprised when they saw Xavier's speed. Elder Tiger flew forward. Xavier's weapon sliced through the air. A bloody glow flashed in Elder Tiger's bloodthirsty eyes. He gathered his strength and lunged at Xavier, the force of his Q energy distorting the air around him. Xavier's expression did not change when he faced this opening attack from the Elder Tiger. The Q energy in his body began to roar down his veins like floodwater. His hand tightly gripped the sword's hilt, and a dark green flame surged out. The clear sound of metal colliding with bone rang through the mountains. People miles away heard it. A powerful force spread out in all directions, like a ripple from the point of collision in the sky. The 2 figures made contact with each other before withdrawing. Xavier's hands grew numb as he gripped the sword. The strength of this elder exceeded his expectations. Elder Tiger staggered back, and then caught his balance by flapping his Q-energy wings a few times. His eyes were dark and full of pain as he gazed at the blood seeping from his fist. He whispered, "Heavenly flame? You actually possess a heavenly flame?" Xavier could hear the fear in the elder's voice, and it gave him courage. The green flame on Xavier's sword made the elder realize that he and his companions were outmatched. The 2 other elders' expressions sank when they saw Elder Tiger suffering a disadvantage. They had indeed underestimated Xavier, but they could not admit it to themselves. "Don't fool around. Let's attack together and kill him." Elder Lion stared at Xavier with bloodthirsty eyes. He waved his hand dismissively as he roared. The other 2 elders nodded in agreement. They hoped Xavier had run out of secret techniques to use against them. This would usually be a safe assumption, because someone around Xavier's age should not have gathered too many D techniques within their short life. Since they had already decided within their hearts, the 3 Mulan elders naturally did not delay. The 3 charged forward and surrounded Xavier. Xavier's brows knit slightly. He could clearly sense that all of his retreat paths had been sealed by these 3 people. In this formation, he had no other solution than to face his foe's attacks head-on. "These Mulan Valley elders do indeed have some skill. I think that their strength is equal to Grandmaster Shan Yun of the Misty Clouds." Surprise flashed across Xavier's heart as the hairs on his neck stood up. The heavy broadsword ruler in his hand violently swung behind him without any hesitation. Elder Bear appeared. Both of his hands had transformed into a pair of large bear paws, wrapped in the blood-colored Q energy. He grabbed the heavy broadsword ruler and tried to tear it from Xavier's grip. Xavier's hands tightened around the sword. A flame swiftly surged out. The bear elder's hands began to sizzle, but he kept hold of the sword. An earth-shaking, furious roar suddenly sounded, and the veins on his hands pulsed. A frightening strength immediately erupted,
and he snatched the broadsword ruler from Xavier's hands. Xavier lunged at the bear-like elder with all his strength. His fist tightened until his knuckles were deathly white. He immediately struck viciously and heavily against the bear elder's chest. "Octane blast!" Xavier screamed, releasing a powerful force. Even Elder Bear could not dodge in time. He could only receive this blow from Xavier's fist. A frightening force seeped out from the chest of the elder. A concave shape appeared where Xavier had struck him. He was thrown backward, gasping for breath. His shoulders trembled violently as he forcefully stabilized his body. Xavier forced the bear elder back with one strike. His brows were knit into a tight frown. Given his outstanding spiritual perception, he could tell that the energy of this elder had drastically weakened. A pressuring wind once again attacked from behind. Doubt raced across Xavier's mind. Whoever had unleashed this attack had already reached the warlord class. Xavier's reaction was quick, because he didn't have a second to lose. He let out a low cry, and the dark green flame swiftly surged out from his body, like a volcano erupting. It instantly converged into fiery green armor, shielding his body. The attack hit him, but rolled off the fire armor just as it formed, protecting him. Xavier staggered back, gasping under the heavy blow. A silver lightning flashed under his feet as his body dodged like a swimming fish. Elder Lion laughed coldly when he saw his fist striking Xavier. However, he did not give chase and instead withdrew a bit. Xavier's eyes narrowed when he saw Elder Lion backing off. He discovered that the energy of the Elder Lion had suddenly fallen from that of a warlord level to a high-level Q-master when he had backed off. Xavier lowered his head and looked at the fiery armor. On its chest area, numerous crack lines had appeared. The light from the flame scattered as he rubbed it with his hand. The armor once again recovered. Once he had completed this action, another warlord energy attack came from his back, as expected. Xavier did not even need to think this time around. He expected the attack from the Elder Tiger. A thought swiftly flashed within his heart as Xavier suddenly turned around. His right hand was wrapped by a green flame as it violently smashed against the Elder. Xavier once again let out a muffled groan when the two made contact. He fell back and landed heavily on the ground. He was indeed unable to gain the upper hand in a head-on collision with an elite warlord. Xavier jumped up, his feet stomped off the ground, and he reactivated his Q-energy wings to fly back into the sky. He wiped off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his head and studied the Elder Tiger, who had withdrawn after unleashing that attack. His energy had also weakened after he completed his attack. Xavier realized something. Although their Q-energy when combined is exceedingly strong, it does temporarily drop after attacking. I should use this to my advantage. Xavier's gaze swept over the three elders around him. They were looking at him with malicious intent, while they reveled in his weakness. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile. They did not know that he had just discovered their one weakness. Everyone in the fortress watched as Xavier fell to the ground. They were stunned. Luckily, Xavier regained his senses quickly and was back in the sky on his Q-energy wings in no time. Fearlessly, he faced the three Mulan elders. The three Mulan elders were truly a force to be reckoned with. The trio included Elder Lion, Elder Tiger, and Elder Bear. Their combined strength was about as powerful as the Q-energy of a warlord. Meanwhile, Medusa's battle with Master Tian had entered a hot stage. If Xavier couldn't block these three Mulan elders, the outcome would be too horrible to imagine. It all depended on him. It'll be all right. It shouldn't be a problem. Xavier has many D techniques he can use. He can pull his trump cards. The old Ice Emperor Hai murmured as he tried to comfort himself. Master Haru overheard his friend and replied with a chuckle. Never fear, old friend. You and I know all of Xavier's fighting tactics. Remember how he faced Grandmaster Shan Yun? The old warlord lost his fighting strength in no time. If Xavier goes all out and uses this attack again,
Any elite warlord will suffer and may never recover. This seemed to comfort Old High. Meanwhile, Lady Yu watched the battle unfold and shook her head.
What the hell is going on? Poor Xavier. If he does not come up with a plan, he will be defeated.
She didn't know Xavier, and she didn't understand the power and tactics that he possessed. She had seen his earlier battle where he had suffered. If this continued, it seemed certain that Xavier would be wounded. She looked up to the two battles in the sky that would determine the fate of the Empire of the Heavens and the fate of the Snake People. Xavier flapped his wings as he hovered in the sky. A glow swiftly flashed across his eyes. Xavier assessed the battle. It's odd. Although they combined their strength, it seems as if only one of the three elders can attack with the strength of a warlord. Maybe the secret technique that they use only allows for one of the three to attack while the energy is increased. Looks like another major drawback to this skill of three beasts that they rely on. Xavier paused while considering his next move. The three Mulan elders didn't give him time to catch his breath. Elder Tiger suddenly attacked. He let out a low, deep tiger roar as he clenched his fist. The blood-red glow surged. It immediately transformed into an extremely sharp Q-Energy Tiger Claw. The Tiger Claw cut through the empty air. "You arrogant, foolish brat! Go and die!" roared the tiger-like elder, and his body suddenly shot forward. He appeared in front of Xavier in an instant. His hand trembled, and the Tiger Claw viciously grabbed Xavier's throat. Xavier thought that if the Tiger Claw slashed him, he would die on the spot, regardless of having the protection of the heavenly flames in his body. Xavier's eyes focused on the Elder's Tiger Claw as it swiftly grew in size while rushing closer. A silver glow of lightning beneath Xavier's feet suddenly flashed, and his body trembled. The powerful Tiger Claw lunged forward with the speed of a warlord. Although the people who watched with awe predicted that the Elder would possess the strength of a warlord, they were still caught off guard by the speed of the Tiger Claw. The Tiger Claw violently grabbed Xavier by the throat. Lady Yu gasped. Master Haru closed his eyes tightly. Everyone in the fortress was scared of what would happen next. Xavier didn't cry out, nor was there any blood from the attack. Instead, a moment after Xavier was held tight and gasped for breath, the Tiger Claw simply passed right through him like he was nothing but a ghost. "That brat is crazy fast, so this was nothing but an afterimage." Hai laughed in relief. Elder Tiger roared in outrage, and then he pivoted and kicked his foot out violently into the air. The foot contained a powerful energy that sent shockwaves through the air. It was so powerful that, on impact, it flung Xavier through the air. The tiger-like elder cruelly laughed and assessed the damage he had inflicted on Xavier. Xavier simply smiled coldly at Elder Tiger as he pulled back and away from the fight. Elder Tiger smiled cruelly as he believed he had thwarted Xavier. He believed that his powerful kick had made the young man suffer in pain. Xavier would be scared to fight him now. "Come back and fight!" yelled Elder Tiger. Xavier continued to withdraw from the fight. As Elder Tiger watched Xavier retreat, he smiled until a moment of panic struck. It was too late for the Elder to react. Xavier had harnessed the momentum from the kick of the Elder and instantly flashed right in front of Elder Lion. Suddenly, Elder Tiger realized that Xavier was ready to attack Elder Lion. Xavier clenched his fist, and the veins on his hand expanded before viciously striking. "Octane Blast!" cried Xavier. His fist smashed toward Elder Lion's heart. Xavier's fist carried powerful Q energy as it heavily smashed into the chest of Elder Lion. The Elder gasped as his chest slowly caved in a frightening arc. He looked at Xavier with dark and cold eyes. He smiled in a sinister manner. Suddenly, energy flooded out in every direction from the Elder's chest. This sudden wave of new powerful Q energy from the Elder hit Xavier. Frightening and destructive energy surged wildly over Xavier. He was blasted through the air. Everyone in the fortress watched on in horror, but the masses of people from the enemy armies cheered. Xavier flapped his fiery Q energy wings to stabilize himself. A solemn look crossed his face as he whispered to himself. What is going on? It's weird. This skill of 3 beasts is not behaving as I expected. Maybe I underestimated it. The 3 elders reacted quickly and flew over to surround Xavier again. You scamp. You are not as strong as you think. If you care about your life, you should leave, cried Elder Tiger, who hovered near Xavier. Elder Tiger assessed that Xavier likely understood that the skill of the 3 beasts only allowed one person at a time to possess a warlord's strength. The lion-like elder patted his broken chest and mocked Xavier. The skill of the 3 beasts is one of the most profound Q energy techniques of our Mulan Valley. If it was easily destroyed, it would be useless. We merge our energy so one person has warlord power. Then, with a simple thought, we can transfer it. You're too slow. Your speed can't match our transfer rate. Xavier snorted. I did not expect you to be so eager to share how this secret technique works. Do you want to make things easier for me? I should thank you. Elder Tiger laughed. Why wouldn't we share these secrets with you? You're about to die anyway. It won't matter what you know. Xavier knit his brows together. Whoever I target will pull the warlord power in a flash. If I can't catch these 3 off guard, I'll face them head on. Xavier thought to himself as he tried to come up with a new strategy. It was clearly difficult to catch them off guard. While these thoughts lingered in Xavier's mind, a furious roar sounded in the distance. What are you doing? Don't you know that I'm here? An actual warlord? Come and play with me instead of this brat. It was Medusa calling from across the battlefield. She was announcing her intention to attack after her battle with Master Tian. The elders knew she would launch a vicious attack when she arrived. Elder Tiger looked at Elder Bear and Elder Lion and said, Why are we waiting? This high-level Q-Master has the ability to withstand powerful beatings. We must kill him before the warlord. Quick, let's finish him. The eyes of the 3 elders grew red as the blood-red Q energy that covered their bodies suddenly became much stronger. Xavier let out a long sigh as he sensed the increase of their powerful blood-red energy. He immediately shut his eyes and focused. Silver lightning erupted from beneath his feet. This light spread up and wrapped around his entire body. When Xavier opened his eyes, his dark black pupils had turned silver as the lightning was flashing through them. Lightning Storm Agility D technique, next level, yelled Xavier. Xavier's hands formed numerous complicated hand seals. After images of his handprints flew about, before suddenly becoming still a moment later. His body also shook violently. 2 silver-colored glows began to separate from his body. The 3 elders watched in wonder. This was the highest form of the Lightning Storm Agility D technique. Xavier had finally unleashed the Diamond-class agility technique to its peak level, after having reached the high-level Q-Master level. After the 2 silver afterimages appeared, they divided into 3 and flew off. Each shot explosively towards one of the 3 elders. The faces of the 3 elders turned white in horror. People were stunned to see Xavier activate the next level of the Lightning Storm Agility D technique. A cheer ripped through the crowd below. Meanwhile, the enemies and the 3 elders of the Mulan Valley were stunned with fear. The 3 flashes of lightning that came from the spot in the air where Xavier was were speeding towards the elders. They suddenly morphed into 3 human figures that vaguely resembled Xavier's afterimages, surrounded by flashes of lightning. Hai cried out, What? 3 silver lightning figures? I haven't seen Xavier use this skill before. Master Haru studied the silver lightning figures and assessed Xavier's Q energy. Xavier has used this technique before during his fight against Shan Yun, but this feels different. It looks like he can use some sort of next level of this D technique, since he advanced to the level of a high-level Q-Master. Lord Fang stared at the 3 light figures and focused. He sensed the Q energy that Xavier was using, but he wasn't able to identify which figure was actually Xavier.
Lord Fang shook his head. I don't know where he is. Can any of you find Xavier? Asked Lord Fang of the others. No, replied Master Haru, as Hai frowned and shook his head. Lord Fang explained. The way Xavier is using the skill is quite unusual. He has hidden his own body within one of the 3 silver lightning figures. So really, he has created 2 avatars. All 3 are floating up there. It's a powerful technique, as he can use the avatars to fight too. The avatar's blows will be as strong as his own. Xavier has so many new skills. He has an endless supply of trump cards to play. Cheered Hai. High in the sky above, the Mulan elders prepared for the attack. The figures all look the same. Which one is he? What sort of trick is this? Yelled Elder Lion to the others. No matter how hard they tried, Elder Tiger and Elder Bear couldn't determine which silver light figure hit Xavier. How do we know which one to attack? He's figured out our weakness, and now he's using it against us. Only one of us can have the strength of a warlord at any given time. We've practiced so we can shift the power on a moment's notice. But if we can't tell which of these silver figures hides our enemy, it will be useless. We can't all use the warlord's strength at the same time, cried Elder Bear. You're right. This leaves the 2 of us open to attack. How can we fight? Asked Elder Tiger. The 3 elders of the Mulan Valley watched as the silver glowing eyes of the light figures came closing in. If you find the real Xavier, pull the warlord's strength to yourself. Don't do anything until you're sure it's him. Otherwise, we're left open to attack, commanded Elder Tiger through clenched teeth. They braced themselves for the inevitable attack. Xavier's 3 silver light figures arrived abruptly. The 3 Mulan elders scanned the figures. I can't find him. They all have the same energy level. How can this be? Elder Bear was in distress. Xavier knew that the Lightning Storm Agility technique was able to mask the 3 light figures in the same level of Q energy. Effectively, the energy of the 2 avatars was identical to him, which also meant that they had the same strength as he did. Of course, this was only possible with the increased strength of the secret technique Skyfire, which he also used. As the silver lightning figures closed in, the tiger-like elder focused intently. Finally, he saw it. There was a faint fluctuation of energy and a break in the silver glow. Elder Tiger focused further, and then he saw it. Xavier's cold, stern face flashed within the silver glow. It was a fleeting image, and Elder Tiger couldn't be completely sure. His eyes twinkled as he whispered to himself, "Is this a trick? Am I meant to see Xavier's face and then pull the warlord's strength towards myself and away from the others?" This thought flitted through his mind, and then Xavier's cold, stern face appeared again from within the silver light figure. "It really is him!" cried the tiger-like elder. With complete confidence, Elder Tiger waved his hands and pulled the warlord's strength from the others. The power of the 3 flooded into Elder Tiger as fast as lightning, and he yelled, "I see you, brat. It's time to die." As the warlord's energy surged in his body, the tiger-like elder roared and sent blood-red Q energy to his fist. The tiger-like Q energy head that covered the elder's actual head roared. As the tiger roared, it emitted an overwhelming stench from its mouth and revealed giant fangs with seemingly endless violent Q energy. Anything it attacked would instantly turn into ash. In the fortress, Hai and the others craned their heads to watch as Elder Tiger made his move. "There, look. The silver figure in front of the tiger must be Xavier," exclaimed Old Bing. "Elder Tiger has warlord energy now. Xavier must be careful," cried Master Haru. Everyone waited with bated breath to see what would happen next. Up in the sky, Elder Tiger gathered his warlord energy. He attacked. Fangs flashed as he tore into the silver light figure. The low, deep sound of flesh colliding resounded over the sky. "Is he all right? What happened?" asked Hai, who had to look away at the last second. Up above, Elder Tiger retreated and called out in warning, "Be careful, this one's a fake.
I'm releasing my power. He quickly expelled the warlord energy to the others. Elder Bear was the first to react. He quickly absorbed the warlord power that was streaming between them like electricity. He yelled, "Attack!" As his fist struck the silver light figure, it was obvious that this was not Xavier. Elder Bear cried out furiously, "Elder Lion, this one is a fake too. The true enemy must be by you." It was too late. Xavier, masked as a silver light figure, violently smashed into Elder Lion, who didn't have time to retaliate. A powerful explosion resounded as a frightening wave of fire engulfed the entire sky. Hot green flames covered the Mulan elders and Xavier. Witnesses on the ground cringed with the heat and noise from the flaming battle above. A human figure was seen as it tumbled from the flames of the burning sky. Blood spouted from his mouth, and his limbs were broken. "Xavier hit that lion elder hard," assessed Master Haru. Finally, the falling body hit the ground with a thud and moved slightly. This person was barely alive. It was difficult to see who it was, given the distance. They walked closer to get a better look. "It doesn't look like Xavier," whispered Hai with relief. Master Haru shook his head. "I thought it would be Elder Lion, but it's not him." "It must be Elder Bear. That was Xavier's second attack," Hai stated, fully sure of it. Master Haru shook his head and announced with surprise, "It's Elder Tiger, the one who attacked first." High in the sky, the three silver light figures disappeared to reveal Xavier hovering above. There was a little blood on his lip, and as his black robes blew in the wind, people could see that his fiery armor had been shattered. Burnt into his chest was a bright red tiger paw print. The remaining Mulan elders stared in disbelief. They realized that the first silver light figure that had attacked Elder Tiger was, in fact, the true Xavier. The people were shocked and confused. "How? How did he do that?" It was Elder Lion who connected the dots. "That brat combined the Lightning Storm Agility D technique and his secret fire armor to defeat us. When Elder Tiger punched him, the attack was absorbed by the Q energy armor. Then, when Elder Tiger released the Warlord energy to us, that brat attacked our powerless friend." Hai and the others understood how Xavier had planned his attack. They agreed it was a brilliant deception. Xavier risked his life. He took a full punch from Elder Tiger while he had the strength of a warlord to make this work. It was brilliant to use these lightning figures to then distract the other two elders. They pulled the warlord energy away from Elder Tiger, and this enabled Xavier to finish him off.
"But it looks like Xavier is hurt."
Lily was concerned. "He may be injured, but Xavier is still alive. Don't you worry, he will heal." Hai reassured her with a smile. As Xavier's friends planned the celebration that would follow this incredible victory, the last two Mulan elders made different plans. Now was not the moment to retreat, but to attack. Elder Tiger had transferred the remaining warlord strength to them, and they believed that they still had some of this energy. "We must attack now. Is the skill of the three beasts still working?" asked Elder Bear. Elder Lion shook his head. "I don't know, but my hopes are low. The skill of the three beasts needs 3 fighters, not just 2. It's called the skill of the three beasts for a reason." "But Elder Tiger is still alive. Maybe we have enough Q energy to attack. He did transfer his Q energy to us before he was struck by the enemy," suggested Elder Bear. They looked down at Elder Tiger, unsure of how much warlord energy remained under their control. "I say we attack and do it now before it's too late," Elder Bear cried out. Elder Lion nodded in agreement. They turned to find Xavier. "Attack!" yelled Elder Lion and Elder Bear from across the sky. They came at Xavier in full force.
"Oh no, this battle isn't over yet," cried Lily as she watched the remaining 2 Mulan elders rush at Xavier. Those on the ground couldn't believe their eyes. Xavier hovered in the sky, ready for the attack. He wiped the blood from his mouth and waved his hands to summon the lightning storm agility technique. He was suddenly enveloped in the familiar silver light, and his two avatars emerged into silver lightning figures. Again, the Mulan elders couldn't determine which of the three silver light figures hit Xavier. Before they could go any further, Xavier's voice boomed out across the sky. "What are you old fools doing? When I defeated the Elder Tiger, I broke the technique you're using. The skill of the three beasts is useless if you're not fighting as three. You no longer possess the strength of a warlord." Elder Bear huffed. "Elder Tiger passed the warlord's strength to us before you attacked him." "You need the three experts at a high-level Q-Master level that are in good health to hold the energy. I made it impossible for you to use the warlord's strength when I defeated Elder Tiger. Are you really all so stupid that I have to explain to you how your own secret technique works?" Xavier could not help but laugh as he and his two lightning avatars surrounded the two elders, ready to fight. Elder Bear's eyes widened and he looked at Elder Lion, who shook his head. Elder Bear and Elder Lion backed away from Xavier and his avatars as they realized how low their chances were. However, they hovered above the fortress and would not leave the area without Elder Tiger. Xavier then waved his hands, and the silver lightning figures disappeared, and his true body was revealed for all to see. Hai gave a heavy sigh of relief. "This crazy brat is still too reckless, edging on the Mulan elders, taking a blow to the chest." Master Haru laughed. "But you can't fault him, old Hai. Besides, I remember how you were in your youth. You can't convince me that you were any less reckless when you were around that age. Regardless, it is impressive. Xavier constantly exceeds my expectations." Xavier descended into the fortress and joked, "Isn't there anything more interesting to talk about than me?" Yang laughed and shook his head. "We're glad to have you back, Xavier. You were gone for too long." He looked at Xavier, and his eyes paused at the imprint on his chest that was burning brightly. Xavier clearly took a bad blow. As Xavier saw a flash of concern on his oldest brother's face, he smiled. "That's really not too bad. It should heal pretty fast." Yang nodded and did not push the subject any further. Instead, he pointed to the sky. "It looks like those two Mulan elders are going to float around for a while. I guess we can relax. The battle is done for the day." "Aren't you worried about them?" asked Hai. "I was worried when they could use the skill of the three beasts and increase their Q energy to the one of a warlord. I thought they would try to attack Medusa. Now, that can't happen," Yang replied. Xavier settled into a chair beside Yang and the others. Lady Yu joined the group in the fortress. She watched Xavier from afar. She did not hide how impressed she was with his performance today. "No wonder Her Majesty trusts him. He possesses a great deal of power. It's hard to believe he is the same man who was forced to flee when he faced me. Only a few years later, he is the head of the strongest faction in the Empire of the Heavens. In another few years, there won't be anyone inside or outside the Empire that would dare to disrespect him." Lady Yu murmured to herself. Lady Yu watched Xavier laugh with Hai, his brothers, and the others, and sighed to herself. Meanwhile, as Xavier recovered from his fight at the fortress, Medusa was fighting her own battle. The moment Elder Tiger fell from the burning sky, Master Tian furiously roared. "How has a high-level Q-Master destroyed you three Mulan elders? You told me you would kill him within 10 blows. You boasting idiots." Joy flashed across Medusa's eyes, and she laughed with glee. In the distance, she saw Xavier in his black robe standing proud, and she smiled. "Unbelievable. A couple of years ago I could have killed him simply by raising my hand, and now he can fight an elite warlord. If I'm not careful, Xavier is going to surpass me soon. If he were to surpass me, he might qualify as a potential—" Queen Medusa froze at the sudden realization. According to the law that had been passed down from one Queen Medusa to another, to qualify as a husband for the queen, he must possess a power that is stronger than hers. Her beautiful face turned a bright shade of pink when she thought of this. Suddenly, a flood of emotions overcame her. Silently, she cursed the rainbow-devouring python for this. However, she had a feeling that these emotions were no one's but her own, which made her feel even worse. Unfortunately, she had no time to worry about things like this. Opposite her flew Master Tian, whose anger seemed to be dosed as he observed Medusa in deep thought. "How beautiful she is," murmured the leader of the Golden Swan sect. He could not help but stare, cursing himself for having her as an opponent instead of an ally. Although her opponents were aware of the effect she had on them, they often didn't admit it because of the deep emotions she stirred within. Master Tian was the same. He struggled to hide his feelings and control them, but Medusa's power as a warlord was overwhelming at times. Medusa sensed his thoughts and shot a cold, harsh look at him that was filled with murderous intent. This brought Master Tian immediately back to reality and the fight at hand. He was there to battle Medusa, not to fall in love with her. "Stop staring at me, you perverted old dog," yelled Medusa. She launched at Master Tian. He quickly forgot all about the Mulan elders as he tried to protect himself and fight back against her. Back at the fortress, Xavier went to see Elder Tiger. Elder Tiger had been moved to a quiet area of the grounds surrounding the fortress. Guards ensured that he was not freed by his two Mulan elder comrades. When Xavier appeared, Elder Tiger opened one blood-red eye and stared. He was weak, but not dead. "Have you come to finish me off?" snarled Elder Tiger. "No, although I'm surprised to see you alive. I was hoping my attack would be strong enough to finish you off for good," Xavier admitted. "I'm surprised that you're alive too. My claws are sharp. Don't come too close," warned Elder Tiger. Xavier laughed. "Oh, I don't think you'll be using your full power anytime soon by the looks of it. In your current state, you're less of a tiger and more of a kitten." "Then what do you want?" Elder Tiger huffed. "To see your injuries, and make sure you won't interfere in the battle between Medusa and Master Tian," Xavier explained briefly. Elder Tiger looked Xavier up and down with disdain. "So what? Are you still scared of us? Wondering if our skill of the three beasts will work? Wondering why these two are still around?" sneered Elder Tiger, who pointed up to the sky where Elder Lion and Elder Bear hovered. Xavier followed Elder Tiger's eyes up to find the two Mulan elders. It appeared that they had both lost some strength, as the dense color of their blood-red energy was now close to transparent. They snarled at Xavier from above. "What are you looking at, you brat?" yelled Elder Lion. "Is the blood-red tiger print still on your chest, fool?" ridiculed Elder Bear. "Poor boy, he was attacked by a tiger," laughed Elder Lion. "I'm sure I'll survive long enough to kill you both," Xavier yelled back. He wasn't at all worried about his injuries, as he had suffered more in the past. "The two of us are strong enough to take you down. We'll see if you're still laughing once we turn your bones to ash," cried Elder Lion. "I'd like to see you try. I bet you can't muster much strength with your almost dead kitten friend here." Xavier soared the Q energy in his body, and it quickly circulated. He moved his hands to form a number of gestures. His plan was to create the Divine Mountain Seal and finish the elders off for good. As Xavier's hands moved in many complicated patterns, a Q energy seal began to emerge between them. Its glow increased more and more with every gesture Xavier made. Elder Tiger cried out to his colleagues, "Watch out! He's powerful!" The two Mulan elders tried to determine what sort of seal Xavier was creating. "This guy is powerful. We must be careful, or we'll end up like Tiger," whispered Elder Bear to Elder Lion. Xavier watched as the elders took position in the sky above. He increased the speed of his hand moves and created complicated patterns in order to summon the energies needed for the Divine Mountain Seal. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle could be heard across the entire sky. It echoed through the entire fortress. Everyone instinctively looked to the sky to find the bird. Hai became agitated. "Is it her?
It can't be. Isn't she recuperating? Why would she come here? The faces of everyone present changed upon hearing the eagle's cry. The expressions of Hai and the others in the fortress also turned unusually ugly. Luck is really against us today. We are doomed, they thought. Xavier was startled when the eagle cry resounded over the sky. His brows were knit tightly when he saw the wild joy on the two Mulan elders' faces. He knew this meant trouble. He turned and raised his head, looking in the direction of the eagle's cry. This is weird. That eagle cry sounds vaguely familiar. Damned arrogant brat! Do you think you can defeat another warlord in your current condition? Elder Bear taunted with a mocking grin. Xavier's face remained expressionless. However, despite this, a bad feeling spread through his guts. He stared at the distant sky behind the armies. A distant figure was soaring towards him. The figure crested over the mountains, and as it neared, Xavier saw that it was a monstrous eagle with blue feathers. Its sharp beak gleamed, and its cold eyes cut right through him. Its huge talons were sharp as razors. However, it was not the monstrous appearance of the eagle that caused him to freeze. It was the fact that he had seen this blue eagle before. This is the doctor's eagle. But it can't be her. She would never do something like establish a poison sect. She's been nothing but kind and helpful. There must be a different explanation. Maybe the leader of the poison sect stole her eagle or something. Xavier tried to calm himself by reasoning. Meanwhile, all the people amongst the armies on the ground burst into an uproar when this enormous eagle appeared. Many of the enemies knelt in reverence as the eagle flew over them. Another loud and clear eagle cry resounded over the mountaintops and through the Black Mountain Fortress. It flapped its wings and summoned a strong wind, throwing Xavier back. He somersaulted through the air and steadied himself, turning to face the eagle once more. Suddenly, Xavier realized there was a figure riding atop the enormous blue eagle. The eagle looked as if it bowed in the air as she dismounted. The lady wore loose red robes, embroidered with bright gold, and her snow-white hair flowed down her back like an avalanche. Her face was veiled, but Xavier somehow noticed she had purplish-gray eyes, and despite her white hair, her eyes and the little visible skin one could see looked young and clear. She stared at him coldly. Xavier was torn. Is this her? No, it can't be. Her hair was not white, and her eyes were darker. It's someone else. I'm just imagining things. That must be it. The assembled armies of the three-faction alliance began to howl and stamp and bang their shields. Our leader, our poison sect leader is here. The white-haired woman shook the battleground of Medusa and Master Tian. The two of them turned to look at her. Master Tian swiftly wiped a thread of blood from the corner of his mouth. He laughed, shouting at Medusa. How unfortunate for you. Although the three useless leaders from the Mulan Valley have failed, we still have the leader of the poison sect. She is an elite warlord, stronger even than you. The fate of the Empire of the Heavens has been sealed. Medusa sneered at him. You sound pretty confident for a man who has watched his three most accomplished elders fail to one man in his 20s. Medusa then turned to look at the white-haired, veiled lady. The cheer that filled the battlefield when she arrived died down and was replaced with a ringing silence. Every single eye on the battlefield was on the leader of the poison sect. She was even more dangerous to the assembled troops than Master Tian and the Mulan elders were. She could easily poison everyone on the battlefield with one wave of her hand. Isn't she recuperating? Why has she come? Ice Emperor Hai's hands trembled as he gripped on the edge of the wall in front of him. The expressions of Master Haru, Lord Fang, and the others also suggested they were not optimistic about this turn of events. I don't think Medusa has a chance of defeating the leader of the poison sect. Medusa, even as a snake person, is not immune to her rare and powerful poisons, and she's still weak from her injuries, so she's even more susceptible," Master Haru murmured. Lord Fang nodded in agreement. "This is a terrible turn of events. What are we supposed to do?" Yang gently rubbed his forehead. His eyes betrayed a defeated expression. "That is true. I'm also at a loss. Neither Medusa nor Xavier are strong enough to defeat her. Neither of them is immune to her poison either. In fact, I don't think anyone within the Empire of the Heavens would be strong enough to deal with her. This is really bad. We need a miracle to happen to deal with this situation." Xavier watched the leader of the poison sect, and his heart sank. He could sense that this mysterious woman's powers were great, perhaps greater than his and Medusa's combined. As he took one glance at Medusa, his heart sank even more. Even Medusa does not hide how scared she is of this person. This is bad. At least things can't get any worse. Xavier silently cursed. Medusa appeared by his side. "Her poisons are too powerful. You must be careful not to let her strike you." Hearing the fear in Medusa's voice multiplied his own. "Do you have any idea how we could deal with her?" Xavier whispered. "I wish. She's extremely mysterious. My snake people have many poisons at our disposal, and we understand how they work. But the leader of the poison sect has entirely different poisons at her disposal. I don't know if I have any antidotes that would work against them, so please, don't even let her land a scratch on you. I might be able to block her attacks, at least for a while." Medusa hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and sighing. "She is a formidable foe." Xavier felt a stab of fear in his heart. Medusa rarely admitted her own limits, and even more rarely entertained the possibility of defeat. If she was willing to admit she might not be able to win, they were in deep trouble. Xavier sighed. He turned his head to look at the deathly silent soldiers atop the walls, clenched his teeth, and said, "It is enough to just block her. The 3 Mulan elders have been wounded by me. Leave Master Tian for me to deal with." Medusa nodded warily. However, her heart sank. She didn't like these odds, and although the 3 Mulan elders were wounded, they were not defeated. If they were to launch a full attack on the fortress, it was likely the fortress would fall. However, they had no choice but to keep fighting. The fate of the Shao Alliance and the Snake People rested on their shoulders. During the time that Xavier was discussing with Medusa, the purple-gray pupils of the white-haired lady on the enormous eagle in the distance swept indifferently over Master Tian and the 2 Mulan elders. Her voice was flat as she said, "You fools! I am beyond disappointed with this failure. I sent you here to take care of the situation, and you have been unable to defeat them." Master Tian and the 2 Mulan elders looked down in shame at her words. "We are sorry, great leader. Deeply, deeply sorry. We can hardly believe ourselves what happened today. But this brat from the Shao Alliance, he is unlike anyone we've ever encountered." The elders tried to justify their failure. Master Tian snorted. "It is only because these 3 old fellows were careless. Not only did they fail to finish off that high-level Q-Master brat, but they even let him seriously injure one of them." The 2 Mulan elders became furious when they heard Master Tian's accusations. Elder Bear snapped angrily. "Great leader, as we've tried to explain, this brat is not an ordinary high-level Q-Master. I dare say even the Golden Swan sect's top agility D technique cannot match him." Master Tian laughed coldly at these words. No matter how strong and mysterious his agility skill is, he is at the very most a level 1 high-level Q-Master. Looks like the reputation of the 3 Mulan elders is over-exaggerated. If you pathetic 3 old men hadn't failed, I wouldn't be struggling in a fight against the terrible Queen Medusa right now." Master Tian's eyes were filled with fury. "Master Tian, you better not go overboard. The Mulan Valley isn't afraid of your Golden Swan sect." The 2 Mulan elders threatened him. "Why, you two, who have lost the skill of the 3 beasts, And now also dare to threaten me. Without the skill of the three beasts, you old fools are nothing but ordinary high-level Q-masters. Master Tian narrowed his eyes sinisterly. And you dare to speak to us this way after we have done nothing but obey all of your orders, without questioning you even once. The blood of the three elders was clearly boiling. Their faces turned red with anger, but they did not attack. Oh, for goodness sake, can all of you stop bickering? The white-haired woman asked them with a sigh, and rubbed over her temples. Master Tian and the two Mulan elders felt a chill when they heard the annoyance in her voice. Their expressions fell, and their eyes turned quickly away. You Mulan elders, the both of you should rally the other experts in the army. Gray-purple eyes swept over the two elders, and they shrunk a little under her gaze. They could only helplessly nod their heads. Having lost the skill of the three beasts, they were not of much help anymore. Immediately, they descended from the sky and joined the large army below. The white-haired lady glanced at Master Tian after dismissing the two elders. Leave Queen Medusa to me. As for the high-level Q-master brat that you mentioned. Her eyes swept over the sky above the fortress as she spoke. Her gaze paused on Medusa before turning to the black-robed young man by her side. Her face suddenly changed when she saw the young man's face. Luckily for her, thanks to her veil, no one could see how pale she turned. It is him. No, it can't be. How is this possible? The sudden change in demeanor from the white-haired woman got Master Tian's attention and caught him by surprise. Why does she look so shocked when seeing this brat that founded the Shao Alliance? I have never seen our great leader have such an expression. She is usually as cold as a dead fish. This is odd. He called out to her. Oh, great leader, what is it? Is something wrong? The poison sect leader ignored Master Tian's question entirely. Instead, she focused all of her attention on Xavier. A glow flashed in her watery purple-gray eyes. She winced at an unwelcome thought that shot through her mind, and then another. This continued for some time before the flash in her eyes dimmed. For a moment, it looked as if she teared up. She sighed deeply and closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they had returned to their chilly indifference. She waved her hand dismissively in the direction of Xavier, but did not look at him anymore. Never mind, it is nothing. I will leave him to you. Master Tian nodded eagerly. Very well, great leader. If you're invested in him for whatever reason, I will do him the favor of a swift death at my hands. He laughed. No! A sudden, sharp yell struck him silent. He turned around to see the poison sect leader glaring at him. Goosebumps rose up on his skin. His heart hammered, but he forced his mouth into a smirk to cover it up. Yes, great leader? He asked, with a dry, awkward laugh. Don't you dare kill him. I want him brought back to me alive. She ordered harshly. Master Tian had been afraid of the poison sect leader since they first met. Her asking for any kind of mercy on anyone's behalf stunned him, but nonetheless, he agreed with a chuckle. Well, I will be glad to honor your request, great leader. Shall we have the army attack before we begin the battle? If we break this fortress of theirs, they will have nowhere to hide, and their morale will plummet. The experts from the Empire of the Heavens would have to command their troops to withdraw. It could save us a lot of trouble. There was another flicker in the eyes of the white-haired woman. The method Master Tian suggested had been her initial plan, but for some reason, she was less eager to do that now. There is no need to. The Empire of the Heavens will fall apart themselves without the extra effort, as long as we defeat these two people. They are the backbone of the Shao Alliance after all. She sat back down onto her monstrous eagle, and they flew off to the side. Master Tian shook his head and furrowed his brow. If she says so, Then I will have no choice. However, defeating Xavier without killing him would likely prove far more difficult than merely killing him. I will most likely have to hold back my full strength. How unfortunate. I was really looking forward to killing him by going all out. Meanwhile, the eyes of the white-haired woman found their way to Medusa. Surrender now, and I will give your snake people a satisfactory place to stay in the future. Medusa snorted. Satisfactory? The most satisfactory place to live is far away from you and your tyrannical rule, Medusa said with a mocking smile. Despite the mocking, the leader of the poison sect maintained her calm and indifferent attitude. Very well then, have it your way. Since you insist on being so stubborn, I have no choice but to destroy your entire kingdom of snake people. You are welcome to try. Medusa's expression darkened. Xavier cried out to the white-haired woman from across the battlefield. You are the leader of the poison sect? The white-haired lady's eyes glinted on hearing his voice. She blinked and asked in her same cold tone, Yes, and may I ask who you are? Xavier could not help but be relieved at this question. He replied without hesitation. Xavier of the Shao clan, an alchemist and honorary elder of the Alchemist Society within the Empire of the Heavens, as well as the chief of the Shao Alliance. Maybe I am wrong, but could it be possible that we have met before? You seem familiar. Silently, Xavier was praying that he was wrong, yet he could not stop thinking about the doctor that he had met all these years ago in the mountain range of monsters. Although she did not resemble the woman in front of him, the monstrous eagle was undeniably hers. After all, even on this magical continent, giant blue eagle monsters that allowed humans to ride them were hard to come by. If one were looking carefully, one might see her hands clench in her sleeves upon hearing his name, but her voice remained even. No, I don't think we have met before. You must mistake me for someone else. Regardless, if you surrender on behalf of the Shao Alliance, I will guarantee that not a single person will be hurt. Master Tian, who had just arrived at the white-haired woman's side, looked at her with pursed lips and crooked eyebrows. No one would be hurt. Not a single person. What an odd thing for such a vicious person to promise. And then he realized that she was only acting this oddly when interacting with Xavier or discussing him with others. Silently, he wondered if she really did not know Xavier. Maybe Xavier was right as he suspected that they had met before, although Master Tian, of course, did not know when this could have been. A ton of weight dropped from Xavier's shoulders as the woman denied that they had ever met. Finally, he was able to focus on the situation at hand without wondering if it was truly her. He laughed. And here I was about to ask you to give up first. Oh well, we'll come back to that later. He smiled faintly and mockingly. Master Tian's face hardened. The white-haired woman let out a soft, condescending sigh. Her eyes turned back toward Medusa. She is your ally, right? I will kill her and then see whether you will still be so snarky after that. What bold words. Let's see if you can back any of them up. Majestic Q energy suddenly surged out from Medusa's body. Although she was terrified, she would not dare to admit so out loud. The surrounding air violently fluctuated. It spread over dozens of feet, all around the poison sect leader, before some invisible force stopped it from moving further. Some rainbow-colored Q energy forcefully entered the opposing Q energy and dissipated it into nothing. Master Tian, seeing that Medusa and the white-haired lady had started their battle, laughed and rushed toward Xavier. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, You brat! I did not expect you to defeat the 3 elders of the Mulan Valley, and I am rather intrigued by that agility D technique of yours. I will definitely study it in depth after capturing you. We'll keep you with our alchemists for observation. That will be fun. Xavier's eyes narrowed as he watched Master Tian rushing toward him. The fiery Q energy wings on his back flapped as he hurriedly withdrew. Compared to the 3 elders of the Mulan Valley,
This person was certainly more troublesome. After all, he was a genuine, elite warlord. He didn't have to resort to any cheap tricks to get his level there, as the old men did. Xavier's body had just pulled back when a golden glow suddenly radiated from Master Tian's back. A pair of golden swan wings that were at least 80 feet in size swiftly spread apart. They flapped slightly, and a wild wind whistled from them. His speed soared, and he suddenly appeared alongside Xavier. He flapped his tremendous golden swan wings again, and countless golden glows shot out in all directions. A powerful wind tore through the air from the wings, and an ear-piercing shriek of a whistle reverberated through the sky. Suddenly, Xavier realized that every single part of his body had been covered by a dense, cold wind. His muscles clenched, and a fierce dark green flame surged out from his body. The flame burned hot and bright, raising the temperature exponentially all around it. The golden glows transformed into wisps of green flames, and then everything disappeared. Master Tian let out a surprised gasp at the sight of green flames surging from Xavier's body. But in spite of his surprise, he advanced toward Xavier rather than retreating. His hand formed a blade shape as the bright golden Q energy surged, and he slashed at Xavier's neck. The silver glow under Xavier's feet swiftly flickered at the impending attack and helped him withdraw from it at the very last moment. Master Tian let out a cold, condescending laugh. "Oh, do you want to escape?" His body twisted and flew off after him. His opponent following him so closely made Xavier narrow his eyes. Master Tian's D technique seemed a mystery to him. This was the first time that someone had followed him this closely since he had started training in and incorporating the Lightning Storm Agility D technique. Lightning glows flashed under his feet again, and an afterimage of him remained where he had been, so it appeared as if he had teleported over 30 feet away. He felt more wind rush toward him as soon as he appeared. All he could see was Master Tian spreading his arms out and curling his legs back as though he were some kind of large bird, flying across the sky toward him and catching up to him. Master Tian laughed gleefully. "Your agility is indeed pretty good. Here, compare it with my Golden Swan's flight D technique. As you can see, my speed far exceeds the one of an ordinary warlord." His face betrayed an envy that he could not hide. Clearly, Xavier's display of agility had made him envious of the younger, lower-ranked man who could go almost as fast as him with much less training. Xavier came to a halt. "What? Why have you stopped moving?" Master Tian's eyes widened, and his eyebrows raised as he saw his opponent standing still. The golden light in Master Tian's hand grew denser. He flapped his wings, and he found his way back to Xavier. His face widened with a wicked smile as he brandished the golden glowing Q-energy blade and ruthlessly hacked at Xavier's arm. The golden Q-energy blade cut through the sky. Before it could cut off Xavier's arm, Xavier unveiled a hand seal he had been holding onto and pushed it forward into Master Tian's chest. "Divine Mountain Seal!" The Divine Mountain Seal that Xavier had formed with his hands landed on Master Tian's chest. A wild, majestic, and explosive energy suddenly surged out from his palm and poured into the body of the leader of the Golden Swan sect. Thunderous explosions resounded through the sky. An energy ripple formed that was so large it could be seen by every waiting soldier on the ground. Xavier and Master Tian emerged from it before getting launched far and fast in different directions across the sky. Master Tian's face twisted in rage and disbelief. He did not expect that Xavier would be able to put his high-level Q-Master strength to use against a higher-ranked warrior such as himself, never mind unleashing such a powerful attack. Although he was caught off guard in this one particular instance, Master Tian was still a genuine elite warlord. He had an extraordinary ability to maneuver Q-energy, and so the surface of his body unleashed a bright golden Q-energy the moment Xavier set off his Divine Mountain Seal. Dense golden swan feathers made of Q-energy appeared and formed something akin to an armor around his chest. The powerful force of Xavier's attack found its way to Master Tian as the armor was forming, so it was unable to block most of the Q energy after receiving such a strong attack at such a short distance. The seal attack shattered the Golden Swan armor and firmly imprinted into Master Tian's body. His throat filled with blood that he spat out with a pained groan. The people below were stunned at Xavier's achievement and at Master Tian's arrogance. The two remaining Mulan elders looked on with displeasure. Serves that arrogant idiot right. We warned him twice that Xavier is not an ordinary high-level Q-master. Underestimating him will be Master Tian's last mistake. Meanwhile, the three-faction alliance's army, which had been vocal in their enthusiasm until now, continued to watch the event unfold in stunned silence. At the same time, the formerly silent army in the fortress that was fighting for the Snake People and the Shao Alliance, on the other hand, had erupted into deafening cheering. The fear spell that the poison sect leader had placed on them had slowly disappeared because of this boosted morale. The tension in the air gradually died down. The old Ice Emperor Hai was greatly impressed by Xavier's work. This crazy brat, this lovable jackass, this beautiful bastard, he executed that perfectly, and he did it so quickly too. Damn impressive, you little fellow. The cheers brought Master Tian's spirits down. Golden glowing Q energy surged from his body, and this time, it formed a series of sharp golden thorns all over him. He appeared almost to be a fully armed hedgehog with all of these quills surrounding him. Brat, I will break your fingers off of your hands, one by one, by one, by one. Master Tian's eyes were filled with sadistic fury as he gritted his teeth. The enormous swan-like Q energy wings on his back flapped, and he rushed towards Xavier. His sharp blade had extended into a sword, which he was thinking of driving toward Xavier's most vital organs. In his crazy fury, he seemed to have forgotten that the poison sect leader wanted Xavier brought in alive. Xavier did his best to dodge the incoming attacks and withdraw to a safe distance, but his speed and Master Tian's were too comparable, so he wasn't able to shake his adversary off. They exchanged a mere few blows, but even that was enough for the golden thorns to tear Xavier's clothing to shreds. And it wasn't just his clothing. Several bright red scratches appeared on his body. They intersected and grew with every blow. Xavier tried again to dodge the attacks, and once again, it was in vain. But this time, he stopped, faced the ground, and clenched his fist. The broadsword ruler that had been thrown to the ground by the three elders was sucked back by Xavier's vacuum hand D technique. He caught it with one smooth motion and blocked off Master Tian's next attack. Despite having the very heavy sword to parry the attacks, the overwhelming waves of strength that came from Master Tian caused Xavier's hand to become numb. Meanwhile, the fight between Medusa and the poison sect leader had gotten much more intense. Xavier, you must hang on. Hai and the others in the fortress clenched their fists tightly as they watched the battles in the sky. Their hearts sank a little more with every new wound that appeared on Xavier's body. Xavier's poor condition also affected the energy in the other battle. Medusa was overcome with worry for Xavier, but since she couldn't afford to let herself get distracted, she turned her worry to rage against the poison sect leader and fought even more viciously. Suddenly, 5 of Master Tian's sharp golden Q energy thorns hooked around Xavier's broadsword ruler as Master Tian appeared in front of Xavier with a menacing grin on his face. This cat and mouse game is over. You have nowhere to run. A savage look flashed across Master Tian's face. He suddenly twisted his hand, and the heavy sword rotated suddenly, slipping from Xavier's hand. Master Tian's body spun after he had struck the heavy broadsword aside. Without hesitation, he viciously slammed his knee into Xavier's lower abdomen. Xavier's face flushed red upon receiving such a heavy blow. He gasped with pain, and traces of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. An angry glint flashed through his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and ferociously smashed them into Master Tian's waist. A punch in exchange for a knee. The lightning under Xavier's feet flashed, and he immediately left behind an afterimage as his body shot backward.
Still trying to escape.
Master Tian let out a savage laugh, and his body once again sailed in an arc. The swan wings on his back flapped, and his body suddenly disappeared. Then he reappeared like a ghost behind Xavier. Xavier immediately sensed Master Tian and whirled around to face him. However, he did not have the time to use the lightning storm agility technique to flee this time around. Master Tian's fist was ruthlessly smashed against his back. Xavier groaned with pain. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat from his mouth. His figure fell fast toward the ground. Master Tian smiled viciously and flapped the golden wings on his back as he charged towards the falling Xavier. "No, Xavier!" Medusa was distraught and could not help but cry out for him as she took a quick glance at Xavier, who fell to the ground. Everyone else in the fortress screamed in terror as Xavier hurtled towards the earth. Ice Emperor Hai's face paled. "This isn't good. We should do something to help." Yang nodded with a gloomy face. "You were right, Hai. All of you should be ready to rescue Xavier before that lunatic can deliver the final blow." Ice Emperor Hai nodded. Snow white and icy Q energy wings manifested on his back. Without wasting time, he took off, charged out of the fortress and toward Xavier. Xavier fell swiftly through the air. Wild wind whistled past his ears, while his eyes were tightly shut. At first glance, it appeared as if he had fainted. However, if one were to listen carefully, one would discover that his voice was softly whispering, "Soon. It will be ready soon." Master Tian's wings extended out above him. His face was like a hideous mask with a ferocious grin. "This will finally be over. No high-level Q-Master ever managed to injure me, a warlord. That damned bastard will pay for humiliating me in front of everyone. I will capture him and torture him every day for what he did to me." The Ice Emperor Hai saw Master Tian and tried to speed past him. His face was contorted with effort. He clenched his teeth and increased his speed. Master Tian's wings flapped against Xavier's face. His body suddenly plunged, while his hands ruthlessly grabbed Xavier's head. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Xavier's head, Xavier's eyes jumped open. With one swift move, he turned around mid-air. Master Tian was taken aback by surprise. Hatred flashed across his eyes. "I thought you were unconscious, you damned brat." His foot ruthlessly kicked toward Xavier's back. The leg was wrapped in bright Q energy as it tore through the air. It was just about to strike its target when Xavier suddenly glared at Master Tian with a ferocious grin. He swung his hand, and a fist-sized three-colored flame suddenly became visible. It consisted of the white bone-chilling heavenly flame that he borrowed from Master Lao, the translucent fallen heart heavenly flame, as well as the green lotus heavenly flame. Without any mercy, the flame shot toward Master Tian. The Ice Emperor saw the flame the moment Xavier tossed it into Master Tian's face. He recognized them as heavenly flames. The Ice Emperor was stunned, and his pupils dilated with terror. Despite the inhuman heat that was emitted from the flames, a cold chill ran down the old man's spine. A terrible flashback shot through his mind. That damn crazy brat did it again. Didn't he learn anything from the last time he almost got himself killed? Wait, did he just deceive Master Tian by pretending to be unconscious so that he would have enough time to merge the heavenly flames? Shit, I need to leave. The Ice Emperor turned mid-air and used all his Q energy to speed up his pace. He did not want to be anywhere near these merged heavenly flames, especially not three of them. Meanwhile, Xavier's body continued to hurtle toward the ground after throwing the three merged heavenly flames. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he delighted in Master Tian's shock. An earth-shaking, terrifying explosion tore across the mountains, and terrifying violent energy swept over the sky like a tornado as Xavier continued to fall to the ground.